and the other, they all have champaran meat.
लाल मिर्ची खूब उसमें डाल के.
हाँ.
No, he's saying as a dish there was no champaran meat.
The style of cooking is very Bihari, but the dish itself is not.
Absolutely.
That's true. There you are.
Interesting. Ashok Malik, how is the litti chokha?
Very, very good. Very good. I've had it before in Delhi, but this is more authentic, I think.
Really?
This is very good.
And the fact that Bihari food also, making this big splash nationally. There are so many Bihari restaurants now in places like Delhi, Bangalore, Mumbai, which wasn't necessarily the case earlier.
Well, the comparison is with UP, where they're quite obsessed with being sophisticated, even the chaatwalas. Bihar is clear with its flavors. They're out there, they're tasty, they're racy. That's why I like Bihari food.
Also, the Bihari diaspora has now expanded this across India. I've seen Bihari workers in Kashmir, I've seen them in Tamil Nadu. So they've taken their food everywhere. It's not just North India.
Mauritius, Senegal, everywhere. Guyana.
I think, yes. Yes, Ankit, go for it.
Since we are talking about litti chokha and chapra, Kesari Lal Yadav, who is contesting the election from Chapra constituency, used to sell litti chokha on his father's cart in Okla in Delhi. From there, his journey has been to a Bhojpuri star, and now the contestant there in Chapra.
ये आपका भी बहुत potential है. वो कह रहे हैं कि star बन सकते हैं. थोड़ा आप गाते हैं कि नहीं गाते हैं?
मैं गीत तो नहीं गाता हूँ सर, पर लिट्टी का पैसन है. क्यूजिन ऑफ बिहार, मिस्टर लिट्टी वाला क्यूजिन ऑफ बिहार के नाम से है हमारा आउटलेट. 6 आउटलेट है और अच्छे स्थिति में है और बहुत अच्छा है. कम से कम
बिहारी लोग खाना खाने आते हैं, नॉन बिहारी?
बिहारी लोग तो आते ही हैं, नॉन बिहारी इस फूड को बहुत पसंद कर रहे हैं.
हाँ. He's making a marketing spiel for himself. He's like, if I've got the platform, I may as well have a go at it. This is his big opportunity. He says, let me also do a very quick.
लिट्टी अब केवल बिहार के लोग नहीं खाते.
The Bihari diaspora is so large now. President Trump's ambassador to Singapore is a Bihari.
No, and as he's saying, a lot of non-Biharis coming and sampling that as well. So it's really the export of Bihari food going well beyond just the Bihari community. Yeah, Veera, do you have some Bihari restaurants in Bangalore?
There are specific restaurants for Bihar cuisine that is there, and you don't need to necessarily go down there, right? Because it is true that if you go to the newer parts of a Chennai or a Bangalore, the most number of people who are building the buildings that are coming up there are either from Bihar or West Bengal or some from Assam. You do have a large quantity. I mean, you do have the fact that you had no idea what litti chokha was at one point of time.
You had no idea what litti chokha. Okay, so we're going to send the chai stop away before everyone who's in our production control rooms just thinks that these anchors and editors are more interested in eating than they are in the election numbers. That can never be a good thing.
You can send this to them.
Yeah, we can send this back. Oh, Chetan Bhagat's just come in. Chetan, you want to grab some breakfast because after that you're not going to get ready. Chetan, like, can I just jump out of my seat and grab some breakfast and then come back here?
It's very good, huh, Chetan? Try it. Don't miss it.
This is from which alliance?
This is the
NDTV chai stop, Chetan. What are you looking for? Some Michelin star food?
Why would we give you ramen food today?
Yeah, litti chokha.
Oh, of course. We always celebrate the victory of democracy. I think that is what matters the most.
It's like in cricket matches. Cricket is the winner, whatever that means.
No, of course. Cricket is the winner, food is the winner.
In the end, cricket is the winner.
Democracy is the winner. Means. What's at stake from your lens, Chetan? Sorry?
Well, today, there is one thing that unifies. They say Bihar is all about caste, but there is one way to unify caste.
Very safe to
which is a very blunt force hammer, which is give people money. If you give somebody money, nobody cares about caste. If Rahul Kanwal gives me money, nobody cares about caste. Yeah, I don't care about caste you are now, right? If you are giving me things. So 10,000 rupees a month, a year is a lot of money for the lowest per capita state in India. We'll see the impact of that. We'll see the impact of Lalu's stains on the Tejashwi, I think. And we're going to see Prashant Kishor's impact.
You know, since we've spoken about the money being given out, very quickly, there are some of the other schemes that at length people have tried to put in, that this has been a slow burn as far as the JDU government is concerned. Last 10 years, they have worked on this consistency. It's not just this, the domicile, the reservation given to Bihari women in government jobs, the domicile policy. Then you have got free power up to 125 units. 1.67 crore families have benefited from that. In addition to that, of course, is the 10,000 rupee DBT scheme. You've got 60,000 crore loans and scholarships, Bihar student credit card scheme. So all
pension
of this
for
has
old. That's
pension
a very
for old
important
women,
scheme that for men and women both. I mean,
which was hiked. Which, by the way, Prashant Kishor takes credit for.
Yeah,
He says,
yeah.
I kept talking about how this is very meager, and then it was hiked, I think, to
from
about
400 to 1100. Tejashwi is
1100
promising
You know,
50.
Nitish has answered
Ankit and Padmaja, we have a new co-anchor, co-panelist in the studio. This cricket-style RoboCam walking around, a bit distracting. It creates some very interesting frames and visualization, but you have to be very careful lest you trip over and then fall flat straight in your face. But the 10,000 rupee scheme and the potential of this being a game changer, Ashok Malik raises the larger question about Revdi's freebies, the fact that the BJP said they had aversion to it. Now it becomes a playbook which, if you've got 10,000 rupees in Bihar, in a state like Assam and elsewhere, you'll have to either equal this or beat this. You can't go down.
Let's focus on Bihar for the moment. Nitish has had great achievements, but job creation remains a problem. To give you one statistic, at the beginning of this century, the contribution of remittances to household income in Bihar was about 30-35%. Today, it is 65%. So 65% of household income comes from remittances. So as the Indian economy has grown outside Bihar, Bihari workers have contributed to it, but they were having to go outside to work. So that, of course...
Sangvi, your sense on this, because if it happened in Madhya Pradesh with the Ladli Bahan scheme, happened in Maharashtra as well, the moment voters get used to this, it's like sugar. You can't then go away. It's very, very difficult. It's a rush because they'll expect this.
Yeah, we talked about this, you remember, that earlier people used to say, we've brought industry, we've created development. Now they just say, we gave you this much money, we gave you that much money. So in a sense, the voter is not just a voter, he's a consumer. And you're a marketeer offering him things in return for his votes. It's a dangerous trend because who pulls out? And the first person to pull out will lose. And
it's a welfare trap, Padmaja.
Absolutely. In fact, I just want to put some data out for this. In the last few elections, 67,928 crores has been spent before elections by governments in 8 major states. That is the amount which has been promised. Close to 70,000 crores. What's the breakup? You've got Mahayuti government in Maharashtra. It disbursed 23,300 crores. Nitish government is spending 19,333 crores. This, by the way, is almost 33% of their own tax revenue.
Correct.
Jharkhand wasn't far behind. The JMM-led government disbursed 15.95% of their tax revenues in terms of these doles or welfare schemes, what have you. Madhya Pradesh disbursed 10.27% of its tax revenue on welfare doles, and even Ashok Gehlot spent 6,248 crores across multiple welfare programs, and he didn't even win.
Also, let's not...
Two questions, two points here. One is the question of the scheme being announced just before the election and going through after the MCC comes into play is one part. But the more important part, and I think that needs to be raised, is also about whether a state has the fiscal ability to sustain schemes of this nature. There are states which have the fiscal ability, which don't. Look, because largely this freebie concept, 2006 Tamil Nadu, when the Congress UPA government at that time announced free televisions, came back into a big form, right? Since then, you've had a distinction between welfare schemes and freebies.
We have the first trends out now. The first 5 leads that we have, the NDA currently leading on 4 of them, the Gathbandhan on 1. Remember, as I said, this is just a few votes. These are postal ballots. So hold your horses before you reach any sweeping conclusions. But the first few votes have been counted. The NDA currently leading on 4 out of the 5 seats for which we have trends. The Gathbandhan currently leading on 1. And Veera, complete your argument about voters getting used to these freebies.
It's voters getting used to it, but the more important aspect is the long-term consequences of schemes which do not bring back, let's say, a boost in purchasing power or result in economic growth, and are instead just doles which are going. Look, social justice is a very important aspect, but is it financially, economically viable? Can the state go out? Because the fiscal deficit of Bihar was way past what the Act mandates in 23-24. They targeted 3%. It's beyond that when the estimates come. So how much is this going to...
Their argument now is that we are revenue surplus.
Correct.
Bihar right now is a revenue surplus state, but if we do an apples-to-apples comparison, purely schemes for women across Maharashtra, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, this argument that you give money and you will win, it actually doesn't hold true.
Right.
Ashok Gehlot gave money, he did not win.
No, Ashok Gehlot did not.
Bhupesh Baghel promised.
didn't give money.
Promised, they did not deliver.
That's the difference.
lost.
Madhya Pradesh and
Bhupesh Baghel?
he did not. He promised.
Okay, then we had JMM government. They in August
But Padmaja, it's not just about
But the
how
BJP
much
tried
money
it
you're
in another
giving.
sense.
that you're putting it in their accounts.
It's also about the state's capacity to give. As Ruchi Sharma made that point, the per capita welfare spend in Bihar is higher than elsewhere. So it's not that other states are spending more, the ability to spend more is also higher.
Sure. I'm just talking about giving money to women as a sure shot formula to win. Look,
It takes more, and Nitish
It
has
takes
figured
more.
out the eternal question which nobody can answer: what do women want?
like the
He has figured out. Nitish has figured out what do women want. He solved the biggest
No,
problem.
he has figured out at the end of the results. We don't know as yet.
money.
Is to be trolled.
Last thing I was told, but he will cut this reel and put it. I know.
So, Chetan-
Yes.
Chetan, you're saying Nitish Kumar is
No,
the
but
Mel
it's
Gibson
true.
of Bihar.
Like she's saying, it's not just the money. It's maybe just the liquor policy. It's an image also, right? That I'm there for you. I'm going to, like, a lot of times people can tell.
Bank since 2005 from the schemes that
Yeah,
we've done for women. It is just a supplementation.
But Veer Sangh,
now with 10,000
we
rupees.
saw how in the United States, Joe Biden's health became a knockout blow for his candidature for re-election. Nitish Kumar, despite his ill health and his current mental and physical capacity, seems to have generated sympathy through the campaign. That ek baar aur inko vote deke dete. He's done well for us over the last 2 decades.
That's a great, that's a great difference between India and the West. In the West, unless you're on tip-top physical shape, they imagine you're not fit for office. In India, you can be old and decrepit, and people will respect you even more for it. It's not just Nitish. When the Congress won in 2004, and a lot of oldies got ministries, the slogan then had been Congress ka haath aam aadmi ke saath, and it then became Congress ka haath walking stick ke saath. Then everybody said because it was just
Let's
old
take a
guys.
look at the leads that we have. 11 leads at this moment. 7 of those for the NDA, 2 for the Gathbandhan. If I break this up party-wise, the BJP of the 12 leads we have at this moment is leading on 6 seats. The Jan Swaraj party on 2, the Congress on 1, down 1 from the last elections. The Hindustani Awam Morcha of Jiten Ram Majhi currently leading on 1. So in
Rahul,
the
I'll just qualify these.
Yes.
The BJP ones are largely the retentions. Okay. The Congress one is again from the Kishanganj belt. It's largely a retention. Ham, it's Jiten Ram Majhi's daughter-in-law, Deepa
Imamganj.
Majhi, consisting from Imamganj. She is leading.
But these are
Third,
partial ballots, right?
one seat is Chanpatia. The other seat for JSP is instantly, we should highlight, Mr. Prashant Kishor's birthplace, Karagar. So there, currently in the postal votes in his birthplace, Karagar, the JSP is leading. That's the
but
only.
as I said,
Yeah, these
till
are
at
postal
least
votes.
8:45, you just want to wait till there are enough votes that have been counted before you come to any firm conclusions. But these are the leads that we have. We have 13 leads at the moment, 2 of them coming from Andhra Pradesh, 2 from Magadh, 4 from Mithilanchal, and 13 leads at this moment. is what
One
we
from
have.
Mithilanchal is also Ali Nagar, Maithili Thakur.
Okay, so this is where things stand. 8 for the
Rahul said he'll
NDA,
come back.
4 for the Gathbandhan. It's largely
Not coming back?
along the lines of the last election because
Yeah,
the
they're the
NDA
mostly
currently
retentions.
is
They're retentions.
currently NDA is where it was in the previous election. In the NDA breakup, you've got the BJP at 6, the JDU at 1. This will also, Ashok Malik, be a very important factor. Who ends up within the NDA on top? Is it the BJP? They're both contesting 101 seats each, but whoever is ahead, there's a much ka sawal there.
No, it's also the dynamic within the coalition changes completely because the BJP finished ahead of Nitish in 2020, well ahead of him, and the BJP was looking to keep that momentum going and becoming the natural successor in a sense to Nitish. So it remains to be seen what happens there because Nitish's popularity has obviously surged in the past few weeks and become apparent, and he's probably carrying the NDA to some degree. So that remains we need to see what happens there.
But what explains this? The fact that you've got a chief minister who very clearly has health concerns, and yet that poster says Tiger Zinda, and from the ground also the sense that we picked up was that Nitish was the reason why a lot of NDA voters were voting for the NDA.
I think there are two forces here at play. One, there is obviously after 20 years some fatigue, some sort of sense of change, some desire for change, but there's also a lot of goodwill for Nitish. And people who have backed him all these years are worried about a post-Nitish future. They don't want a good man to be replaced with a question mark. They don't know what comes.
In that sense, Veer Sangvi, this election is really an interlude between the Lalu-Nitish era and whatever lies in the future for Bihar. That this is the last election for both Lalu and Nitish when they'll still be around.
It's the end of an era, and Ashok is right. We don't know what's going to happen when the era ends. Who will replace Nitish? I tried asking Pradeep Gupta that, because it's not clear if his party without Nitish will have the same electoral appeal.
We've got leads now for 18 seats. Out of them, the NDA currently leading on 10, the Gathbandhan on 6. It's just moved up to 11. Largely so far, Jaimrig, along the lines of the last elections.
There's only one change in Simachal, in Jokihat. Last time won by the AIMIM. This time, Mohammad Taslimuddin's son on the RJD ticket has taken a lead. So that's one indicator that some votes could be moving to RJD.
But just as I said, very, very initial, you want to give it some time before you draw any conclusions. Ankit wants to make a...
For Prashant Kishor, for the JSP at this moment. So the two are at least at the
Actually, one of them could be Jokihat, because Jokihat is the seat where Prashant Kishor's candidate has a real chance.
I think Jokihat, the RJD is ahead. I think
This is Chanpatia, JSP. This is his birthplace, Karagar.
Yeah, so you've got the JSP on 2 seats, leading at the moment. The Congress currently leading on 1. The HAM on 1. That's where things stand just at this moment. As I said, I would be very, very wary of drawing very sweeping conclusions at the moment. These are just very initial leads. So in the phase-wise, we've got 12 leads from the first phase. India leading on 9 of those, the Gathbandhan leading on 4. If I look at the second phase, we've got leads on 11 of the 122 second phase seats, the NDA leading on 5, Gathbandhan on 4. And this we saw in the last election, Ashok Malik, where in phase 1, the RJD did really well. It was in areas like Simachal, because of the fragmentation of vote,
the NDA made up.
BJP, JDU took over in phase 2 and phase 3. Phase 1 was very different from the other 2 phases.
I completely agree with you, and frankly, despite what the exit polls say, this is going to be a very close election in terms of vote percentage.
Okay. In terms of some news headline, we have the lead from Mokama. Currently, the RJD candidate Veena Devi is leading against Anand Singh. Just the initial trend.
Padmaja went to Mokama, spoke to Lallan Singh, described to our viewers what you saw on the ground in the most hotly contested seat in this election.
In that seat, it is only about the candidate's personal popularity, and these are people like, I think the whole election was summed up by this one gentleman who by the way, had like a huge mustache, was wearing sunglasses. He was as much a Bahubali as Suraj Singh himself. And his name, by the way, was Sweetie Singh. So Sweetie Singh told me, I was like, "Aap kaun si party se hain?" He said, "Hum Suraj Bhan ki party se."
Oh, wow.
I said, "Aap bhai, aap kisi party ke samarthak?" He said, "Hum Suraj Bhan ke samarthak hai. Wo jahan jayenge, hum wahan pe hi jayenge." But it's as simple as that. There was in the house of Suraj Bhan Singh a person who himself told me, "I am from the RSS." Said, but हम जो हैं, हम भूमिहार हैं, हम सूरज भान जी को support करते हैं. So it's a battle of personalities, and it's both from the same caste, which is why it's extremely heated. This one murder has turned things on its head, right?
Okay, so let's take a look at some of the more important candidates. So these are called the big guns of Bihar. So in the leads that we have available, Anand Singh is leading in Mokama. You've got Bhima Bharti. We don't have any trends there. We've got IP Gupta trailing in Saharsa, Mangal Pandey leading currently in Siwan, Maithili Thakur, who regaled her with us with her singing, leading currently in Alinagar. So there again, largely along predictable lines.
Absolutely. Just qualify this a little bit. Prem Kumar is an 8-time winner from Gaya town. He's been contested by Dhirendra Agarwal of the Jansangh, who's contesting on a JSP ticket. Mangal Pandey is a former state BJP president. And yeah,
also the health minister, current health minister.
Health minister.
Okay, let's take a look at the stronghold seats. The 3 strongholds where the RJD is currently doing well. Those are on your screen right now with the dispersion of maps. These are seats that have been won by the RJD in every election over the last 3 elections. These are JDU strongholds. JDU currently leading on 2 of the strongholds. If we take a look at the breakup of swing seats, seats which have been swinging between one party and another in every election in the past 3 elections. Of the 7 leads that we have, the BJP currently leading on 5, the JDU on 1, RJD on 1. These become important, Jay, because if you pick up a majority of the swing seats, then it suggests that the election is swinging in a direction. But that only will be known later, not so fast. Veer Sanghvi, how does this compare with when you started election commentary back in the day? You know, I remember the stretching over days.
Yeah.
Now it's like T20 rather than a test match.
Yeah, I remember. I'm trying to remember which, the last election we did. I did it with India Today and Doordarshan. And the guy from Doordarshan told us, he says the last election that will take 3 days, make the most of it, is going to be 1 day. But also, I mean, these things are misleading. I think it was 2015 we did the Bihar assembly election, and all the early results said that Nitish was being wiped out.
Yeah.
Nitish at that stage was with the opposition, and everybody did commentary on why that happened.
Yeah.
And then the trend changed, and everybody did commentary saying exactly the opposite. So I remember.
Which is why today I don't think we'll know our results very.
We won't be calling it out so soon.
Yeah, we won't be calling it out soon.
But that's good. The longer people stay, the longer the election goes on, the more I get to use the NDTV leaderboard, and the better it is, because we've just set this up literally in record time to be able to do these kind of live analytics for you and to give you those insights. Yes.
One again interesting story. Mahua, currently the NDA candidate of LJP Ramvilas Paswan's party is leading. Mr. Tej Pratap Yadav is there. Lalganj, Shivani Shukla, daughter of Bahubali Munna Shukla, is leading on the RJD ticket. So 2 headlines over here.
You know, we're talking about the past results. The interesting thing is that this time, since the voter percentage has gone up so much, data shows that in Bihar, when the voting percentage has either gone up or down by 5% or more, the incumbent has changed. Yeah. So the examples are, in 1967, the voting percentage had risen by 7.04%. That time, the Congress government changed. 1969, it was an unstable government, but only a change of 1.28. The next year was 1980, where 6.77% voting increased. Again, the Congress came back to power, it displaced the Janata Party, and so on and so forth. Every single time, Rahul, when you've seen this large voting percentages, where you had in 2005, for example, it fell by 16.1%. RJD went out of power and the JDU, BJP came into power. So actually, Tejashwi Yadav has good reason to be hopeful. High voting percentages have actually led to the incumbent being voted out.
That's a very important point. Because when there's been such a big upsurge, Ashok Malik, in the past, it's led to a change in government. But generally, if you look at national elections and assembly elections, over not just Bihar, but across, the data is mixed. There's no direct correlation between surge in voter turnout or a dip in turnout and the electoral outcome.
It used to be said that a high turnout indicates anti-incumbency. Frankly, in the past few years or even in the past couple of decades, we haven't seen any.
But this is not high turnout. This is record. This is historic. This is what Bihar is. There is a message in the turnout. We'll find out soon exactly what that is. But this is not a normal election in terms of turnout.
But Rahul,
sorry, go ahead.
No, you know, this is the first election where you have a new face, new entrant. When there is a 3-cornered fight and there is a new entrant, there is bound to be greater mobilization.
Yeah.
Any election in the past, if you see a charismatic new entrant into the play, and especially in a state like Bihar, which has been defined by one kind of politics over the last 3 decades, there will be greater
but we'll find out soon, Veer Sanghvi, how much of that charisma is real for voters on the ground and how much of this is social and television and digital, because the BJP and the JDU say ये TV पे ही है, ये social media पे ही है PK, ये ज़मीन पे नहीं है. Whether that's true, we'll find out soon. What did you make of the PK campaign, Veer?
I thought it was actually a very good campaign for a man who'd come in from nowhere. He was an outsider. I think what the Axis polls suggested, he appealed more to educated urbanites. I have no way of knowing whether all his village tours did him much good. We'll find out. But it's not clear to me, at least, that he was responsible for the extra turnout, because judging, though this is controversial now, judging by what we've seen, that the turnout was women who on the whole are not his voters.
Jaimrik, 60 leads now, 35 for the NDA, 22 for the Gathbandhan.
We've got some headline seats from there. Danapur, where Ram Kirpal Yadav of the BJP is contesting around Patna, and where Jan Suraj Prashant Kishor actually alleged that his candidate was forced to withdraw. There, the BJP is leading, last time held by RJD, Ritlal Yadav, another strong man from Danapur. That's one story.
He's in prison. He's fighting from.
Who's leading there? BJP is leading there.
BJP is leading in Danapur.
And this is also important because Danapur is one of the 2 seats where actually Lalu Prasad Yadav himself took out a road show in favor of Ritlal Yadav. Misa Bharti was there. Why this seat is important is Ritlal Yadav is a Bahubali. He is very instrumental in mobilizing the votes for Meesa Bharti as well. This falls in her Lok Sabha seat of Patliputra. So imagine you had the big guns coming out for a man who is currently in jail on various charges including money laundering, murder, etc. One of the 2 rallies that Laluji took out was in Danapur.
He's among the 9 candidates that Lalu Prasad Yadav gave the symbol to. I mean, his wife
personally gave the symbol.
Lalu Prasad Yadav gave symbol to 9 people, out of which Tejashwi took back from 6, 3 retained. Ritlal Yadav was 1.
Yeah, but that's also indicative of the dynamics, Ashok, in the party. The father gives the symbol, the son asks for the symbols to be sent back at midnight, say main dunga, and that wrangle going on within the RJD as well.
It is, but this election will decide one way or the other whether Tejashwi has a future or not. Because if he wins this time, of course, it's his party to run. If he loses a second time in a row despite fervent campaign, then there's a question.
You buy that, Veer, that this is the election that will decide Tejashwi's future? He could lose. Can he still hang on for 5 years and come back next time if he loses?
My view is he'll hang on. I think the cadres are loyal to him. The margin of victory or defeat will make a difference. But, you know, Rahul, nobody ever goes away in India. They just hang around, they come back, and one day they have their day.
One day they have their day. Okay, so 72 leads. The numbers are now picking steam. 72 leads at the moment. The NDA at 41, Gathbandhan at 27. The NDA is now up 8 seats from the last time. The Gathbandhan is down 9 seats from the last time. So some trends, Jemrig, now taking shape.
This looks more or less, I think, in line with the exit polls. I would still think Access My India would be more closer to reality in the end.
I'm not going to call it before about 12 o'clock.
That we have. Minister Foods, Civil Supplies Minister Leshi Singh, she's trailing from Dhamda. She's wife of strongman Bhutan Singh. Saharsa, the seat where the Pan Tanti vote, their leader Indrajit Gupta is contesting, he's trailing currently. Those are two.
But those are again very initial leads, and it will be interesting to see whether he can add his community vote to the Gathbandhan alliance, because that's one of the key things they were looking out for. How do you go beyond Muslims and Yadav?
So I would like to analyze that map, Rahul.
Please.
This section, West Champaran, East Champaran, last time was almost completely saffron. If I'm seeing a lot of green here, while the overall tally might not change, I mean, it's going in a particular direction, sort of looks like right now. But if there is a dent by the RJD, it is here, and that's what people should be discussing.
So this is interesting. For the first time since counting started, the BJP has become the leading party, currently leading on 28 seats, up 6 from the last time. The RJD on 27, where it was. Okay, now the RJD has become 29, so neck and neck. And Veer Sanghvi, there will be a lot of prestige at play here. Who ends up as the #1 party? It's changing almost every second. At this moment, RJD with 30 leads, BJP with 28 and JDU with 15. Veer.
I think it matters enormously also because of the post-Nitish scenario. If the BJP can indicate that it has a substantial presence of its own, that it will become the senior partner in any future alliance, it won't have to cope with Nitish or his ego.
And the challenge, Chetan Bhagat, because Bihar is the one North Indian Hindi belt state where the BJP hasn't had its own chief minister. They've made this happen in states like Uttar Pradesh, even in states where it's improbable like Assam, but Bihar is still past them.
I think their best case scenarios is after they win, and once they win, the BJP has a lot more seats. And maybe,
which at this moment seems to be the trend. 32 versus 16, JDU only at 16.
Then they do what the BJP does, that they try to put the center-appointed chief minister there.
Do you think that's possible, Ashok Malik, or at least for the time being, are they likely to stick with Nitish Kumar?
I think they'll stick with Nitish Kumar. If the NDA comes to power, I can't see a situation.
For now, yes, because they also support in the center, right? I mean, there'll be a big problem.
No. The point is the JDU and MPs will stay with
Ashok Chaudhary at
but
this
I
moment.
can't
Raman
see a situation where
the JDU in the leads that are available at this moment is just at 19, the BJP at 32. Between the two NDA big wigs, it's the BJP that seems to be in the lead this morning. Raman.
Yeah, I have the senior JDU leader and the Minister of Bihar, Ashok Chaudhary, with us. Sir, what's the prediction you are projecting ahead of the counting?
We are going to have 2/3 majority. We are going to have 2/3 majority this time. And there is no doubt about it.
There is always a question on Nitish Kumar face that whether he is able to become the next chief minister again this time, because RJD is attacking on him. Earlier we saw lots of comment about Nitish Kumar by the opposition leaders.
No, I don't think so. There is no vacancy. Nitish ji is very strong, and people of Bihar has voted for on a Nitish ji face. So there is no question about who is going to be the chief minister.
Who will be gonna be the big party in your alliance? People are saying that JDU will going to be a bigger party this time.
Let's wait for another 3-4 hours. It will be more clear. So because telling about that who is going to be the bigger party, definitely either JDU or BJP is going to be the largest party.
What number are you expecting for the NDA?
Two-third majority.
So it's cross 140?
Around more than that, more than that, more than that.
So we have our guest from studio also patched with us. Rahul, do you have any question for Ashok Chaudhary? He is with me right now.
Chaudhary, Raman Veeraraghav here. Can you ask him what is the future looking like? 2025, okay, he's predicting. What does he look at for 2030?
A question is from the studio that what is the future look like? 2025 or the 2030?
I didn't get you what you are trying to ask.
Veera, what are you? What are you asking me?
Go ahead.
Getting your words.
Raman, very quickly, can you ask Mr. Chaudhary, is the battle not only to win with the NDA, but also to emerge as the single largest party for the JDU? At this moment, the leads show that BJP is over JDU. 36 is playing 23. So is that also in the mind of the JDU leaders that they want to be, ahead of the BJP, no matter what the results are?
Yeah. Will the JDU be emerge as the biggest party in the Bihar Assembly?
Let's wait for another 4-5 hours. I think it is not correct because we have been jointly contested the election. BJP has given his best, JDU has given his best, LJP has also given his best. Jitan Ram Manjhi and Upinder Kuswaha, they also tried his best. So let's wait for the right time. Another 5-6 hours, then the result will come. How can we say that who is going to be the bigger party in the NDA?
रमन सीधा सवाल एक ये है कि जो टाइगर जिंदा है का पोस्टर लगा है वो मैसेज आरजेडी के लिए है या बीजेपी के लिए है? जो नीतीश जी का पोस्टर है टाइगर जिंदा है, किसको याद दिला रहे हैं कि टाइगर जिंदा है?
ये नीतीश कुमार के लिए है। लोग जो कहते थे कि नीतीश कुमार इनसिग्निफिकेंट हो गए हैं, बीमार हैं, बट द पीपल ऑफ बिहार, जो जनता बिहार की है, वो उनकी विनम्रता, उनकी शालीनता और उनके विकास पर वोट किए।
Padmaja, सीधा अशोक चौधरी ने बताया, he said that Nitish Kumar is the tiger of the Bihar and he is still alive in the politics of Bihar.
100%, and
some headlines
from
the number of seats. First, the AIMM is trailing in Kishanganj, it's trailing in Baisi. Two of the 4 seats.
Look at it at the leaderboard.
Well, I think just let's stick to this. We'll extract a story out of here. Okay, so one of these seats the BJP is leading, the other seats the RJD is leading, which means AIMM clearly is not retaining its old set of voters. Headline number 1.
So the Owaisi factor has been blunted this time.
Absolutely. Headline number 2. These 3, one is Chanpatia in North Bihar, one is Karagar, the birthplace of Mr. Kishor. The third one, incidentally, is the Patna city seat, the elite seat which had the least turnout in the state, Kumrar.
And who is the kind of candidate? Because it's in Patna city that he has got a lot of professionals, he's got people.
Absolutely.
Is this the seat from where the Professor Raj
yes, the mathematician.
Right.
The mathematician.
Okay, so somebody who, by the way, most of the people who have gone to college, you would have read a number of books written by him. He's well loved, he's well recognized, at least in Bihar. So these gambles of Prashant Kishor seem to be paying off, at least in the initial. That's the caveat throughout.
And even if he doesn't win, it shows that they were certainly cutting into the votes somewhere.
At least there is a resonance of that.
There's a resonance.
So you
one more
got
headline.
some resonance for Jan Suraj. That's headline number 2 for now.
One more headline we can draw from this.
Sorry, it could actually, eventually in the result, if they have some resonance in these seats, 3 of them, it could actually be the difference between the winning and the losing, even if they don't win. So they could dent that kind of vote that could define which party wins that seat eventually,
Absolutely.
even if they don't win.
Even that's what I'm saying. They've shown that they're at least cutting some votes. Perfect. Now let's look at this number itself. I think this itself is telling a story. There's a +3 year, a -4 year, a -7 year. But who are the biggest pluses? +4, +4, +8 NDA, which means somewhere maybe the women dole is actually working. +4, +4, +8, most of the others in minus, and the new party again in plus.
All right, so you've got both of them right now evenly placed in terms of the gains that they are making.
Absolutely.
But the BJP here far ahead for the time being, Tehseen Poonawalla, when it comes to a comparison with the JDU, which is why I asked the question, who is the message for? Tiger Zinda Hai is also a reminder to your alliance partner saying, look, don't take me like
just one statistic from previous elections I want to add. The BJP's best strike rate, 91 on 102, 89% was here in 2010. So I think the BJP could have planned its campaign very well to have the best strike rate again, could have planned.
Tehseen Poonawalla.
You know, this question of whether it will be Nitish Ji or no does not arise for the simple reason that the BJP itself needs Nitish Ji for 2029. Now we know that you will not want to disappoint Nitish Ji. If Nitish Ji has this factor, at least for the next 2 years, you would want to keep him till you finish off UP. You're not going to make these big changes, particularly before UP. So that's not going to happen.
And he always underlines the kind of image that he has, Ashok Malik. That poster that we saw of Tiger Zinda Hai had another line just above it saying, Pichde minorities ke Sangrakshak Nitish Kumar. Again saying, look, I don't know about the politics of the BJP, I am inclusive.
Look, you mentioned the 2010 election where the BJP strike rate was higher. No, I remember that election very well. I went to Bihar for that. The point is the BJP's institutional and organizational strength is great, but it needs Nitish's personality. That combination is what makes the NDA formidable.
It's the fact that he's got the extremely backward caste with him, and the BJP
that's it. That's
so
his personality.
Unlike
his appeal, his constituency
hasn't been able to win the OBC vote on
and the BJP does not have a pan-Bihar leader.
They've tried so many, but nobody has emerged as a pan-Bihar leader. 122 leads at this moment, Veera. 68 for the NDA, 49 for the Gathbandhan. 68 is up 7 from the last time. So no major mammoth swing from the last time, though it's quite clear that the BJP with 41 versus 24 for the JDU within the NDA fray, settling as the #1 party just at least at this moment, Jaimrik.
Yes.
41 versus 42 with with Chirag's party just at 2.
Absolutely, they had to gain. Yeah. Now I think we just go back, switch back a minute to alliances. Yeah. See, the story we are seeing is very clear. +8, -7, sorry, the others lose. What is becoming clear is that somewhere the NDA's women dole has helped. They are the only people gaining. Look at this, +4, +4, +8.
And JSP at 4 with just 125 leads is not bad.
Not bad.
Because if you're sitting at 4, you haven't been wiped out. But the point that Prashant Kishor made, Chetan, ki arsh ya farsh, the floor or the ceiling, he's clearly not heading to the ceiling. Now, how low on the floor he is, we'll still need to see, but he's clearly not heading to the ceiling.
I mean, he had to display a confidence. Every politician, and I mean, he's a politician now, displays immense confidence. If you ask anybody, they will, even the Congress you'll ask right now, they'll say, let's wait for results, we'll do better. So, but at the same time, in a state like Bihar, it is not Delhi, which is very professional and things like that. In a state, the most backward state of India economically, he has managed to make a mark.
No, but Sujata Paul from the Congress joins us this morning. Sujata, welcome. You know, the intensity with which Prashant Kishor fought the campaign over the past 3 years led many political observers to wonder why the Congress couldn't fight with that same tenacity on the ground. You know, Rahul Gandhi came, did that vote Adhikar Yatra, went away, came back infrequently during the campaign. If the entire machine had fought with the same enthusiasm as that one man and the brigade he put together, maybe the election results would have looked very different.
Good morning to everybody, and I would like to thank you for recognizing the fact that Rahul Gandhi ji really led the vote Adhikar Yatra to the best of his ability, and people are recognizing it. And you know, on the ground also, what I feel is that people, it has resonated with people, and it could not have done so without a collective effort of our cadres, of our Bihar leaders as well. So we will have to wait and watch, and definitely, like last time, if you saw the difference between the Mahagathbandhan and the NDA, that was hardly there. It was 39.7% voters. Of course, the best person with the most seats always will be in power. But as far as Jan Suraj is concerned, it might look as if they were on the ground much more, but that's not the fact. The fact of the matter is that Jan Suraj is the Arvind Kejriwal model, which is being implemented by the RSS. That's very, very clear.
But Arvind Kejriwal came to power twice over. The Congress wasn't able to come to power in Delhi, and that also is the reality. He's also in power at this moment in Punjab. If you work hard. No. I think people want to see their netas sweat and slog.
That's true.
They even if they want to go to bed early themselves or wake up aram se, they like it when their neta works hard. कि देखो मेहनत कर रहा है. People वो बिहार में कहते हैं ना जूते घिसना, जूते घिसो तो उनको अच्छा लगता है.
Right. And someone like a Prashant Kishor coming managed to convince some Bihari people at least that you can vote for a totally new alternative. It shows that people are willing to.
There's a lesson there for the larger opposition that you have to put in the yards. You have to sweat it out. Without that, against this electoral machine, you have no hope.
And when you're a dynast, you work twice as hard. Because there's a suggestion that you've got there without having to work hard. Now that you're there, at least show people how hard you work.
Most of these dynasts, as Ashok was saying, are simply no longer able to work the way their fathers did. Whether it's a Mulayam Yadav or a Lalu, the sons can't work as hard as the fathers did.
Well, it was handed to the sons, you know, the fathers got there on their own merit.
No, and that is a lesson for all parents in India who try to make their kids' lives comfortable. All parents in India, please listen, you become Vigna Harta. You know, the child should not have a problem. How does he go to school? Is there a driver? Is there a this? What will happen to that child when they grow up? What will happen to that child?
One important moment in this election.
Fair point.
One important moment in this election was 31st October when we were in Bihar and choppers were not able to take off because of the cyclone. Nitish Kumar's image on the ground while he did 5 rallies that day, and Tejashwi Yadav addressed those rallies through phone, went viral. That is what people saw with Nitish Kumar. He was still out there.
You know, since we're talking about the seats of Jan Suraj, Kargaher is a perfect example because you've got Ritesh Pandey fielded here by Jan Suraj. But the other factor, Rahul, is that this is also a seat where you've got a friendly fight between the left party and the Congress. Now, the sitting MLA is Santosh Mishra of the Congress, and they were intent, nahi, hum hi ladenge is pe, whereas this had gone to the CPM. So, you've got a friendly fight there, you've got a local Bhojpuri star, Ritesh Pandey, contesting, and guess who benefits? Jan Suraj stands to benefit.
The one trend that is now emerging, if you look at the AIMIM numbers, they're only at one down.
That's the story I wanted to give. This one,
in Seemanchal, the fact that the Asuddin Owaisi party was able to pull so many of the Muslim votes in the last election from the trends, Jay, that are available at this moment, that story seems to have changed.
I'll just qualify that a bit. Amor, the seat which was held by the state president of the AIMM, that's the only one they are retaining. Of the 4 lost, 3 have gone to Mahagathbandhan, 1 has gone to BJP.
No, but 3 of their candidates also went to
crossed over,
Mahagathbandhan, became RJD.
Absolutely.
And the point that Owaisi made, when I interviewed him in Kishanganj, he said, unko seat to mili nahi, unko ticket to di nahi inhone, ki thage gaye. But the Muslims in that area seem to have realized that this is just going to cut their votes, won't help them politically, which is probably why at this moment AIMM is only leading on 1 down 4 from the last elections.
Absolutely. Yes, Rahul, just very quickly on the AIMIM thing, an RJD leader told me the conversation at the ground was which Muslim Neta has Z plus security and which Muslim Neta is going to jail. You decide who is with who. This was a conversation they went through, and they believed that there was a polarization in favor of the RJD and the AIMIM. In fact, they pointed out to me that Amor could be the one seat which AIMIM could win.
The one other trend that's now visible is in that the areas of Bhojpur, the areas that went to polling in the first phase of 2020, there's much more saffron now than there was. In the first phase of the 2020 elections, the Gathbandhan had done incredibly well. saffron making much more ingress there this time than was the case in the last elections. 80 leads currently in favor of the NDA. The Gathbandhan at 55, down 8 from the last time. The NDA up 9 seats from the last time. We have a total of 141 leads, Jaimrig, available at the moment.
I just want to wager a bet. It's a wager. Looking at this +9 plus, looking at the proportions, 141 and there's a +9 here, it looks that the NDA, if this continues, the big if, would end up between 135 and 140 seats. We're not calling the election.
No, far from. As I said,
one number we should always track, I think, which people don't enough, is RJD plus JDU. You should always see if they can make a majority together. Because this is Indian politics. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it puts a certain different kind of pressure. It changes the equation.
Ashok Malik is agreeing?
Look, I don't think the JDU and the RJD are likely to come together if the NDA ends up winning a majority. I think JDU will stay with BJP. So it's theoretical, yes.
Position,
no, also he
power.
simply doesn't have the capacity now. When you talk to people who work with Nitish Kumar,
this is not 2015,
the opposition can dream. And I interviewed Pappu Yadav, he said the same thing, कि खुला invitation है, वो जब चाहे वापस आ सकते हैं.
Also JDU MPs in Delhi will be looking to become ministers in Delhi.
True. You know. That's one, and you also need some physical capacity, mental ability to make that kind of a switch, and his entire darbar has already switched over to the NDA, to the BJP. Tehseen.
Yeah, absolutely. That's not going to happen. It's good for Pappu Yadav to have those fantasies. But look, here's the problem, and as a Congress voter, I feel this is the problem. If you look at the MGB, they are being let down by the Congress because it's not just the 7 seats that the Congress is leading it. You'll bear me out, they're actually out of 61 seats, they're at 7. So if they've got the strike rate down, that is the problem, that they're not performing. If they're going to compete with Prashant Kishor, the Congress,
but Tessie, the leads are for
while the BJP is adding to the
JDU
early days.
I think there's one more story.
But at the moment, we're comparing the
Okay, you know, I can do something very interesting. I want to explain to our viewers what we're going to show. We'll go by some of the community-dominated seats. So what's happening on, say, the Yadav-dominated seats? So what's happening on the Nishad-dominated seats? Remember, so much was made of the fisherman vote with Mukesh Saini coming over, joining the Gathbandhan. So what's happening on the seats? We'll try and give you a sense of what the strike rate of the different formations on these seats is. So if I start with the Yadav-dominated seats, out of the 126 seats that have been identified by C voter and Yashwant's team as being Yadav dominated, which is 15% of the electorate on that seat belongs to this community. So it dominates that seat and can influence the end outcome. The NDA is currently leading on 56% of them. So 48 out of 146. The Gathbandhan on 36 of them. So 43% strike rate for the Gathbandhan. If I look, for example, at the fishermen folk, you know, what's happening on the Nishad seats. Here you've got the NDA leading on 10 out of the 23 seats. You've got the Gathbandhan leading on 2. So not much of a transfer for the Gathbandhan on the Nishad-dominated seats that we're seeing so far. If you look at the OBC-dominated seats, all the OBCs together, where they're largely, so these are not upper caste-dominated seats, these are largely OBC seats. 165 such seats, the NDA currently leading on 57 of them, the Gathbandhan currently leading on 46 of the 163 such seats. Remember, the denominator changes because in certain seats, they may not be contesting, and therefore, that's the reason why that you see it's 165 and 163 depending on who's leading over there. So if I similarly look at the extremely backward caste seats, 140 such seats identified, the NDA leading on 47 of them, the Gathbandhan leading currently on 23. The Gathbandhan has a strike rate of only 36% on the EBC dominated seats. If we look at some of the upper caste dominated seats, if we start, for example, with the Banya community, NDA currently leading on 16 of 52 such seats. If you look at the Bhumihar dominated seats, 16 of 45, 61% strike rate. So this, Jai, quite along predictable lines. In the upper caste dominated seats, the Brahman dominated seats, for example, you've got 16 leads, almost 70%
higher than the
strike
average
rate.
of 54 that the NDA is taking at a strike rate.
Strike rate of almost 70%.
Yes.
Now, if we come to the Kurmi Kori seats, this is the Nitish bastion. This is the core of his base. Here, the NDA leading on 64.3. It's remarkable, Veer, how he's been able to keep these EBC voters with him. Over the elections, they haven't fragmented. And if you speak to any big gun in the BJP, they'll tell you this vote, the backward caste vote, comes to the NDA. They accept because of the presence of Nitish Kumar.
That is in many ways his USP, because you align with Nitish Kumar, this vote comes in his back pocket. You have to sort of align with him if you want that vote.
Okay, Anjum Ara joins us from the Janata Dal United. We got Syed Akram, spokesperson of the RJD. Let's go to Syed Akram first. Akram, welcome. You know, the fact is that abhi RJD काफी पीछे चल रही है, 44 सीट्स पे, BJP 49, JDU 33. लग रहा है अभी तक जो रुझान आए हैं उसके हिसाब से NDA बढ़त में है और आपका अलायंस एक बार फिर से काफी पीछे दिख रहा है. 147 में केवल 56 सीटें आपकी हैं, 85 सीटें एनडीए की है. 85 फॉर द एनडीए वर्सेस 56 फॉर यू.
बहुत थैंक यू राहुल. मुझे लगता है कि जो बड़ा धावक होता है वो अक्सर फाइनल राउंड में तेज़ी दिखाता है, तो अभी थोड़ा देर और सब्र करें और जो स्पीड बढ़ने वाली है उसका भी इंतज़ार करें. बहुत जल्द आपको महागठबंधन का दिखेगा कि किस तरह से हम लीड ले रहे हैं. ये अभी पहले राउंड की भी नहीं हुई है पूरी तरह से काउंटिंग, तो अभी बहुत सारी चीज़ें बाकी है और बहुत जल्दी आपके सामने सकारात्मक रिजल्ट एक आएगा.
अंजुम, अगर हम बीच में देखते हैं
बढ़ता हुआ ग्राफ भी आपको दिखेगा,
तो लग रहा है कि बीजेपी जेडीयू से काफ़ी आगे है. जेडीयू 33 सीट्स पे है, बीजेपी 49 सीट्स पे. दोनों के बीच में जो बाजी है, आप माने ना माने, कॉन्टेस्ट तो चल ही रहा है जेडीयू और बीजेपी का कि 101 में स्ट्राइक रेट किसका बेहतर रहेगा. स्ट्राइक रेट तो अभी बीजेपी का बेहतर लग रहा है.
राहुल जी बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. और देखिए, आज का जो सूर्योदय है ना बिहार का, एक बहुत ही नए उल्लास के साथ शुरू हुआ है, एक नए जोश के साथ शुरू है और एक नए विश्वास के साथ आज का सूर्योदय हुआ है. राहुल जी देखिए, अब कंटेस्ट जो है ना इन बिटवीन महागठबंधन और एनडीए है. एनडीए के अंदर जो हमारे घटक दल है उनके बीच कोई कॉन्टेस्ट नहीं है, इसलिए एक अलग तरह का राहुल जी आप नैरेटिव देना चाह रहे हैं कि हमारा स्ट्राइक रेट अच्छा है या बीजेपी का स्ट्राइक रेट अच्छा है. देखिए, जो भी हो, एनडीए का स्ट्राइक रेट जो है वो बहुत ही अच्छा होने जा रहा है. 2/3 मेजॉरिटी बिहार की जनता नीतीश कुमार जी के चेहरे पे जो वोट दिया है वो हमें मिलने जा रहा है. और रही बात सारी चीजों की सीट वाइज अगर देखें तो राहुल जी थोड़ा हम लोग को इंतजार करना होगा, 2-3 घंटे के बाद और पिक्चर स्पष्ट हो पाएगा.
Jemrik, from the trends that are available at this moment, yes,
from the trends, of the 29 seats that the LJP Ramvilas Paswan contested, leads are in for 19, but they are winning only 1. Has Nitish Kumar settled scores for 2020? I think that is a question.
No, and also the ticket selection of Chirag Paswan's party. So many questions are asked on the ground about the kind of candidates they've been given tickets to and the reasons why.
Out of 19, I mean, he has only 10 more seats to go. He might end up as a single digit or less than 5.
In fact, 9 more seats. Technically, one of their candidates got disqualified. So
yeah,
they
one candidate
28 seats. And Rahul, the other thing from the other side, the Mahagathbandhan, while the focus would be on the how Congress performs, because they are fighting majority of their seats against the BJP, 38 out of the 61. The CPI-ML, which also this time is playing the spoiler for the Gathbandhan. Last time their strike rate was very good. Right now, they are down 3 seats. They fought 20. 11 out of 19. And this time now they are, at this moment, they are down 3 seats from last time.
True. Okay, it's interesting and important to note how at the moment, the trends that we have seem to suggest 85 leads for the NDA, 57 for the Gathbandhan, and Jay likes to do a simulation and a forecast based on the trends that are available at this moment. How do you see this settle in some time? You got 148 leads out of the 243 seats in Bihar.
Yeah, see, we are roughly looking at leads out of 60% of the seats available, right? Now, out of that 60% of the seats available, you have NDA at 85 on 150. So you're actually looking at the NDA touching something like even 140 or 145.
If this trend continues.
If this trend continues.
Of course.
You know, Rahul, since we're talking about alliances, can I just quickly show a comparison and a story that emerges from there? Chirag Paswan may not have pulled his weight according to the trends we see so far, but I want to point out a change that has happened here. In this region, you see this almost entirely green in 2020 and you see it shifting to saffron. This is the Upendra Kushwaha effect because this Shahbad region has a large number of Kushwaha votes. Just to put this in perspective, Shahbad has 4 Lok Sabha seats. In the 2024 elections, Mahagathbandhan won all 4 of those seats. Ara, Karakat, Sasaram. This is such a stronghold that actually Rahul Gandhi began his vote Adhikar Yatra from this area, from Sasaram. They were confident that it's going nowhere. And this time around, because it's got Kushwaha votes, it's got Rajput votes, Ara, incidentally, is from where R.K. Singh lost his Lok Sabha elections, and he is disgruntled with the party. So there was fear that the Rajput votes could actually shift away further from the BJP, and they could suffer even more reverses in this Shahabad region. But clearly, Upendra Kushwaha has undone that damage.
It is all the more surprising, Padmaja, because when he was given 6 seats, he was one of the NDA leaders to go public and say, my cadre is not happy.
All is not well. Upendra Kushwaha in an NDA which usually keeps all its differences under wraps went on camera and said all is not well in the NDA. But the next day, and the next day itself, he came on camera, he was placated, he was given the number of seats that he wants, and of course, he has been sent to the Rajya Sabha as well. Incidentally, his wife is also fighting, Snehlata Kushwaha. So it's a naak ki ladai for Upendra Kushwaha this time around. Last time he lost thanks to Pawan Singh. You know how these wheels within wheels work?
Absolutely.
He was defeated because Pawan Singh contested as an independent against him. Now Pawan Singh is a star pracharak, Ashok Malik. And we have, thanks to that, thanks to all of these various moving parts that have been put together, this little shade of saffron appeared.
It is the star pracharak thrust by the party which got them to mend the fences. Otherwise, this was going to be a Rajput Kushwaha conflict belt, and this would have repeated like the Lok Sabha election.
So, and it just goes to show, so Ashok Malik, how many permutations and combinations have to be put in place. You have to keep an Upendra Kushwaha happy, you have to get Pawan Singh in the fold, you have to make sure that the Rajputs are also happy with the kind of ticket distribution that you have done to get this kind of...
The BJP learnt its lessons from 2024 and course corrected, building that local social coalition there, which is something the RJD has not managed to do. It's not
really baffling. The fact that they had nothing else except fight this election because they're not in power, so they're not distracted by the requirements of governance, and yet the RJD and the Congress till the last day couldn't get their house in order in terms of seat distribution. You've got about a dozen friendly fights. I mean, that's a misnomer. What in the world is a friendly fight? You're killing each other on that dozen odd seats?
Yeah, it's, I think, pretty much the malaise, as I said yesterday, of the opposition. When they have a chance, if they get their act together, rather than fight their opponents, they fight each other. And by the time they eventually come together, it's too late to fight their opponents.
And also not being able to give tickets out in advance. You need to give candidates several weeks, if not months, to be able to get their ground game going. Dilip Jaiswal is with my colleague Sikta Dio. He's the state BJP president. Let's listen to what the state BJP president is telling my colleague. Sikta, take it away.
दिलीप जायसवाल जी, शुरुआती रुझान आने लगे, हालांकि बहुत अर्ली है, लेकिन आपकी पहली प्रतिक्रिया?
देखिए, मुझे तो पूरा विश्वास है बिहार की जनता और मतदाता पर। जिस तरह से प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने बिहार के विकास के लिए लगातार प्रयास किया है और विकसित बिहार के सपना को पूरा करने का उन्होंने वादा किया है, मोदी जी की गारंटी और नीतीश कुमार जी का जो विकास है उसको मतदाता ने पसंद किया है, और विशेष करके महिलाओं का सशक्तिकरण मतदाता का जो है पसंद है। इसीलिए मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि एनडीए की सरकार आज भारी बहुमत से बनेगी।
पर ये शुरुआती रुझान है हालांकि, लेकिन जो मैजिक फिगर लगातार आप लोग चुनाव प्रचार के दौरान कहते रहे वो 160 है, तो उस पर बरकरार है एग्जिट पोल देखते हुए?
निश्चित रूप से आप देख लीजिएगा कि हम और भी अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस करेंगे, क्योंकि एनडीए सरकार ने कानून के राज में बिहार का विकास किया है। जनता विकास पसंद करती है। जनता को नीतीश कुमार जी पर विश्वास है कि बिहार का वागडोर नीतीश कुमार जी और श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के गारंटी पर विकसित बिहार का सपना को पूरा करेगा।
हालांकि इससे पहले तेजस्वी यादव कह चुके हैं कि वो शपथ लेने की तैयारी कर रहे हैं।
वो साइकोलॉजिकल पदाधिकारियों के ऊपर उनको लग रहा है कि उनकी बुरी तरह से हार हो रही है, इसीलिए पदाधिकारियों और सरकारी महकमे के ऊपर एक मानसिक दबाव बनाने के लिए ऐसा उनको कुछ लोगों ने सुझाव दिया कि आप इस तरह का माहौल बनाइए जिससे कि पदाधिकारी मानसिक दबाव में रहे। लेकिन पदाधिकारी हो चाहे कोई भी हो, चुनाव आयोग हो, जनता ने, मतदाता ने जो ईवीएम में फैसला दे दिया है उसको कोई बदल नहीं सकता है।
All right, so clearly the BJP, the JDU are very upset with the statements made yesterday, a late evening meeting that was held by all the constituents of the Mahagathbandhan, where Tejashwi Yadav, Mukesh Sahni, soon after Dipankar Bhattacharya, they all said, listen, our cadre is going to be watching out. Some, of course, like MLC Sunil Singh, took it a bit too far and said कि हम ईंट से ईंट बजा देंगे, यहाँ पर नेपाल हो जाएगा, बांग्लादेश हो जाएगा. And this, says Dilip Jaiswal, is an attempt to try and browbeat the people who make up the state machinery, to try and intimidate people, and more importantly, perhaps there is a tacit incitement as well. Let's see what happens as we come closer to the results. Yeah. But more leads now coming in, more leads and more stories now emerging.
More stories. Padmaja, one very important story that is emerging is a story within the NDA. Okay, we're looking at the leads that the BJP has got currently in that number. Of these 88, 52 is Bharatiya Janata Party. Okay, now the interesting fact is these 52, उसका जो denominator है, is of only the 65 seats from where the leads are coming, from where it is contested. Means effectively, at this rate, the BJP strike rate is 80%. Go to the JDU.
Which is as good as the strike rate that they had last time, or it's slightly
even
better.
Slightly better. Even slightly better. Go to the JDU, it's a lead on about 95 seats where we are getting the results from. They're leading in 47, which is a strike rate of close to 50%. There's a vast difference. So BJP, though having used Nitish Kumar's chehra, his ability to pull EBC and OBC votes has been far better in the ground implementation, which might end up at a substantially higher strike rate for the BJP.
You know, and there was a course correction by the BJP over the last 1 month, and it was so apparent where, you know, from people being a little uncomfortable with Nitish Kumar's image or his health, they went out of their way to say Nitish ही हमारे नेता हैं, उनके चेहरे पे ही लड़ा जा रहा है. The big breaking news coming in at this point is, that's the news that we are breaking, that the BJP has crossed the 50 mark. NDA nears the 90 seat mark and the Mahagathbandhan has crossed 60. Trends show that the NDA is for now comfortably ahead in Bihar. NDA makes gains in the early trends that we have seen so far, but both sides right now are hedging their bets. Both sides are saying that we are very comfortably placed. We spoke to Pappu Yadav just a while ago, and the man who is very effusive, very, very positive, and he is the eternal dreamer. Let's see what he told us.
क्या उम्मीदें हैं आपको आज के चुनाव से?
देखिए, पूरे देश की जो निगाहें हैं, नजरें हैं और दुनिया की, वो बिहार पर है. बिहार एक पॉलिटिकल स्टेट है और मैं सबसे पहले बिहार की जनता को शुभकामना देना चाहूँगा, और ख़ास तौर पर जीएनजी को और गरीब लोगों को, अल्पसंख्यक लोगों को, कि उन्होंने एक बड़े बदलाव के लिए, बड़ा वोटिंग जो बड़ा वोटिंग है, वो बदलाव के दृष्टि से लोगों ने वोट दिया है.
बदलाव के लिए वोट किया आपको लगता है?
बिल्कुल. मुझे जो मैंने देखा, गुस्सा थी. बीजेपी के खिलाफ बड़ा गुस्सा है, क्योंकि बीजेपी कभी बिहार के बारे में बात नहीं करती है, बिहार के विकास के बारे में बात नहीं करती है. 20 साल पुरानी बातें, 20 साल में उन्होंने क्या किया, 20 साल में बिहार की दुर्गति क्या हुई, और एक चीनी मिल प्राइम मिनिस्टर नहीं बना सके. वो भी बड़ी बड़ी बात करते हैं, जा कर के कभी बात करने लगते हैं रील्स की, कभी कुछ की, कभी कट्टे की, कभी गाली गलौज की, कभी जेवर. मतलब मुद्दों पर कभी भी बिहार के मखान का क्या होगा, मक्का का क्या होगा, बिहार के डेवलपमेंट का क्या होगा, बिहार के बच्चों के भविष्य का क्या होगा, पलायन का क्या होगा, एक स्मार्ट सिटी अभी तक हम नहीं दे पाए बिहार को. जाति का ये मैं मानता हूँ कि कहीं न कहीं जाति, और यदि इसी तरीके से यदि 65% महिलाओं ने, 4 लाख लगभग महिलाओं ने अधिक वोट दिया, यदि हम 10,000 रुपया 20 साल के बाद देकर वोट की कल्पना हम करते हैं, तो मुझे लगता है कि एक वोट की चोरी का एक बहुत सरल माध्यम है कि हमें क्या करना चाहिए.
If you've just tuned in, we have 160 leads out of the 243-seat assembly. The NDA currently leading on 94, the Gathbandhan on 63. The NDA up 13 seats from the last time. Within the NDA, the Bharatiya Janata Party at 53 seats, clearly ahead of the Janata Dal United, which comes in second at 37. The JDU, though, is picking up 11 seats from its last tally. The BJP picking up 3 because they got... there was subterfuge on account of Chirag Paswan. So the JDU is picking up from the last time.
The story is hidden behind the numbers. Here the strike rate is turning out to be 80%. While here for JDU, the strike rate is turning out to be only 50 or 55%. So there is going to be a big gap towards the end, where the BJP therefore has skillfully used the face of Mr. Nitish Kumar, his EBC backing, but implemented a very good ground plan to get a higher strike rate, and the loser in the alliance, Mr. Ramvilas Paswan.
Since so much was said of Prashant Kishor, let's see how his party is facing the Jan Swaraj at 3 seats, leading at the moment. The Congress is at 6, down 7 from its last tally.
Absolutely.
JDU picking up 11, BJP picking up 3, the RJD at 50.
For the viewer interest, I'll just qualify the Jan Swaraj streets. One is Karagar, his birthplace. The other is Chainpur, where they have fielded Hemant Chaubey. It was won by the BSP last time. And the third is Chanpatia in North Bihar.
But this, Veer Sanghvi, is a very big challenge for parties like the RJD to be able to go beyond that traditional Yadav Muslim vote and, like with Lalu, build a coalition of backward castes which can actually see them through in an election against a tough machine like the BJP, Veer.
That's, I think, one of the things Gupta said yesterday, that where they're strong, which is the Yadavs and the Muslims, they're very strong, it's very difficult to break it. But that has a fallout effect. Because they're seen as a Yadav and Muslim party, people are not eager to vote for them or to join them unless they reach out and make coalitions, and they haven't done that.
I want to go across to senior Congress leader Supriya Shrinate. She joins us this morning. Supriya ji, welcome from the latest tally that's available, and of course these are just very initial leads and you know it will take some time to settle. The Congress currently leading on 7, down 7 from the last time. What are you making of the reports that you're picking up from the ground, from your agents, from your workers in Bihar? How is the counting going so far from the lens of the principal opposition? Supriya ji, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me on the show. It's a good morning to all of you and to your viewers. I think these are still very early trends. These are still postal ballots. I don't think we can call a Bihar election. A lot of people made that mistake the last time around. So I think we need to hold our horses. We are fairly confident that the issues we have raised have resonated on the ground. I think we need to wait and watch. I think that's very, very important. Whether it's the VIP seats, the Congress seats, or the RJD seats, we need to wait and watch. I do believe that the issues that we have raised are issues of pertinence, will resonate on the ground. At least what we saw on the as far as the mood is concerned, we could see that resonance. My one big concern, however, whether we win or we lose or we get close to the majority mark or we cross it, will continue to be how the electoral process has been vitiated. The number of incidents that have come to light of people voting in multiple elections, whether it's Delhi, Haryana, and now Bihar, I think is a cause of big concern.
But can I tell you something, Supriya ji? As I was traveling through Purnia and Kishanganj, one of the things I heard from supporters of the Gathbandhan was that if the likes of Rahul Gandhi and the others keep questioning the electoral process, they said, agar vote chori hona hai, तो कोई फायदा है जाने का? If you say this, I'm just wondering psychologically from the voter psyche perspective, if the opposition says this before voting, do you end up discouraging your own voters from going out and cast their vote? If they thought their vote could make a change, would they be more enthused than if their leader says vote की चोरी हो रही है, फिर voter भी सोच रहा है फायदा है मेरा वोट देने का? Supriya.
So by that logic, Rahul, are you telling me that we should not raise an issue which stares us in the face? Are you telling me that the multiple number of people from the BJP who voted in Delhi and in Haryana and now in Bihar, or for that matter in Karnataka and Bihar, should not be raised? I think the whole principle, which is given by our constitution of one man, one vote, or one person, one vote, is sacrosanct, and that's the real foundation of our democracy. Now, if that process is vitiated, if people have more votes than they can cast, I think this needs to be talked about. Now, whether I met multiple number of people who said you're raising the right issue. So I don't know who you're meeting. I respect the fact that people may have told you that. But the reality is, if there is a glaring process by which the electoral democracy of India has been.
My colleague Padmaja Joshi has a question for you, ma'am.
No, I think it's very incumbent on us to raise that issue.
Oh, sure.
You know,
Padmaja.
Supriya Srinath, do you think now in hindsight, and we're already seeing examples that wherever you had a friendly fight with your alliance partners, the NDA, whoever is fighting against you, the BJP or the JDU, have a clear lead there. In hindsight, do you think you dented your chances or this was a bad decision because you're already starting with a disadvantage, 3 of your candidates disqualified of the Mahagathbandhan, and in addition, you've got 12 friendly fights?
No, quite frankly, I would have preferred no friendly fights. I mean, that goes unsaid. But in an alliance politics, you will have to sometimes accommodate each other's needs. You will sometimes have to accommodate each other's aspirations. Now, having said that, should we have had friendly fights? No, we should not have had those friendly fights. But I think we respect our allies, we respect their ambition. We don't have agencies that we can coerce our allies through. We would never do that. But yeah, in hindsight, but I am still not.
But Supriya ji, I think this point needs to be emphasized on. All you had to do was fight this election. You're not bound by the rigors of governance, having to run a state machine. Why could the RJD and the Congress not come to a cohesive understanding on seat sharing several weeks before the end of nomination and the withdrawal? You were fighting almost till the last day, as a result of which on the ground the coalition doesn't come across as a cohesive fighting unit.
Rahul, it's 9-10 a.m. in the morning. What we are still seeing are postal ballots. I am not going to make comments or give my verdict on an election. I'm still not ready to call.
No, I'm saying leave that aside. The final numbers will come later. I'm just on the question of the inability of the Gathbandhan to come up with their candidates and resolve all infighting and all this bickering much in advance.
Rahul, let me answer your question. I heard it once. Give me the time to answer your question. In alliance politics, there will be some tug of war. There will be some pulls. There will be some pushes because that's the nature of alliance politics. And if you are willing to respect your allies, you will have to accommodate them. And sometimes you've got to show a larger heart. Sometimes you've got to fight for your, seats, which is why you see the friendly fights. But quite frankly, the same bickering was in the NDA as well. And it was very out in the open. Now, perhaps because the numbers appear bigger, we are not talking about whether they are a cohesive force or not. I'm not sure if they were a cohesive force either. But in alliance politics, these things are very...
Ma'am, Veera Raghav has a question for you. Veera.
Two things, ma'am. I take your point that in alliance politics there is push and pull, but whether that push and pull is orchestrated or is it actually coming because of alliance pressure is the question. Two questions that were raised is that after the solidarity that was shown by the India Alliance in the SIR campaign, why was there a delay in declaring Tejashwi Yadav as the chief ministerial face A? And B, the question is also raised, and I'm looking forward to, let's say, a state like Tamil Nadu. There are possible talk, while it's very clear that the Congress and the DMK are cohesive allies, the optics of being soft on a Vijay, etc., is something that is worrying allies at some level. Would you agree?
No, I think the DMK and us are rock solid. It will be foolhardy for me to start commenting on Tamil Nadu politics while we are discussing Bihar results. I think we're very, very rock solid. There is no question of looking outside and being soft on anyone. I think we were very, very vocal with what happened and very unfortunate what happened in the Tamil Nadu rally of Mr. Vijay. But coming back to the Bihar question that you speak about, and I think your question really is about why did we declare Tejashwi Ji? I think it was always a given. He was the deputy chief minister and they are the larger ally there, so it was always a given that they are.
Supriya ji, we'll come back to you for more in a while. Let these trends settle. Thank you for joining us this morning. I want to go across to Dilip Jaiswal. Dilip Jaiswal is the state BJP president. This election is being fought really under his leadership on the ground. 112 leads for the NDA at the moment, up 23. जायसवाल साहब, लग रहा है कि इस T20 मैच में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की धुआंधार शुरुआत हुई है. 59 सीटों पे आप आगे हो. JDU at 51. ये लड़ाई रहेगी कि नंबर 1, नंबर 2 पे बीजेपी JDU में कौन रहने वाला है? जायसवाल जी, वेलकम.
देखिए, एनडीए आपसी एकता के साथ आपने देखा कि आज से 1 वर्ष पहले से ही एनडीए के 5 दल चट्टानी एकता के साथ चुनाव मैदान में आए थे. इसलिए बड़ा भाई कौन, छोटा भाई कौन, किसका फिगर ज़्यादा, ये सब कहीं कोई मायने नहीं रखता है. हम सिर्फ एनडीए को जानते हैं कि इस बार एनडीए ने चुनाव लड़ा है और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का जो गारंटी है किसानों के लिए, महिलाओं के लिए, युवाओं के लिए, और नीतीश कुमार जी ने जो विकास किया है उस पर जनता और मतदाता ने अपना मैंडेट दे रही है और हमें पूरा भरोसा है कि जनता का मैंडेट फिर एक बार एनडीए सरकार।
पद्मजा हैज अ क्वेश्चन फॉर यू दिलीप जी, माय कोलीग पद्मजा हैज अ क्वेश्चन फॉर यू। पद्मजा।
दिलीप जी ये बताइए कि जैसे ही पोलिंग खत्म हुई वैसे नीतीश जी निकले, वो गए पहले मंदिर, फिर मस्जिद, फिर गुरुद्वारे, फिर मज़ार। आज उन्होंने पोस्टर लगा दिया है कि नीतीश कुमार सबके संरक्षक हैं, पिछड़ों के, अति पिछड़ों के, मुसलमानों के। कहीं वो एक तरीके से आपको संदेश देने की कोशिश तो नहीं कर रहे हैं कि भाई जो आपका जो राजनीति का ब्रांड है वो उससे थोड़ा अपने को डिस्टेंस कर रहे हैं?
ये ऐसी कोई बात नहीं है। नीतीश कुमार जी अभिभावक हैं, गार्जियन हैं हम लोगों के, और बिहार उनके नेतृत्व में यहाँ तक आया है। नीतीश कुमार जी की एक ईमानदार छवि है और उन्होंने सदैव कानून के राज पर विश्वास किया है। इसलिए इन सब तरह के कोई कंट्रोवर्सी मुझे लगता है कि मीडिया को भी अभी के जो
नहीं, क्योंकि आपके नेता आकर के कहते हैं ना कि भाई नाम उसामा तो काम कैसा होगा, वो इस सब में नहीं पढ़ना चाहते। वो कह रहे मेरे लिए सब एक जैसे हैं, मैं मंदिर भी जाऊंगा, मस्जिद भी जाऊंगा, इस ओसामा के चक्कर में नहीं पढ़ूंगा मैं।
एकदम हम भी मैं नरेंद्र मोदी जी का भी एक ही नारा है, सबका साथ सबका विकास। हम मंदिर, मस्जिद, गुरुद्वारा सभी पर विश्वास करते हैं।
दिलीप जी जय मृग है,
हमारा
डेटा क्रंचर है, सेफोलॉजिस्ट हैं, ये आपसे सवाल पूछना चाहते हैं। जय
दिलीप जी, मेरा एक सवाल, अभी का जो हम
खूबसूरती यही है,
अभी का जो हम रुझान देख रहे हैं, अभी का जो हम रुझान देख रहे हैं उसमें लगभग अगर इस रुझान से आगे जाए, इस स्ट्राइक रेट से आगे, तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के 75 से 74, 75 to 76 आ सकते हैं। जदयू के इस स्ट्राइक रेट पर अभी के 60 से 62। मेरा सवाल आपसे है, क्या भारतीय जनता पार्टी को इस तरीके के नतीजे का पहले से अंदेशा था कि हम थोड़े तो आगे ही जाएंगे, इसलिए बहुत देरी से नीतीश कुमार जी के मुख्यमंत्री के नाम की घोषणा हुई?
नहीं, एकदम हम अंदेशा में हैं थे कि हमें भारी मत से जो है जनता मैंडेट देगी।
लेकिन आप जदयू से आगे होंगे इसका विश्वास था, इसलिए आपने देरी से नाम बताए मुख्यमंत्री के। आपको विश्वास था कि आप जदयू से आगे होंगे?
आप अभी नहीं, ये मामला कहीं भी नहीं बनता है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी संगठन और कार्यकर्ता की पार्टी है और बिहार इस बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी मजबूती के साथ अपने संगठन और कार्यकर्ता इस बार जोश और उत्सव के माहौल में थे और हमारे कार्यकर्ता भाजपा के उत्सव के माहौल में इस चुनाव को लड़ा है।
चलिए, अभी खबर आई है कि बीजेपी और जेडीयू मिलकर मेजॉरिटी मार्क के आगे निकल गए। 122 का जादुई आंकड़ा है, 128 पे आप लोग पहुंच गए। पिछली दफा से 29 सीटें ज्यादा। हम लोग पूर्णिया में मिले थे जब आप सीआर पाटिल, निशिकांत दुबे के साथ देर रात तक 11:30 हो गए थे, 12 बज रहे थे, सोने का टाइम हो रहा था, आप लोग फिर भी लगे हुए थे अपनी मीटिंग्स में। वहीं पर जब आपके पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं से बातचीत हो रही थी, जब आप लोग अंदर टेबल पे मीटिंग कर रहे थे, तो वो लोग बोल रहे थे, और आप चूंकि पार्टी के स्टेट में प्रेसिडेंट हैं, कि यार हमारा चीफ मिनिस्टर क्यों नहीं बनता। ये एक फीलिंग तो कहीं ना कहीं बीजेपी के वर्कर्स में, कार्यकर्ताओं में बिहार में है ही, कि हर दफ़ा हम लोग जेडीयू का बोझ लेके चलते हैं, उनको साथ में लेके चलते हैं। हर दफ़ा जेडीयू या नीतीश कुमार चीफ मिनिस्टर बन जाते, हमारे लोग रह जाते। ये सेंटिमेंट तो है ज़मीन पर बीजेपी में।
नहीं, देखिए, सेंटिमेंट अलग चीज होता है, सभी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता के अंदर सेंटिमेंट होता है, लेकिन हम नीतीश कुमार जी के नेतृत्व में चुनाव लड़े हैं और एनडीए जो है इंटैक्ट होकर के, और एनडीए की सरकार यहाँ पर बनने जा रही है।
ओके, वी लीव इट ओवर देयर। थोड़ी देर के बाद आपको फिर बुलाएंगे क्योंकि इलेक्शन आपके लीडरशिप में लड़ा गया है। लग रहा है कि 131 लीड्स के साथ इस वक्त पे एनडीए कंफर्टेबल लग रही है। 65 सीटों पर बीजेपी की बढ़त है, 58 सीटों पर 58 सीट्स पे जेडीयू की। 131 इज मोर देन द मेजॉरिटी मार्क। दिस इलेक्शन इन द इनिशियल लीड्स seeming to favor the NDA. I want to go across to Chandan Bhardwaj, who's at the residence of Anand Singh, and he's cooking up quite a meal this morning. Chandan, Anand Singh has been in the news during this campaign. Explain to our viewers what's happening at his residence this morning.
So we are right now at his residence in Patna, Rahul, and the visuals that you see just in front of me, I have never seen such a big amount of rasgullas ever in my life. We talked to workers, they said more than 2 lakh rasgullas have been made here. Not just...
And these gulab jamuns?
Also.
Chandan, ye to gulab jamun hai, bhai.
Large... भाई गुलाब जामुन भी है, रसगुल्ला भी है, एवरीथिंग इज देयर राहुल. और बिहार में हम लोग इसको काला जामुन कहते हैं. सो यू सी हाउ big the quantities. We'll talk to few of the energetic workers also here right now, and we'll walk down to the kitchen where you will see as if there is some big wedding here. The preparation are in that level. क्या है माहौल, क्या है? आगे चल रहे हैं अनंत सिंह.
जीत गए, अब जीत गए, पूछ क्या रहे हैं? जीत गए एकदम फाइनल.
नाम का इंतजार नहीं है
अब कहाँ, कल रात से जीत का हम जश्न मना रहे हैं.
रात से ही सूरज भान सिंह भी कह रहे हैं हम भी मिठाई बनवा के रखे हैं उधर.
वो मिठाई बनवा के सड़ेगा उसका है.
सड़ेगा?
हाँ,
उनका मिठाई खरीद. I'll walk towards the kitchen. You'll see 800. We have been told 800 किलो से ज़्यादा चावल हमने तोड़ा है यानी यहाँ चावल को पकाने का किस तरीके से पकाया जाता है ये आप देख सकते हैं. Just right here in front of me, we have दाल. और क्या क्या है मेन्यू में, क्या क्या है बताइए. So n number of vegetables you can see, mixed veg, matar paneer, tomato chutney, everything. And just in front of me you can see the place where tables have been set up for all the party workers, all the supporters of Anand Singh who will assemble here just few moments from now, and they'll start eating. You'll see here
they managed to win each time. Ashok Malik, you know, the bags of Bihar, as it were, the Bahubalis, end up winning despite all the cases they may have, despite being in the news for all the wrong reasons. But they have that presence in the ground game, which somehow ensures that they win election after election.
Which is why if you look at the Bihar migrant workers, they go back for national elections. They sometimes go back for assembly elections, but they almost always go back for panchayat elections, where the local leader, local Bahubali really matters. So that is what grassroots democracy is all about.
In the
whether you like it or you don't.
initial trends that we have of the votes that have been counted, the NDA currently has about 49.3% of the vote share. The Gathbandhan at 36% of the vote share. The NDA is up about 8% from last time. The Gathbandhan down 3% from the last time. But as I said, these are very initial leads, so you'll have to wait for a while for this to stabilize. And I also want to say that this is a mix of two sources of data. One is from the
postal or beyond postal.
The other is from an agency that we've deployed on the ground in Bihar, which is also sending the leads of each state. So it's a mix of EC data and now it's gone beyond postal. Yeah, of course, it's gone way beyond postal. The BJP at this moment about 30% of the vote share. The RJD at about 20% of the vote share. This, as I said,
6.6% for Prashant Kishor.
Just at the moment of the votes that have been counted, it will take some more time for firm leads to emerge.
Yeah.
Here
we can pick up some other headlines in detail now. If you look at all the regions of the state, the NDA has gained in all of them, has gained primarily in Bhojpur and Magad, which means they could benefit out of the LJP alliance, but the LJP somehow did not have a great strike rate. So they gain heavily in Bhojpur, Magad, otherwise gain all across the state. Another piece of trivia that our viewers may be interested in, one of the leading candidates of the Jan Suraj, he's a person with no political background, but he's a YouTuber called Manish Kashyap. The leader from the winner is, I mean, it's interesting, a YouTuber contests an election for the first time and wins. I mean, is leading.
You know, I was just looking at a seat called Chenpur. Chenpur, by the way, has a sizable Dalit population. Last time around, you had somebody called Zama Khan, who won that seat on a BSP ticket. He defected to the JDU. He's currently the Minority Affairs Minister. He's been fielded again from Chenpur on a JDU ticket. And guess who is leading right now?
The Jan Suraj and the Jan Suraj
is leading.
Hemant Chaubey. So, a Dalit dominant seat with a Muslim candidate and a Jan Suraj Brahmin leads.
That's and an upper caste. But Veer Sanghvi, what's quite clear is that no matter where this ends, Prashant Kishor in his debut election in Bihar is not headed for the ceiling. You know, it could be somewhere around the floor, but he's definitely not heading for the ceiling. That's very, very clear.
I think that was probably clear from the beginning to everyone except for Prashant Kishor, who said he was heading absolutely for the top. You have to admire what he's done. What he's done is very creditable, but we won't only because he's raised expectations to fever pitch.
But I must just add to what Veer is saying. I think Prashant Kishor himself knew, because when we met him at the conclave after that, he said, "मैं November में आपको Tamil Nadu में मिलूंगा." So if he did manage to win many seats here in Bihar,
because he spent so much money in Bihar, and now as a consultant he has to recover some of it.
But the fact is that
it's a good life, you know, Chetan. You earn money through, say, you know, Jagan and TDP and wherever else, Tamil Nadu, and then you can spend it
he's
in
putting
Bihar.
it back in the business.
And that's his
11
business.
crores for
But
2 hours.
other ways
That's
of
what he
spending
said
their money.
he has
Long
paid for
elections.
consulting with a company that is making some
Padmaja.
fungicide out of mushrooms.
Padmaja, all of
11
us put
crores
together
for
should
2 hours.
Reverse aging mushrooms. Padmaja,
I don't think
Padmaja,
he's as
reverse
successful
aging
as
mushrooms.
Prashant
Be
Kishor.
specific.
Reverse aging
Reverse
mushrooms.
aging
He
mushrooms.
can also get electoral bonds now.
Well, he already has substantial fees. He doesn't need electoral bonds. You know,
Okay, Sanjay Jha, senior leader of the Janata Dal United, is speaking at this moment, pretty much runs the JDU at this moment. Let's listen to what Sanjay Jha is saying.
मैं उसी समय से ये सब बात कर रहे हैं. आप बताइए, मैं आप लोगों से भी पूछ रहा हूँ, आप लोग भी फील्ड में गए थे, पत्रकार है, आप जो रिस्पांस लोगों का देख रहे थे जिस तरीके एनडीए को लेकर के और खास करके मुख्यमंत्री जी को लेकर के, वो रिस्पांस कैसा था? यही लोग यात्रा निकाले वोट चोरी का, चुनाव से पहले यात्रा निकाले ना वोट चोरी का, तो एक वर्ड चुनाव में वोट चोरी पे बोले? कहीं एक कंप्लेन आया किसी का वोट कट गया हो? संविधान खतरे में है, वोट चोरी हो रहा है, केवल झूठ का नैरेटिव फैलाना, और जनता समझ चुकी थी. लेकिन अब फिलहाल एक बार रिजल्ट आ जाए उसके बाद हम लोग.
सर लास्ट बात है सर, उन्होंने कल कहा प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके कि हम
in confidence is someone who thinks he is winning. You know, the moment he thinks, where was vote chori? Kiska vote chori hua? He's already got his mojo out. He's conveying
you know,
that he thinks he's won.
on this vote chori, sometimes people will buy it if somehow the results are not adding up. Somehow it cannot be explained. But you can explain these results. You can. I think it's the 3 Ps. They get it right. They get the person. You have a Nitish. You have to have a passion, which we've been discussing, that there's a far more passion in some of these parties. And the policies, which is like the welfare schemes and all. So the results can be explained. It's not like, oh my God, what happened here?
No, but
so vote chori tab mane na jab ऐसे कुछ एकदम ही उल्टा हो जाए.
No, that's one part of it. The other part of it is what Sanjay Jha said, that if there is chori, you'll have hundreds of people in the villages in different seats of Bihar saying my vote has been snatched away from you. That didn't happen. There may have been the odd isolated case of somebody's name being stricken off, but it wasn't en masse.
Let me go beyond that. There's not, and I told this yesterday, there's not been a single complaint, a single demand for repolling, a single demand for repolling. That's never happened.
Even by the opposition.
The opposition's one that's saying vote chori, and the RJD is saying that we will take the lathis and go. Not one demand for a repoll.
No, but this
Now,
is the larger problem, Tehseen, that the Congress has, that Rahul Gandhi Veera takes up some issue, and those on the ground don't seem to believe as much in that issue as their leader is.
Can I say something about this? Look, again, and I'm saying this, I'm a Congress voter. I've all my life voted Congress. I've flown back from Delhi to vote Congress. This is unacceptable. You are picking up issues that don't resonate, and that's the problem. There are people who give advice, who get very angry on NDTV with data which doesn't add up. They got very angry on you, Rahul, and they tweeted you. These are the people who've let the Congress down, and you can't keep blaming them. Ultimately, the buck has to stop somewhere. It's not about you. It's not about you, Rahul. It's not about you, Rahul. It's about us. Listen, I'm 40. I want to at some point contest. If you keep doing this time and again, where does people like me go? And it is the same nepo kids who are, you are attacking industry.
ऐसे बोलोगे तब तो इस जन्म में क्या अगले जन्म में
there's no ticket. Few years of his
at some point we have.
But isn't it good that on TV he's only 40? I just want to gently point out.
How many years have you been 40?
Why you're doubting?
I don't think he's just 40.
Oh my God! No one tries to guess a woman's age. You shouldn't try to guess it.
That's true.
He's a youth icon.
I think that kind of honesty is needed. That kind of. There are 3 biggest states of India: UP, Bihar, Maharashtra. And what is the position of Congress there? Today is Jawaharlal Nehru's birthday. Happy Children's Day, by the way. And it's sad, isn't it? That it's sad, but at the same time, it's also sad on the Congress, because the same family that continues, and this is where they are today. Like Three biggest states of India, they are wiped out.
You know,
how are you going to ever have a comeback like that?
And when it comes to vote chori, you will hear people say again and again in Bihar that we have literally witnessed ballots being stuffed.
No,
you know what was done, and I remember this was mentioned in Sankarshan Thakur's book also, that at a time when TN Seshan was cracking down and he was asking for repolls in Bihar, Lalu Yadav has been quoted as saying कि हम भैंस की तरह उस TN Seshan को यहाँ लाके बांध देंगे तबेले में. So that era Bihar has seen. So today you talk to them about vote chori, they take it with a bag full of salt.
There are two sides to this. Hang on. There are two sides to this. One question that was raised is that when you make vote chori as an allegation, which was supposed to be this large pan-India allegation, you make that allegation the day before Bihar goes to vote on phase 2, then obviously people tend to think that, okay, this is a political allegation. That's one side of it. But the more important aspect here is that while the quantum of it can be questioned and all those aspects are to be questioned, I think the larger objective is to turn around and say that, look, the machinery is working in one direction.
No, but
we want to try and
raise there was a wave.
Rahul Gandhi makes this charge, like was the case with Rafale. The party doesn't run with it in the way that he says. So he says something on the ground, his own people don't feel the same way, Veer Sangvi.
I think that's one of the problems. If you remember that whole Chaukidar Chor Hai campaign, you can say these things, but unless your workers believe in them, and the workers believe them only if they think they'll resonate with the electorate. If they won't resonate, people won't believe it. Second is Chetan's point about intuitively people thought this was going to be the result. They're not necessarily going to believe vote chori.
Yeah.
Haryana maybe, Maharashtra maybe, where there was some element of surprise. But this one also, as Pankaj says, compared to what used to go, what used to go on in Bihar with booth capturing and the kind of stuff, this is probably a very clean election compared to the history of Bihar.
Sober election, no demands for recount. Look at what we are seeing, ladies and gentlemen. The NDA has now crossed the 150 mark, up 36 from the last time. This is pro-incumbency if ever there was. You know, this is not in the data that is available at the moment. 20 years of what should be anti-incumbency is metamorphosing into pro-incumbency, crossing the 150 mark. C.R. Keswan of the BJP now joins us. You know, what the Gathbandhan did or did not do is only the side story. The big story at this moment of the 229 leads that we have is that the NDA is running away with this election. It's not a close contest that some pollsters predicted yesterday and the day before. This is, at this moment, game, set and matched for the BJP and the JDU.
Good morning, Rahul, to everybody in the studio and your audience. These are early trends, but I think we are very confident and hopeful that the people of Bihar will deliver a historic verdict and overwhelmingly bless the NDA, because these trends are a clear reaffirmation of the trust and implicit faith in Prime Minister Modi ji's guarantee and Nitish Kumar ji's leadership of a vibrant and Viksit Bihar. As much as this is a vote for the progressive politics of performance of Prime Minister Modi ji and Nitish Kumar ji, this is also a clearly categorical vote against the regressive politics of Rahul Gandhi, who ran a campaign of slander, and smear campaign. See how his vote theft campaign has completely failed. Also, he hurt the sentiments of the people by labeling Chhat, puja as a drama and insulting Chati Maya. And RJD, you look at it, they made, it was all about his voodoo economics and untenable promises, and the reverberating echo of Jungle Raj, which we saw on the stages of the campaign. And more importantly, the NDA was completely united like the Pandavas, and you had the Mahagathbandhan or the Mahagathbandhan where people were fighting against each other.
Mr. Keswan, Padmaja has a question for you.
C.R. Keswan, I have a slightly controversial question. Now that we are looking at the kind of gains that the NDA is making in Simanchal area, the fact that you had the Delhi blast happening just before the second phase of polling, you had a large number of people, the record number of people, men, women turning up to vote, and that was the phase in which all of Simanchal voted. Do you think there was also a sort of a fear psychosis? I'm not saying that this was targeted in that sense, but do you think that also played a role?
Usually everybody was speaking about the MY factor, the Muslim Yadav factor, but I think the Mahila youth factor has also been something which has been very decisive and, in the results here. People, should remember that in the past 20 years under Nitish Kumar ji, besides the central government schemes which have made a massive impact, Drone Didi, and you saw the SHGs, the Jivika Didis, but we have to understand.
So you're saying that even in Seemanchal, it is not polarization, it is simply your schemes which have eventually worked.
This is transcending, this is developmental politics, it's a vote for development and not appeasement politics.
No, but in fact, Seemanchal is the one region where the RJD has some leads over the last election. I have some interesting data. From 1985, in the elections, there were 63 deaths during the election process. 156 booths saw repolling. In 1990 elections, there were 87 deaths during the elections. In 1995, when TN Sessions postponed the elections 4 times because of unprecedented violence and electoral malpractices. In 2005, there was repolling in 660 booths because of violence and malpractice. In 2025, there hasn't, Ashok Malik, been a single demand for repolling even by the opposition. And yet you've got the principal leader making the kind of charges, and there hasn't even been a demand, let alone the violence and the looting which used to happen earlier.
Clearly, elections in India, especially in Bihar, which used to be really problematic in the 80s and 90s, are way cleaner today. In terms of the updating of the electoral rolls and the SIR, the fact is this is a regular process. Now, you could well have a politician having some misgivings. You need to have a conversation with the Election Commission. It's a fair point that the Election Commission could have been more communicative. But to suggest that everything is being somehow sabotaged and compromised was
it's
extremely
not
unfair.
Information that the RJD is not buying these results. They've just alleged, Veer, that the EC, the RJD claims, is only updating those seats where the BJP is winning.
Kanchana Yadav has said, सारे चैनलों ने अपना काउंटिंग सेंटर खोल रखा है भाई, गजब खेल चल रहा है. इधर चुनाव आयोग जहां बीजेपी आगे वहीं सीट अपडेट कर रहा है, आरजेडी की सीट अपडेट नहीं हो रही है. So the election commission, she says,
बीजेपी हर जगह
only giving the updates for the BJP seats.
No, but there's a larger problem here, Veer. If this is the narrative that the opposition keeps throwing, it becomes in some ways, almost like the United States, where there are these two separate echo chambers that don't talk and don't listen to each other.
Do we know what percentage of votes have been
believe in
counted?
you say, okay, all this is Godi media, all this is rubbish, we don't buy it, ECs. They stop talking across the aisle.
I agree. Of course, though, when you use the example of the United States and the completely bogus claims about vote rigging, the man who made those claims won the next election. So it's not necessarily a bad thing. However, I believe that there are criticisms of the EC which are genuine, and I think those should continue to be made. But when you lose an election, don't talk about vote chori when nobody else is, accept the verdict gracefully.
And I don't think regional parties, or not other regional parties, or even some of the regional satraps in the Congress buy entirely that vote chori is one way to win an election.
Syed Akram is with us from the RJD. Syed साहब, देखिए आप लोग इस वक्त इलेक्शन में हार रहे हैं. ये कह देना कि ईसी केवल उन्हीं सीट्स पर अपडेट कर रही है जहां आप जीत रही है, तो फेयर नहीं है ना. गठबंधन इज डाउन 34 सीट्स दिस टाइम from the last elections. The RJD is at 59. You yourself are down 13 from the last time. The Congress at 11 leads, down 8. Now this kind of rhetoric is very disturbing कि ईसी केवल वहीं पे अपडेट करी. भाई 300 243 सीटों सब पे नतीजे आएंगे. इस तरह के आरोप लगाने से आप वोटर्स के जहन में कंफ्यूजन पैदा करते हैं, which is not fair, I think.
No, we don't have that data.
नहीं, वोटर के जहन में कोई कंफ्यूजन क्रिएट नहीं किया जा रहा है, और अभी कहना बहुत अर्ली होगा. मैं आपको आश्वस्त करना चाहूँगा कि थोड़ी देर और इंतज़ार करें. ये सारे इनके जो अभी इनकी जो बढ़त दिख रही है वो फ़ौरन रुक जाएगी, आपको यकीन होगा, क्योंकि जिस तरह से वोट किया गया है और वोट महागठबंधन को हुआ है, युवा, महिलाएं और बेरोजगार पलायन के विरुद्ध तमाम तरीके के जो है शिक्षा और स्वास्थ्य के लिए बिहार में वोट हुआ है, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर के लिए बिहार में वोट किया गया है, तो वोट हमारे फेवर में हुआ है. तो वोट जाहिर सा बात है कि कितना देर कर ले, वोट हमारे सामने आएगा, हमारा वोट आएगा और हम सरकार बनाने.
पर सैयद अकरम साहब, मेरे को ये लॉजिक समझ में नहीं आया जो आपने कहा है कि हमारी सीट्स को अपडेट नहीं किया जा रहा है. आपकी सीट्स के भी तो रुझान आ रहे हैं, आपके भी तो ट्रेंड्स दिख रहे हैं कि आप लीड कर रहे हैं. अगर मैं
पिछले चुनाव में सुन लीजिए मैडम, 2015 में 11 बजे तक भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यालय में लड्डुएं बट रही थी, और उसके बाद एकाएक करके खामोशी छाई और धाराशाही हो गई उनकी बढ़त। तो अभी रुझान है, अभी आप भी देख रहे हैं, हम भी देख रहे हैं, लेकिन थोड़ी देर
बहुत अच्छी बात है। आपको भगवान करे आप भी जीत के बहुत करीब है। बट आई एम जस्ट ट्राइंग टू अंडरस्टैंड योर लॉजिक व्हेन यू से दैट हमारी सीट्स को, हमारी लीड्स को अपडेट नहीं किया जा रहा है, बिकॉज आई एम लिटरली लुकिंग एट द इलेक्शन कमीशन वेबसाइट एंड दे आर शोइंग लीड्स फॉर द आरजेडी एज वेल, दे आर शोइंग लीड्स फॉर द कांग्रेस पार्टी एज वेल, दे आर शोइंग लीड्स फॉर द CPI-ML एज वेल। सो ऑन व्हाट बेसिस आर यू सेइंग कि हमारी लीड्स को नहीं दिखाया जा रहा है, सिर्फ बीजेपी की लीड्स को दिखाया जा रहा है? What is the logic behind this claim?
नहीं, हमारे पास भी कंट्रोल रूम है, हमारे भी नजर स्ट्रांग रूम पर है, हमारे भी जो अंदर से खबरें आ रही है वो दिखाई जा रही है।
What is his control room?
वो हम भी
just one second. There's some vanity always in the strike rate. Just think of it, if you follow cricket analytics as most of us do, this is like the strike rate of a batsman. So let's look at the strike rate of the parties. The strike rate of the party currently has BJP at 79%, JDU at 68%, RJD at 40%. So that's the strike rate of the parties that we have leads for currently. NDA at 159, up 40 from the last time. Rig. This is a saffron sweep in the data that is available at the moment.
Absolutely. It's a sweep. It has left out some pocket here, the Malay belt, a little bit pocket here, the Kishanganj Seemanchal belt, and a little bit of Mithilanchal. The rest, the NDA has taken. It's more or less very clear.
Up 40 seats from the last time, you know.
Absolutely.
This is a silent wave. If this is how the trend solidifies, what we've seen, ladies and gentlemen, is a silent wave. The JDU is the big winner because they were in the last election, because of Chirag Paswan eating into their votes, their seat tally came down. 69 leads for the JDU. BJP at 79, likely to emerge potentially. Let's take a look at which the single largest party is likely to be. BJP at 79, JDU at 70, RJD at the moment at number 3 and 59.
Absolutely. So we are estimating 80-81 odd of the remaining 6-7 seats. So I'm estimating 80-81 odd for the BJP, about 69 for the JDU, about 62 for the RJD. The big losers, the unknown loser who's actually contributing to the NDA is the CPI-ML. It was double-digit 10, it's down to 3 this time. So that's the unknown loser, you know, sort of poor vote actually going to the NDA. The dole might have worked.
No, but this, Veer Sanghvi, from the data that we have available, seems to have been a silent tsunami. Usually, if there is a wave of this nature, you see it very clearly. It was a very silent, quiet election, but firmly, voters seem to have put their faith in the NDA. BJP at 79, the JDU at 70, they've already crossed 147.
Yeah. I think actually the BJP number is significant, and I suppose we'll talk about that in the evening. In the post-Nitish scenario, what role will the BJP play? And if it's got its own strength and it's managed to do this on its own, it's a portent of what lies ahead.
Okay, I want to show you now for the first time, and this is where the leaderboard really comes into action. On the seats where there's a direct fight between the JDU and the RJD, where either the JDU candidate or the RJD candidate are 1 and 2, there you've got the JDU with a 55.7% strike rate versus 41% strike rate for the RJD. These are the 61 seats at this moment where it's 1 and 2 between the JDU and the RJD. Between the JDU and the Congress, there are 24 seats at the moment where it's 1 and 2 JDU Congress. JDU with a much better strike rate against the Congress, 79.2 versus 8.3. If I look at BJP versus the Congress at this moment, there are 31 seats where it's 1 and 2 BJP Congress. There, the BJP, as is often the case, with a 71% strike rate against the Congress is 22.6. On seats where it's BJP versus RJD, 51 such seats, 68.6% strike rate for the BJP versus 29% for the RJD. Here again, the BJP Rig doing quite well. Strike rate consistently high.
Consistently high. See, even in 2010, they had an 89% strike rate. Currently, they are approaching a strike rate of about 80%, which is the highest among all the political parties in Bihar in this election.
Okay, Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi, senior leader of the BJP, is speaking at this time. Let's listen to Mukhtar Naqvi.
देखो एक चीज़ मैं बताऊं, ये जो है वो धूर्तापूर्ण जो है धमाल और कमाल करने वाले धूल धूसित होते हैं। अब आप जो है वो जनतंत्र के या जनादेश के को स्वीकार करने के बजाय उस पर जो है वो हाहाकार करेंगे, हंगामा करेंगे, हुड़दंग करेंगे और आपकी अपेक्षा होगी कि हमें जो है वो जनादेश जनता हमें दे, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि ये जो है वो कभी भी जो है वो देश स्वीकार करता है। अरे भाई, जीत और हार दोनों एक सिक्के, मैंने कहा ना कि जीत का की जलेबी हो या हार का हलवा हो, दोनों जो है वो जनतंत्र का जायका है। आपको तो चाहिए कि केवल जो है वो हमें जीत चाहिए, जीत हमारा जन्मसिद्ध अधिकार है, ऐसा नहीं होता।
लेकिन सर, आरजेडी के जो सुनील सिंह है वो कहते हैं कि अगर बिहार में एनडीए जीतती है तो नेपाल या बांग्लादेश जैसा हाल बिहार का हो जाएगा।
देखिए, एक बात समझ लीजिए, आपकी वायलेंट एनार्की से वाइब्रेंट डेमोक्रेसी को आप हाईजेक नहीं कर सकते, उसको आप ध्वस्त नहीं कर सकते। अराजकता और उद्दंडता के जरिए जो है वो लोकतंत्र और जनतंत्र को कोई भी बंधक नहीं बना सकता। इस गलतफहमी से बाहर निकलना होगा।
Abbas Naqvi, he is known for his tukbandi and it's always jeet ki jalebi or haar ka halwa. He says both have to be as acceptable. But a very interesting thing that Rahul actually pointed out, I think on this leaderboard, was the JDU versus Congress. The seats where the Congress is fighting parties like the JDU and the BJP, Rahul. And Jay, if you can reflect on this, this has been the grouse of the Congress throughout. There were 72 seats they had identified and said, listen, these are the strong seats. We want a share of the better seats. From these results, it seems that this time as well, look at their strike rate. It is abysmal against the JDU. Against the BJP, it's only a shade better. Again, the Congress would be right in saying that they really got a raw deal in terms of the seats that they were given this time around as well.
No, I think we need to understand the phenomena which happens in seat bargaining. The Congress typically now, it's got about an independent established vote share of 6 to 8% in Bihar, not more. You go to the southern states, they, the regional allies are very strong. They make them eat humble pie. They're given some 15% seats to contest. And then they have a good strike rate because the alliance as well performs well. What happens here is the Congress gets into an aggressive bargain. A lot of absolutely unwinnable seats are also given to the Congress. So you want 70? Oh, take these. You want 60?
But that's the argument, right? Like, look, Rahul Gandhi has taken out a vote adhikar yatra. Circumstances are different. This is not 2020. 2024 has shown that Congress is now rejuvenated, or so they claim. They wanted better seats, but clearly they haven't got the kind of seats, and that reflects in the result.
Not just the type of seats, even the campaign. How consistent was Mr. Gandhi's yatra? I mean, where was he? Where did he disappear after the yatra? Where was he? Why did he come back so late to campaign?
No, and more importantly, since we are talking about how the cadre, the Congress cadre did not buy into Rahul Gandhi's slogan, the RJD didn't buy into Rahul Gandhi's slogan. After the Vote Adhikar Yatra, there was only one joint rally that was held by Rahul Gandhi and Tejashwi together, and even there Rahul Gandhi got on stage and in Tejashwi's presence said कि प्रधानमंत्री जो हैं स्टेज पर आकर के वोट के लिए नाचेंगे, and he made that comment about Chhat, which basically the RJD thought is going to boomerang on them, and that's it. That was the last rally. No joint rally after that.
The one thing Rahul Gandhi is extremely consistent about, which is being inconsistent. So many within the Congress themselves were asking, why was he missing for such a large part of the campaign? Where is he now? BJP, Amit Malviya, I think, tweeted to say, how is he gone missing again? Now, till he can solve for that, answer that credibly to his cadre and outside, you have a real challenge on your hands.
Yeah, I mean, just imagine the scenario if the BJP was losing like the way the Congress has been losing. There would be changes. Heads would roll, talks would come, maybe we need to replace this, that. Whereas in the Congress, I'm not saying we should change the face, but there is not as much reform. There's just no, it's always people defending them. It's a really nice Congress spokesperson comes and defends them. It's a tough job. But like Tehseen was saying, there needs to be some real change. Rahul Gandhi, would it have changed the results if he had done 50 more rallies? I doubt it.
But he has to fight harder. Veer Sanghvi, what do you think this may potentially mean for the direction of Indian politics building up to the 2029 general election? Because three big elections have happened. Haryana, Maharashtra and now Bihar. If I leave Jharkhand and Jammu and Kashmir aside, all of which seem to have been big victories for the BJP, either by itself or in alliance. What does this suggest about the trend of Indian politics at the moment?
Well, it suggests, first of all, that all the things people said after the general election haven't been borne out. there was a suggestion that the BJP was on a downward spiral and it was barely managing to hold on. That's clearly not true. If these results are accurate and hold, the BJP continues to be popular. If there is hope for the Congress, it's in some of the qualitative analysis which suggests that young people are getting disenchanted with the BJP, which you saw in some of the Bihar polls and you've seen in some of the other polls. If they can build on that, there is a future. But otherwise, I mean, the whole argument of incumbency and how people will get fed up, Nitish has just destroyed that. If after 20 years people are not fed up of Nitish, then why should they be fed up in the center?
No, and maybe 20 years later, after he's been PM for 20 years, Ashok Malik, this would be a question again. Will there be a similar pro-incumbency, a silent wave in 2029? That is what the BJP will hope for, because this result shows it's a silent wave in favor of the NDA. And this is for a candidate who clearly wasn't at the peak of his game. His physical capacity, mental ability, both diminished. And look at how, despite that, voters have backed him.
Look, there are two things here. If you just look, it's also a pivotal moment if these numbers hold, with the BJP emerging as the single largest party. That also is a pivotal moment and a moment of transition for Bihar. The BJP, remember, used to be a party strong in the old South Bihar, which became Jharkhand. It was weak in North Bihar. If it's moving into this sort of a trajectory, along with, of course, Nitish's continued popularity, it indicates that it's not just Mr. Modi's personality, which is, of course, larger than life. It's also the BJP's organizational strength in the Modi-Shah era, which is a problem for the opposition. And that is a long-term challenge. It's not that, one day Modi will retire and I will start winning elections again. That's not going to happen.
That's what they're clearly hoping for.
That might not happen.
Tendulkar is no longer there. The other Indian batsmen will deal with them. Shubhrashtra joins us. She's smiling. As big trend in favor of the NDA at this moment. 156 leads versus 82 to the Gathbandhan. The NDA seems to be running away with this election, Shubhrashtra.
Yes, and I don't think it surprises any one of us, because most of the polls suggested so, conversations and chatter on the ground suggested so. But it's still early. I would still hold myself and not.
Tehseen has this gamcha on his head.
I'm trying
Tehseen, where are you going with the gamcha on the head? What's up here?
No, trying to see what.
Not trying to wear it.
I've given up on.
तब से वो गमछे को बांधने की कोशिश कर रहा है.
I've given up on trying to see how the.
इसे टिकट तो मिल नहीं रही, गमछा ही बांध लेता.
You know, just like सम्राट चौधरी had vowed कि मैं अपना मुरेठा तब तक नहीं उतारूंगा जब तक नीतीश को हटा नहीं दूंगा. Are you also going to tie a मुरेठा कि मैं कांग्रेस से किसी को हटाने के बाद ही ये मुरेठा उतारूंगा?
There are more chances of Samrat Chaudhary becoming chief minister than currently the opposition winning an election, and I'm serious about that, and that's sad, because post 2020, when suddenly everybody felt that the opposition is doing so well, we've lost Haryana, we've lost Maharashtra, and now we are on the verge of losing Bihar. This was an election we should have won, not an election we should have lost. And once again, you see, this is what happens. We fought this on the wrong issues, and now I hope it doesn't become about EVMs, about blaming the public. I just hope it doesn't become that. I think we should be mature and see where we are going wrong.
By the way, since you're talking about the zeal with which you fight an election, so much was said about Nitish Kumar being unwell, not being of sound mind. I was looking at data a week ago of a comparison between the kind of rallies and roadshows. Of course, the top was BJP, where the Prime Minister did some 16 rallies plus roadshow. Rally roadshow put together. Then there was Nitish Kumar. Nitish Kumar also managed to do 100 plus. In the Congress, Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi and Khadge ji all put together did close to only 18. I'll give you a personal example. When I had travelled to Gaya. Now, Gaya is a seat where there is genuine anti-incumbency against the sitting MLA. I think he's been there for about
8 times.
8 times he's been there, and people are genuinely angry. Even people who are saying कि हम संघ के हैं, पर ये तो सुनील कुमार, right?
Prem Kumar,
sorry. पर प्रेम कुमार जी आते ही नहीं है यहाँ पे. Rahul Gandhi's rally was scheduled there on the same day as JP Nadda's roadshow. JP Nadda came there, spent an hour and a half doing a roadshow. I then went to the Rahul Gandhi venue. They had put up the whole setup. The candidate was there. Rahul Gandhi didn't turn up.
Not
at all. He didn't turn up.
Not at all.
No, he didn't.
Not even late.
No, he didn't turn up. And I spoke to the candidate and I said कि आपका क्या हुआ? He said कोई बात नहीं, बस नाम ही काफी है. अब राहुल जी आने वाले थे, उसी खुशी में लोग हमें वोट. What will that guy think? He put up the whole pandal. He had set up for a rally. Rahul Gandhi didn't turn up. And now if you're going to say that despite anti-incumbency, I'll be interested to see which way this seat votes. If the BJP wins this seat, who are you going to blame? You're going to blame vote chori or you're going to blame a no-show?
The BJP through this campaign was conveying a sense that they had it under control. I'll tell our viewers one story. On the day that we had the power play in Bihar, one of the senior most BJP leaders went off to sleep. There was a cyclonic disturbance, his rallies got cancelled, so his chopper didn't take off. He slept for an hour and a half. He came to our program and he said, I haven't slept during the day since the time I was unwell. And I managed to sleep right now. And I figured at that moment, boss, he thinks he's winning. That's the only reason he's sleeping. If he wasn't winning, he would be working the phones, Ashok Malik, making people's life miserable. Idhar jao, udhar jao, aisa karo, waisa karo. He thought he was winning, which is why they had this quiet air of confidence. And now we see in the numbers why they were exuding that quiet air of confidence.
Look, if these numbers certainly hold, then, like in Haryana, like in Maharashtra, the BJP has allowed speculation in the media to run its course and quietly done its coalition building at the grassroots.
No, but unlike Haryana, this time the narrative in Haryana, the narrative was they're losing and they won despite that. Yeah. In Bihar, the narrative was quite clear that they seem to be comfortably placed. But Veer Sanghvi, the question is, if the opposition can't beat the NDA, when you've been in power for 20 years, when the chief minister isn't at the peak of his game, you've got a young candidate who's apparently raring to go. When will this opposition beat this NDA and this Modi government?
Well, Bihar is a slightly different case because I think a lot of people will attribute this victory to Nitish. Yeah. Will it be the same after Nitish goes? Also, when we talk about the opposition as a monolith, it's not a monolith. There's the Congress, which we've talked about, and there's Tejashwi in what he's doing. Post Nitish, he may actually be in a stronger position. We'll have to wait and see.
Rahul, there are two aspects, and I slightly disagree with what Veer is saying, and the reason is, you look at Haryana and you look at Maharashtra, and you see the weak link has been, in Haryana it was only the Congress versus the BJP. In Maharashtra, the Congress made wrong choices by going with the Shiv Sena. In Bihar, again the choice was wrong by letting down Tejashwi, because Tejashwi's strike rate is much better. So it is the same political party making a mistake. Now I'm asking this as a layman support of the party. Who takes responsibility? You've lost 2024, you lost Haryana, you lost Maharashtra, now you've lost Bihar. Who's responsible for these losses? I'm not even saying Rahul Gandhi. Is the party president responsible? Is the general secretary organization responsible? Is the social media responsible? Who is the person distributing the ticket? The same people who distributed the ticket in Punjab, distributed the ticket in Delhi, distributed the ticket in Haryana, distributed the ticket in Bihar. They're the same people who then make these analysis of the Congress of what go wrong. They're the same people who sit on these committees. They're the same people who again distribute the thing. Now, just 2 minutes. Maharashtra, the allegation is Congress, there was vote chori. Yet the entire campaign of vote chori was outsourced to reject.
You're doing a mousy to the, the Sholay ki mousy to the
I am upset because this is
mousy. I'm on your side.
Yeah, but I want you to win.
Aise the boss ticket.
I want the
wise coming to NDTV in the hope that you'll get a ticket. It's not going to work.
Yeah, you've been with Congress, sort of Congress, what,
I'm
20 years?
supporting them. Yeah, for all my life I voted for them.
Yeah, but like turning up on television, representing about 20 years?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, can I just ask you what Padmaja would say? Where does the buck stop? I mean, you should know the answer as much as anyone else.
At some point stop with this, if not anyone else, at least with the party president should answer what is going on.
It stops at Kharge now, you're saying?
I'm saying whoever's constitutionally in charge, if not Rahul Gandhi, at least the party president.
If not Rahul Gandhi, why are you stopping at Kharge?
Because he's
using your MP ticket isn't out.
No, it doesn't matter. Whether it's Mr. Gandhi or is the party president or is the general secretary organization, at some point I need to know who's responsible. We are losing.
You're an insider, you would know.
I'm not an insider.
No. See, you are right that, okay, Nitish is a brand, but this is one state which is a very high percentage of Muslim population, right?
Yeah.
This was the easiest to win, actually.
Sorry?
If you can't win here, in terms of proportion of Muslims as part of Bihar's population is much higher than other parts of India.
I thought it would be Haryana.
No,
in my opinion.
I thought so too.
But it's in the higher than average. compared
but
to
it's
say,
also, Chetan, about the caste configuration. See, with the EBCs that Nitish brings, the upper caste, you've got the Paswan party there. It's a very, very formidable combination.
If there is a great story, if there is a great wave, all these caste things are forgotten. Everything is forgotten. If there's a great face,
Shubhrashtra, let Shubhrashtra speak.
all forgotten.
Yes, Shubhrashtra.
Bihar doesn't forget caste. There is an ideas market which is always bubbling in intellectual caucuses. But beyond that, when it comes to electoral dynamics and electoral conversations, it is supremely caste dominated. But having said that, I want to come back to the Congress question. Not because I love to bash the Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Vadra Congress.
Which you do.
Which I do, which I love to do, and I'll continue to do till they have somebody like maybe Tehsin taking over.
I was about to prompt.
The thing is, I do not understand what is wrong with that party. That party ruled Bihar, actually ruled Bihar for a really long time. They had a whole sway in North Bihar, in South Bihar, even in some pockets of Central Bihar, from where, JP movement, etc. started. Still, it does not have a solid narrative on Bihar. You ask one congressman, what is it that they wanted, Biharis to vote on? Vote chori alone cannot be the narrative, because vote chori is a national narrative. What is the local narrative what is the aspirational Bihar that they are selling to the youngsters? Janata Party, ever since Janata Party came to power, Congress was completely ousted out, and it has never even tried to come back the way it should. All the old guards are gone, and where are the new guns? You have a Shakti Yadav, who actually was a congressman for the longest time. And he is in the RJD, a very strong leader there.
We have the vote share percentages of different parties on your screen right now. Of the votes that have been counted so far, the BJP leads with about 30% of the vote, the RJD with 22.9% of the vote, the Janata Dal United with 13.3% of the vote, the Congress with 8.8% of the vote, which has been counted so far. Of course, you need to wait for a few more rounds for this to stabilize, but the BJP of the party seems to have upped its vote share the most.
Yeah. It has upped its vote share substantially. The JDU, I think we'll wait for this to stabilize. I'm expecting the JDU's vote share also.
Certainly. As I said, this is just very, very initial, and therefore you'll have to wait for a while.
We have some headline from the Election Commission side. So as per the Election Commission, now formally the NDA has crossed into a majority. It's at 127 as per the Election Commission. So more like, for the opposition leaders. BJP is at 58, the JDU at 50, Paswan's party at 15 and Ham at 4, 127. Most interestingly, as per the Election Commission, JSP is leading in none. One more surprising thing, as per the Election Commission, Pushpam Priya Chaudhary's Plurals Party is leading in one seat.
I was just thinking...
Last time the contest, Pushpam Priya Chaudhary, her party is leading in one seat.
She's the one with the mask.
Yeah.
Mask and black clothes. She's always in black clothes.
What's with that mask?
With JSP.
No idea. And
that girl also stuck to the
to her Plurals party.
I think this is her what? This is a second term.
Second election. Yeah. But just because she did not,
I thought it was a third.
Whatever. Let me not comment on it further.
No, and it's her party, but the candidate is a gentleman called Satya Prakash from a seat called Sandesh.
Okay, I want to show our viewers what's happening on the Muslim and Yadav dominated seats of Uttar Pradesh, of Bihar. 160 such of the seats that we have, which are Muslim and Yadav dominated. I'll try and take you through what's happened. Of the 84 such seats, the NDA currently leading on 53, 63% of the seats, which have been classified by C voter as being Muslim and Yadav dominated. The NDA surprisingly is currently in the lead. The Gathbandhan leading on only 30 out of 84. In their core bastions, they don't seem to be doing as well as they would have liked. Whereas if, for example, you take the seats that are upper caste dominated, where you would expect the BJP, JDU to do well, they have almost a 69% strike rate, leading on 44 of the 64 such seats. The Gathbandhan leading on only 18 of the 63 such seats. On the Kurmi and Kori seats, which is the core bastion of Nitish Kumar, 65.7% strike rate for the NDA versus 22. So they're being bested everywhere, Jayamrig. It's not just in the upper caste dominated seats, even in the Muslim Yadav seats, you've got the NDA currently leading. This is building up to be a big victory.
Big victory. It's a story of a counter polarization to the polarization brought in by the MG. So the counter polarization as well as the doles even sucking out the last marginal vote from there is created.
And so much was said about the Nishad party, the son of Malla, Vikashsheel Insan party, Mukesh Saini, on the 23 seats classified as being
Nishad
dominated by the Nishad, the fishermen folk, the three communities that make up the fishermen folk. 61% of the seats are going towards the NDA versus 36% going towards the Gathbandhan. So that idea of adding to the Muslim Yadav coalition doesn't seem to have come through in terms of seat share.
No, and it was not a homogeneous coalition of castes. There were 4 sub-caste groups there. Turahas, Mallahas, Nishads and Kevats. Not all have equally voted in one direction.
The one place where there's a much closer contest is amongst the Muslim-dominated seats, which the Gathbandhan should really have swept away. Far from the NDA currently leading on 19 of the 39 Muslim-dominated seats with a 49%.
Isn't that wild? Isn't that crazy? Isn't that like absolutely
the Muslim votes then gets fragmented versus the Hindu candidate who's able to polarize the Hindu vote. That's how they go through in a first past the post.
I mean, but then why can't they do the same? At least these places, this is where you need, this is like
but on seats they couldn't even decide
I'll tell you the reason
who to put up as a candidate. So forget strategizing. They couldn't even get their
Wait, I'll tell you what is this. You have all the 24 leads in Simachal. In that, the NDA is 11, the MGB is 11, others are 2 of which one is AIMM and one could be maybe JSP or somebody else. But Simachal is also
to say that
a draw.
Simachal even
It's
last time around, Simachal even last time around
was a draw.
24 seats, 8
12
were
was
with
NDA.
the BJP,
Yeah.
4 were with the JDU, and 5 were with Asaduddin Owaisi, and which is why you had the Mahagathbandhan only at 3 to 4 seats.
So that
is what the breakup was.
Which means Owaisi's got again 6-7% vote here. That's why the Mahagathbandhan.
But he's got only one seat, a lead of only one seat.
Look at the Mahagathbandhan's tally is not improving because in half the seats the NDA has polarized the Hindu vote.
Yeah.
Simple.
And also look at what's happening in the Paswan dominated seats. This is Chirag Paswan's, they're very concentrated, the Paswans, and therefore the moment the LJP fights with the BJP and the JDU, you see a whopping 82% strike rate on the 44 Paswan dominated seats. The NDA currently leading on 36 of them versus the Gathbandhan leading on 7 with a strike rate of only 16. So massive consolidation on the Paswan dominated seats. If I look at the larger OBC seats, the larger backward caste seats, the NDA with a 63% strike rate versus a 36% strike rate. So this is, you go community by community through the caste cauldron of Bihar, Veer Sangvi. You've got the NDA at the moment leading in all communities.
Now, what about the Yadavs? What about the Yadavs, the purely Yadav seats?
If I look at just the Yadav dominated seats, which is what Padmaja is asking for here as well, out of 3 seats, 2
consolidation of everybody apart.
The story is wherever the MGB comes up with a very identity-based coalition, the NDA seems to have built a rainbow to counter it. So they not only have a fair share of those, they also have a large share of the others.
You are saying caste is everything in Bihar now. What is happening here?
Of course, caste is everything.
Which is
Muslim Yadav versus Yadav versus.
I think what was important
coming through, and Bihar giving Nitish Kumar that bouquet as a final.
That's true.
And
so Rashtriya, I think, makes a very important point.
For some reason, in certain cases, caste can be overcome.
Caste coalition versus caste coalition.
You give the right personality, you give the right star. Like the biggest movie stars in this country are Muslim. Right? Does anyone even think like that? No, because if you have a persona, if you have a personality, you can get past these things.
No, but this is, as Shubhrashtra was saying, Bihar saying thank you, Nitish. Veer Sangvi, no matter what anyone watching this broadcast may think, your own biases aside, with this kind of a mandate, 162 leads for the NDA, this is the people of Bihar saying thank you to a leader they've held in high esteem for the last 3 decades.
We are into the third round of counting now.
But also, judging by how well the BJP has done, also a vote of confidence in the centre. I mean, let's not make
this...
Is that
double engine? No, absolutely.
I mean, it's both of those things. Also, I think Shubhrashtra said day before yesterday, when he talked about the women's vote, that everybody in Bihar has many identities. Gender is one of them. Often caste is more important. And caste, as we've seen, is important not just in how people vote, but how they unite against dominant caste in constituencies. So in a sense, this bears out what you said.
Also, I think in women vote, I would still say they are very secular and beyond caste in more than one ways. But when it comes to coalitions like this, when you have a BJP and a JDU together, then the entire narrative against the RJD comes up with a formidable caste combination that Nitish always dreamt of building. Get the OBCs beyond Yadavs together. And BJP made a huge inroad into the Yadav constituency by making the state president, a Yadav state president, and all those experiments went on. And of course, getting the EBCs together, what is also should be accounted for here is how EBCs are actually backing Nitish to a great extent.
You know, we have, on the day that we were doing the exit polls, Rahul, I can't remember who, but somebody said, it's not what you give me, it's not what you tell me, it's about the way you make me feel. And I think that really is the larger picture. It's about how Nitish and on that day itself,
Pradeep Gupta said that.
Pradeep Gupta. It's the way he makes the women of Bihar feel. At the end of the day, you know, we kept saying that Jungle Raj does not matter, Jungle Raj does not matter. It matters. It's as strange as saying, I don't know whether I'll be injured if a train hits me because I haven't been hit by a train. But I know that it's dangerous to be hit by a train, so I'm always wary of it. These things carry down the generation.
Shiv, at 162 out of 243, this is a landslide victory for the National Democratic Alliance.
I come bearing good news, Rahul, first of all, because I've been watching all of you geek out on these numbers for the last couple of hours. And I know from past experience that I'd still like to wait. You guys know way more than me, but I come bearing good news because results on NDTV is the top trend right now.
Oh, wow.
Across social media.
You made the day.
Okay, and that means that all of the granularities, the leaderboard, all the data that we're talking about, every little piece of analysis is being watched, it's being dissected, it's being processed by a large part of this country. And I have to tell you, Rahul, I represent that part of the country. You guys are sitting here punching each other up with the numbers, decoding all of that, and people are watching with awe and fascination as you're talking about all of that. And I think that's an affirmation, and I think it's important for everyone here to acknowledge that results with NDTV really, really means
Well
I love
done, Rahul and team.
I love
well done
the
to
top
everyone.
bands
Well done to all of
Let's
you all.
raise a glass of sattu to that.
Yeah, glass of sattu. I have one here.
She put out an interesting header this morning. It's a litmus test. It's a litmus test for Bihar. It's a litmus test for the channels as well. On that very happy note, I want to look for the chai stop. Where is that chai stop? Because we've been talking, everybody's been talking non-stop. And therefore, the fact also, after 2 decades, if Nitish Kumar Jaimrik can deliver this kind of a verdict in this state, you know, it's saying a lot about the psyche of the people of Bihar. Unlike a Rajasthan where they're constantly yearning to turn the roti over, here they're content, they like what they've got. It's a poor, impoverished state. We saw a lot of poverty as we traveled, and yet they're okay. They want the guy back.
On a more philosophical note, I think Maharashtra and Bihar illustrate that if you have beneficiaries, participatory engagement in a democracy, you're going to produce different type of mandates. And I think that's happening in Bihar. As per the Election Commission, we are looking at something like a 73% majority. This is a 2/3 majority.
This is a good time as any to call the chai stop in the NDTV chai stop. A lot of people messaging saying, you know, they want to stop by this chai stop as well. That's at the NDTV studio. Of course, you can swing by. We're very happy to have you here. And some delicious litti. But you know, when you've got Veer Sanghvi sitting there, I feel very scared, intimidated about saying anything about food, lest it come across as being completely imbecile.
There were a couple of messages saying exactly that. He's been enjoying the food.
I was really enjoying it. It was very good, I have to say.
Veer, please talk about the over-romanticization of litti also, and how things like tarua and arikanchan, etc. get completely lost in
I told you yesterday that people in Bihar get very irritated.
This is why you should.
I told you.
Subrasha, this is why you should watch yesterday's episode of Chai Stop on NDTV, where this became a very heated point of
I was
debate.
representing exactly this point of view that a lot of people in Bihar kept saying, हम तो घर में लिट्टी नहीं बनाते, ये बाहर के लोग आकर के लिट्टी चोखा करते रहते हैं.
So what would you want us to eat then?
Look,
I would want you to eat.
So whoever wants to grab some litti and chokha, and there's some.
or a maghi.
आपके पास दही चूड़ा भी है ना? So there are multiple options. It's a good time as any to sit back.
Okay,
and
before we
do
close,
a chai
we just
stop.
update the viewers on Election Commission's vote share. As per the Election Commission, the vote share of NDA is adding up to 48.4%. Okay,
Wow. That's a landslide. It's not a tight fight as some polls Gupta, I'm sorry, will not have much of a chance to dance this morning. It's not a small victory, it's a landslide in favor. I saw Shiv, you were also rolling up some littis, we were trying to make them yourself. I saw Veera and Padmaja were trying to do this.
That's true.
Veera was actually really good at it, Padmaja also, but I came a close third, and for someone who hasn't travelled to Bihar, thanks to you, Rahul, this time, I think I did a pretty good
but
job.
given what Prime Minister Modi, the Home Minister and Rajnath Singh have said about Pakistan, we come for you, we come for the perpetrator. Shiv has his bag packed.
I couldn't move from here.
Shiv has his bag packed. He's bringing a bag, Padmaja, to office every morning in the hope कि मेरा number अब आएगा. Padmaja, आप बैठो office में. Here I go.
I never unpacked my Bihar bag, by the way. So my Bihar bag is still packed.
No mediocre food here. No mediocre. None whatsoever.
No, so ये जो बोल रहे हैं कि लिट्टी इज ओवररेटेड, आपको ये लगता है कि ये बार-बार लिट्टी के ऊपर फोकस आता है और ये बिहार के लोग बोल रहे हैं कि भाई आपने लिट्टी को ज्यादा फेमस कर दिया, बाकी जो बिहार का खाना है उसको उस तरह की तवज्जो नहीं मिलती है?
तवज्जो मिल रही है, धीरे-धीरे थोड़ा टाइम लग रहा है. पिट्ठा भी आ रहा है, सत्तू पराठा भी आ रहा है, सत्तू शरबत भी आ रहा है, तो थोड़ा सा वक्त लगेगा. लेकिन लिट्टी क्या है कि इतना ऊंचे लेवल पे पहुंचेंगे तो थोड़ा सा नीचे आने में तो दिक्कत हो रही है बाकी लोगों को.
आप और क्या सर्व करते हो, मतलब आपके?
सर मेरा पूरा बिहार क्यूजिन है. सत्तू पराठा, लिट्टी चोखा,
दही चूड़ा.
Also shift the pride in the food. You know, unlike earlier, where because you're not thinking it's not very fancy cuisine, so you're not really looking up to it. Now the pride with which it's served, the pride also with which it's eaten.
It's so much a part of behavior. It's so much a part of culture in Bihar. By the way, confession, I've been to Bihar only once in my life. It was my first journalistic assignment. When I was a newspaper cub reporter, I was sent to Bihar, and I still remember, this was 22 years ago, and I still remember that the hospitality with which people serve you, the pride with which food comes out when you visit homes, Padmaja and I were exchanging notes about this, is just incredible. It's one thing that I really took away from Bihar.
Shubhrashtra has to eat the litti chokha and then tell us whether it's authentic, not authentic.
Shubhrashtra is eating dahi chuda.
She's like, this is overhyped. I'm not eating this.
Brigade.
She's like,
yes, I'm totally anti-litti.
Why are you anti-litti?
We are polarized here.
Personal preference, I'm not very fond of litti. I love the probiotic early in the morning.
Is it because it's considered a very
plebeian food?
I'm just told, Rahul.
Food here, because in Bombay they consider vada pav a plebeian.
I'm just told that we're number one on the digital live stream right now on NDTV 24/7. I want to show you that data right now. This is something
This is one of the best things you can have.
Is a complete validation and an affirmation of what NDTV 24/7 election coverage is. Rahul, number one on YouTube at this point of time.
It's a sweet dish.
Viewers in their thousands from across the country and the world are tuning in as we speak to NDTV. Results with NDTV is trending as well. We're getting an enormous, a huge, like a flood of comments and reactions, even requests, which I'm going to be relaying to our guests right now.
To come and join the chai stop.
The requests are whether this stall can be put outside the NDTV office after our coverage is over, and whether
you have to ask Mr. Litti wala.
I've already asked him. He said, no problem.
Okay.
He said, done.
Before he runs out of supplies.
Done. He'll get more supplies. And
no, but the good thing is, and you only want to see Padmaja, a team cover elections is also enjoying themselves. They're enjoying their litti, they're enjoying their dahi chuda, they're enjoying their coverage. If they're not, they're enjoying the singing and the dancing. Otherwise, you know, what's the fun? Elections are so much about color, so much about fun, so much about passion, and so much about effort.
And so much about stories that you pick up. And the wisdom of people is far out.
Oh, वहाँ जाओ, वीर सांघवी जी के पास जाओ.
Veer sir has instructions also for
the what are the instructions? For how he wants his litti.
No, nothing.
Some caviar, some burrata.
On the subject of Bihari
no truffle
what
mushrooms.
Would you pair this with? Would you pair it with a red wine, perhaps?
Diet Coke. But you know the thing about Bihari street food is the best Bihari street food is actually in Calcutta.
Why? Why so?
Because if you go to Calcutta, you have the puchkas, you have the chana, you have the tikkis, and you keep saying, wow, it's Calcutta street food. There's not a single Bengali making any of these things. All of them are Biharis who've come to Calcutta who make it. You go to any of the famous Muslim restaurants in Calcutta and they all talk about meteor brews, etc. Not one Bengali speaker, all Bihari.
So what do you make about the resurgent pride in Bihari food? You know, it wasn't felt
that's
earlier.
my point, that the Biharis have never claimed this food as their own. It is their food. Even chaat, which UP takes credit for, all over Eastern India, it's Biharis who do it. So
no,
Bihari
it comes from Bihar originally.
The guys who make it are Biharis.
No, make it. But where does it come from? That's the question.
No Bengali ever invented puchkas here. It all came from UP and Bihar.
Now they also have a MP from Bihar and West Bengal. That's how resurgent of Biharis are. Kirti Azad Bihari is now an MP in West Bengal. So that's the takeover of.
Rashtriya, I've taken your lead and refused a plate of.
Why so? Why so? He had his fair share yesterday.
Because I stayed back after the chai stop shoot yesterday and practically emptied out this guy's supplies.
But this guy is very good.
He's really good. He's fabulous.
No, but Chetan's been exercising so hard, he's staying away. Later he said, no. What, you're minding your abs and being very careful?
Abs, I'll have it later. This is very heavy, isn't it? This thing.
Come on, yeah, don't be such Mr.
I just because litti dena bas.
He's being full Mr. Fancy Pants.
Ye dena.
He's having only the choka. Come on, man.
Because
you know, you have Tehzeem who doesn't
sit well, yaar.
Needs one meal a day.
Chai bhi aapke paas? Second two. Ye kya? Chini isliye.
I had one in the morning. I had it since the morning.
Third one.
But I'm doing it because we are happy.
Onion do.
Tehzeem owns gymnasiums, for God's sake.
But I'm happy that we are trending.
But I'm
very good.
Given that you woke up so early in the morning, Chetan,
I like
indulge.
the paratha version of
It's election day.
You know, I think maybe that's why Rahul Gandhi is so fit, because he doesn't get to eat so many laddus. Rahul Gandhi is so fit. Because there's no, the one benefit of not winning is you don't have to eat so many sweets.
No, but Tehzeen, we saw that Pookie video which came out. You saw that
Only Chetan knew what it meant.
Yeah,
that is with AI.
That's what it meant.
Yeah.
No, but where is Rahul Gandhi in all this? Where is he?
Tehzeen, where is he?
I believe he's not in the country.
But where is he?
Not in the country.
Mamdanistan. Have you heard of Mamdanistan?
Veer, everybody is entitled to some time off. But Mr. Gandhi just seems to take way too much time off work. I mean, I'm not for someone working 24/7, 365. That's not good. But this is just way too much time off work.
Also, when you're in politics and it's an issue, you should sort of cut down only because you know that people will pick on you. I don't think you should travel that.
No, but also given the fact that he did this Vote Adhikar Yatra and just around the Diwali, Bhai Dooj, Chhat period, he was completely missing in action in the.
But even today, with the Bihar results, you sure he's abroad?
This is going to happen, so
you sure he's abroad? Or?
That's what we know, that he's not in the country. He's coming back.
Okay.
I think, on 16%.
We've got, as we chomp into this Litti Choka and Dahi Chuda, we've got Maithili Thakur joining us. Well-known singer, she's leading at this moment, fighting her first election, naturally very excited. If you were with us, Maithili ji, we'd invite you to have some lovely, sumptuous Bihari breakfast.
I'm missing on it right now.
हाँ, आप होती तो हम आपको खिलाते लिट्टी चोखा, पक्का से.
Oh, thank you.
अच्छा, आपका favorite वैसे है क्या बिहारी breakfast? Because we got lots of options. Maybe we'll just have some packed from Mr. Litti Wala and have it sent to you.
Please pack some litti choka and send it for me.
अच्छा, ये दूसरी बिहारन है हमारे साथ शुभराष्ट्र, वो कह रही कि लिट्टी चोखा is overhyped. She is fully against it. ये ज़्यादा इन्होंने बिहार के बाहर वालों ने इसको overhype कर दिया है. Over romanticization.
मैथिली भी बताएंगे आपको कि मिथिला का नाश्ता यही होता है, दही चूड़ा ही होता है.
हम जीते
गलत बोल रही हूँ मैं.
होता है, लेकिन मैं दही और दूध नहीं खाती हूँ इसीलिए.
Oh, she's lactose intolerant.
अब आप lactose intolerant हैं?
हाँ, वही. लेकिन दही चूड़ा ऐसा है जो मेरे भाई लोग रोज सुबह में खा करके निकलते हैं घर से.
This is the OG breakfast of Bihar.
Yeah.
Litti is a food when you prepare, like as a family, when you are exhausted, you don't want to do a lot. आप लिट्टी डाल देते हैं चूल्हे में, वो बनता रहता है, उसी में आप भून लेते हैं जो भी आपको सब्जियां भूननी होती है, उसका चोखा बना के खाते हैं.
Okay, she has let her displeasure be known very clearly. Mr. Littiwala needs more optionality. There wasn't enough. Yes, finally he's managed to get something on his plate.
This is nice. It's also too spicy for me. But
कितना ड्रामा है वीर इसका?
अरे we have like
ये ठीक नहीं है,
you have
वो ठीक नहीं
politicians
है.
who are lactose intolerant. Now you have politicians who are lactose intolerant.
Yeah, but I think you are creating too much drama about the breakfast.
But I must say,
गए चाय के ठेले पे ये ठीक नहीं है, वो ठीक नहीं है, इसको कहीं और लेके जाना पड़ेगा.
I'm having this dahi.
So bemused, she's listening to our entire conversation.
इसलिए ये इलेक्शन कवरेज चल रही है कि क्या हो रहा है.
But I must.
यहाँ पे तो अलग ही है.
Bihar has a full cuisine. It has a very high population, but compared to that, number of Bihari restaurants in India is very less.
No, but it's increasing.
It's increasing.
Okay, Maithili, you're winning your election. Forget this. You know, she's like, okay, I do this for breakfast every day. I'm winning my election. Congratulations, well done. How does it feel to be a first-time candidate currently in the lead with your alliance running away to a sweeping victory in Bihar this time?
ये मेरे लिए बहुत बड़ी बात है कि मैं ऐसे लोगों के सानिध्य में हूँ, ऐसे लोगों के नेतृत्व में हूँ जो बिहार ही नहीं देश में अपना और देश के बाहर भी हम लोग को एक बहुत गर्व से हम सर उठा के बोलते हैं कि हम बिहारी हैं. तो नीतीश कुमार जी, हमारे माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी, सब लोग का आशीर्वाद है. और मैं बस आप लोग के चैनल के माध्यम से देख रही हूँ क्या क्या ट्रेंड बनते जा रहा है. आई एम विनिंग इन दैट एंड बहुत अधिक खुशी हो रही है.
अच्छा, don't criticize the stereotypical question, but you can't have Maithili Thakur, whose songs regale all of Bihar, and not ask her, इस वक्त जब आप जीत रही हैं एक फर्स्ट टाइम कैंडिडेट के तौर पे, आपके जहन में, आपके दिल में, आपके दिमाग में कौन सा गाना है जो आप गुनगुना रही हैं?
बधैया ही चल रहा है। बधैया बाजे आंगने में, बधैया बाजे आंगने में, बधैया बाजे आंगने में, बधैया बाजे आंगने में, बधैया बाजे आंगने में।
शुभराष्ट्र हैज अ फरमाइश फॉर यू। शुभराष्ट्र,
मैं तो भगवती गीत ही हमेशा फरमाइश करूंगी। शारदा जी का अगर आप कुछ गुनगुना सके मैथिली।
लास्ट टाइम आई स्टैंड जय जय भैरवी फॉर यू।
यस।
अभी मैं आपको जगदम्बा घर में दियरा सुनाती हूँ।
वो भी सुनाया था आपने।
अच्छा ओके।
अरे उसमें जिसमें पूरा भगवती के रूप का वर्णन है।
अरे
वाह वाह, यही है।
कमल राजित ताहियो पर भगवती माँ, सिंध पर एक कमल राजित ताहियो पर भगवती।
मैथिली, ये बताइए कि अब आप लीड में हैं, हो सकता है आप जीत भी जाए, आपकी इतनी कम उम्र है, आप एकदम मतलब कला के क्षेत्र से हैं, आप गाती हैं, पॉलिटिक्स बहुत बहुत मुश्किल है, यहाँ पर म्यूजिक कम होता है, डिस्कॉर्डेंट नोट, शोर शराबा ज़्यादा होता है, क्या आप उस आपाधापी के लिए तैयार हैं?
आई थिंक बहुत ज़रूरी है कि संवेदनशील लोगों को पॉलिटिक्स में आना चाहिए, ताकि जितने भी लोगों के मन में ये है कि पॉलिटिक्स गंदगी है, दलदल है, जैसे मुझे 1 महीना जो झेलने को मिला ना सोशल मीडिया पे, या फिर अपने फैंस जितने हमारे प्रशंसक थे संगीत से, सब लोगों ने जिस तरीके से मुझे चेतावनी दी कि नहीं करो ये काम, मत जाओ, ऐसा मत करो, तो यही सब मैं सुनते हुए आ रही है। लेकिन एक मुझे मिसाल सेट करना है कि पॉलिटिक्स में हम लोग एक बड़ी चेंज ला सकते हैं।
बड़ी सुरीली रहने वाली है नई असेंबली।
Maithili, आई एम अ वेरी बिग फैन ऑफ योर म्यूजिक, आई एम अ न्यू फैन ऑफ योर म्यूजिक एज वेल, बट मेरा एक सवाल था, बिकॉज एज अ सिंगर हार्ड वर्क इज नथिंग न्यू टू यू, लेकिन इस कैंपेन में आपके लिए सबसे मुश्किल क्या था? व्हाट वाज द मोस्ट डिफिकल्ट थिंग फॉर यू इन द कैंपेन?
सबसे ज्यादा डिफिकल्ट मेरे लिए था शुरू के 4 दिन, कि मैं इतनी नेगेटिविटी मैंने कभी जीवन में नहीं झेली थी, क्योंकि मुझे मेरे माता पिता, मैं अपने पापा को यहाँ पे ज्यादा श्रेय दूंगी, उन्होंने मुझे सबसे अलग काट करके एक कोने में छुपा के रखा था अभी तक, कि सिर्फ संगीत पे ध्यान दो, बाहर जो भी कुछ बोल रहा है, चाहे तुम्हारे प्रशंसक है तुम उनको भी मत सुनो, जो तुम्हारी निंदा कर रहे हैं उनको भी मत सुनो। लेकिन अभी मैं ऐसी जगह पे हूँ जहाँ पे मेरे पापा ने एक स्टेप पीछे ले लिया है कि अब तन्नू तुम जाओ आगे और तुम देखो कैसी होती है दुनिया, कैसे जीना है। तो ये मेरे लिए शुरू के 4-5 दिन रोज रो करके बीतते थे कि इतना बुरा लोग मुझे बोल रहे हैं, मुझे लोग बिल्कुल साबित कर रहे हैं कि मैं डम हूँ, मैं बच्ची हूँ, मुझे कुछ नहीं आता, मैं कहाँ से आ गई हूँ, गुड़िया हूँ। तो अभी ये 4-5 दिन मेरे लिए डिफिकल्ट पार्ट था। हालांकि जो 17-18 घंटे का जो कैंपेन था वो तो मैं बहुत एंजॉय करती थी, और आगे मैं अपने 5 साल में बहुत अच्छे और बड़े ऐसे काम करूंगी ताकि सब लोगों को अपने काम से चुप करा सकूं।
What happens to your singing career though? Can you balance both, Maithili, or do you think it will become one of the two?
No. I can manage, because I'm not resigning from job to join another career. म्यूजिक मेरे कंठ में है, मेरे जीवन शैली में ही संगीत है, तो मुझे उससे रेजिग्नेशन देकर के आगे बढ़ने की जरूरत नहीं है।
चलिए चलते चलते विक्ट्री सॉन्ग के लिए आपके जहन में क्या आ रहा है, वो मांग रहे हैं हमारे प्रोड्यूसर्स। व्हाट्स योर विक्ट्री एंथम?
बिल्कुल नहीं सोच पा रही हूँ, मेरा फोन ऐसा लग रहा है कि आज खराब हो जाएगा, ब्लास्ट हो जाएगा। मैं लगातार अपने भाइयों का और मेरा खुद का फोन मैनेज करूँगी कि वो भी काउंटिंग हॉल में है, तो माय फोन में जस्ट मैं अभी गाना सोच ही नहीं पा रही, कंसंट्रेट नहीं कर पा रही।
Anyway, we'll do that later. Just soak in the moment,
sure.
Enjoy yourself. Thank you so much, and our best wishes to you. सतीश के सिंह joins us. सतीश जी, कांटे की टक्कर, क्लोज फाइट, ये वो तो सिर्फ पोल्स में हुई, जमीन पर तो एनडीए क्यों गई इलेक्शन?
एनडीए लेके उड़ी या नीतीश?
आप बताइए, मुझे
लगता है
ऐसा तो हो नहीं सकता कि वन ऑफ द टू तो हो नहीं सकता है, दोनों लड़े हैं सर।
उसमें जूनियर पार्टनर, हु इज द जूनियर पार्टनर? Nitish seems to be proving that this election was around him and there was some speculation.
नहीं, I don't agree with you. देखिए, ये दोनों लोगों ने मिल के, मतलब दोनों बैट्समैन ने मिल के रन बनाए, तभी इतने रन बने. अगर एक ही के भरोसे बैठे होते अशोक मलिक, तो इतने, if I can pull you away from the लिट्टी चोखा just for a moment, for some commentary, इतना आसान नहीं होता.
I think the combination is important because the organizational strength of the BJP, the all India appeal of the BJP, and the local appeal of Nitish, which is without which you could not have won, certainly. But that combination is important. So,
Jiten Ram Manjhi of the Hindustan Awam Morcha speaking at this moment, former Chief Minister of Bihar. Let's listen in.
नीतीश कुमार निश्चित रूप में हम लोग तो यही मान के चलते हैं कि नीतीश कुमार ही बनेंगे मुख्यमंत्री.
कल तक तेजस्वी दावा टावनी दे रहे थे कि कोई अधिकारी किसी इशारे पर काम अगर करेगा तो.
वो तो पहले ही से कह रहे थे कि गिरल भभकी देते हैं, भ्रामक समाचार पैदा करते हैं ताकि लोगों में दहशत हो. तो ये शो कर रहे थे कि हम जीत रहे हैं, कोई गड़बड़ी होगी. लेकिन धन्यवाद है चुनाव आयोग को कि जिन्होंने उन लोगों का मुंह बंद कर दिया. वो लोग देखे कि कहाँ गड़बड़ी हो रही है. हर तरह से चुनाव आयोग बिहार का, हिंदुस्तान का बहुत एकदम स्वच्छ कार्य कर रही है. और हम समझते हैं कि इतना बड़ा देश में जहाँ करीब करीब 80 करोड़ 82 करोड़ वोटर्स हैं, वहाँ वोट कराना बहुत मुश्किल होता है और विभिन्न तरह के लोग होते हैं. वहाँ सक्सेसफुली वो वोट कराया है और हम समझते हैं कि इसके लिए जितना भी प्रशंसा किया जाए चुनाव आयोग का वो कम होगा.
नेपाल जैसा स्थिति हो जाएगा.
वो यही तो जो अपना जंगल राज का अपना प्रवृत्ति दिखला रहे थे, तो अच्छा हुआ है FIR हुआ है. सुनते हैं कानूनी कार्रवाई होगी उन पर. जो इस तरह का बात बोलेगा या इस तरह की कार्रवाई में लीन होगा या कोई ऐसा वातावरण पैदा करेगा. ये बिहार है, गौतम बुद्ध की धरती है, अशोक की धरती है.
आपकी पार्टी हो गई सर नई सरकार अगर.
अब भूमिका अभी तो आना बाकी है. हम तो सोचते हैं कि 6 सीट जीतेंगे, लेकिन अभी जो रुझान दे रहा है 3-4-5 3-4-5 आ रहा है.
That's Jiten Ram Manjhi, former Chief Minister of Bihar. I've just received a message from London. Good morning, Rahul. I've been watching NDTV since 3 a.m. for the election coverage in the United Kingdom. I badly need this chai stop to come my way. This is Subhash from London. So Subhash, here it is, sending some virtual chai your way. So thank you, Mr. Littiwala. We'll have you back hopefully for some dessert later. We can have some.
मीठे में क्या है? हाँ? क्या डेजर्ट?
सर ऐसे आपको इलेक्शन कमेंट्री के लिए अपना रोल याद रखो, भूलो मत. You are here for election panditry.
But now in Tamil Nadu elections, will we have dosa? Like you set the benchmark now.
Of course. Where's the doubt?
Chetan, I'm off to Tamil Nadu in a few days to do a recce for Rahul. We're going to be doing it in an even bigger way.
If all the anchors and editors head off to Tamil Nadu, you know, we'll have a newsroom figuring out who's going to actually be doing all the work. Let me go across to Abdul Bari Siddiqui, senior leader of the RJD, one of the generals of Lalu Yadav, now seeing this generational shift happening in the RJD. Siddiqui Saab, welcome to NDTV. You know, your thoughts, as it seems very clear now that the NDA, the JDU and the BJP have run away with this election. आपने लालू का दौर देखा है, लालू जिताया करते थे आरजेडी को. लग रहा है कि उनका बेटा और उनके लीडरशिप में एक बार फिर से गठबंधन हार की तरफ बढ़ रही है.
नहीं, देखिए अभी शुरुआती रुझान है और आफ्टर पोलिंग जो लोगों का उत्साह देखा है तो उससे मुझको अभी तक निराशा नहीं हुई है और मैं मानता हूं कि ये शुरुआती रुझान है और जो फिगर है ये बदलेगा ज़रूर, ऐसा मुझको यकीन है.
नहीं पर सर कैसे बदलेगा, आपको मैं दिखा देता हूं. अभी के जो आंकड़े हैं 171 लीडें हैं 243 में से. अगर बदल रहा है तो ये उल्टी दिशा में बदल रहा है. अब 49 सीट्स फ्रॉम द लास्ट टाइम. ये तो बड़ी ही जीत होती है. बदल रहा है तो उनको और फायदा हो रहा है, उल्टा नहीं हो रहा है सर. यहाँ पे आंकड़े जो आ रहे हैं
जो 69 MGB के उसमें से ओनली 50 इज आरजेडी, सो दे आर डाउन टू द सेकंड लोएस्ट. 22 था 2010 में. अभी
कहीं ना कहीं सिद्दीकी साहब अभी चर्चा करने का विषय ये है कि गठबंधन की इतनी खराब हार कैसे हुई इस इलेक्शन में, ये सबसे बड़ा सवाल है.
नहीं, अभी आपसे हम जानना चाहेंगे कि ये कैमा राउंड है?
नहीं, अभी अलग अलग काउंटिंग सेंटर्स पे अलग अलग हुआ है between the third and the fourth round of counting. But yeah, I sure accept it will take some time. But this is in any case already bigger than any post poll study. जो sample अब तक count हो गया है, which is a representative sample, it's across all counting centers, is a very vast actual sample. तो ये ट्रेंड तो पकड़ रहा है. अगर थोड़ा सा जैसे 174 एंड जयमृग कैन बिग दिस डाउन, 174 कैन कम डाउन टू 170, 165, पर अगर आप सोचो कि ये ट्रेंड ही रिवर्स हो जाएगा, एमजी भी 174 पे चल जाएगा 65 पे, सर अब वो पॉसिबल नहीं है.
का लेटेस्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन क्वालिफाई कर देता हूं. इलेक्शन कमीशन सर 243 में से 232 सीट का लीड दे रहा है, उसमें आपके 42 हैं.
ये देखिए ना, 47 in the data that we have, 47 leads for the RJD, down 28 from the last time.
It will peak at 50 or 51 at best. So they are
थोड़ा सा चेंज, सिद्दीकी साहब, थोड़ा सा चेंज हो सकता है, ये ट्रेंड रिवर्सल नहीं हो सकता. आई थिंक इट्स टाइम फॉर नाउ सम वेरी सीरियस इंट्रोस्पेक्शन एंड फॉर यू ऑल्सो टू लुक एट एंड टू कंसिडर एंड टू एक्सप्लेन टू पीपल वॉचिंग व्हाई यू थिंक द गठबंधन स्क्रिप्ट वेंट सो हॉरिबली रॉन्ग. ये सवाल है सर इस वक्त का.
नहीं, मुझको आश्चर्यजनक जरूर लगता है.
आश्चर्य लगता है सर, ये तो रिजल्ट्स हैं. आश्चर्य कि आपको तो पता ही होगा जमीन पे क्या हो रहा है, क्योंकि आरजेडी इज डाउन 28 seats from the last time, winning only 47, leading at 47.
नहीं, एक्चुअली जस्ट अ मिनट.
जी.
आश्चर्यजनक इसलिए लगता है कि जो आफ्टर पोलिंग लोगों का उत्साह हमने अपने लोगों का देखा है, तो या तो पब्लिक झूठ बोल रही है या मशीन झूठ बोल रहा है. क्या बोले? अगर यही है तो हम अभी भी आशान्वित हैं कि अगर ये राउंड फर्स्ट, सेकंड, थर्ड है और वोट जो पोल हुआ है वो बहुत ज़्यादा पोल हुआ है, परसेंटेज बढ़े हैं, तो इसलिए हम मायूस अभी तक नहीं हैं. हम कह सकते हैं कि इब्तदाई इश्क रोता है क्या, आगे आगे देखिए होता है.
चलिए सतीश के सिंह के पास आपके लिए सवाल है. सतीश जी पूछिए.
सिद्दीकी साहब देखिए, आके तो नेता लोग खाली झूठ ही बोलते रहते हैं, थोड़ा आप सच बोलने के लिए जाने जाते हैं. गड़बड़ी कहाँ रही है? क्या माने कि ये जो सोशल जस्टिस, सामाजिक न्याय, ईबीसी एजेंडा आदि 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 ये सब की हार हो रही है? कहाँ? आप थोड़ा ऑनेस्टली बताइए.
नहीं, ऑनेस्टली सतीश जी, ऑनेस्टली बता रहे हैं कि जैसा आपने इल्जाम लगाया नेताओं पे कि नेता लोग तो झूठ ही बोलते रहते हैं, ठीक है, मतलब
आप सच बोलते हैं.
लोग को अगर नहीं एक्चुअली अगर मैं आप कहूँ कि पत्रकार लोग झूठ बोलते हैं तो आपको अच्छा लगेगा?
नहीं आप अरे मैंने आपसे कहा सब पत्रकार थोड़ी झूठ बोलते हैं. जैसा वो आप भी सच ही बोलते हैं, मैं जानता हूं आपके बारे में.
सिद्दीकी साहब आप खुद नाराज चल रहे थे. अब मैं आपसे ब्लंटली पूछ ही लेती हूँ. कई ऐसी सीटें थी जहां आपका जो रिकमेंडेशन था वो नहीं माना गया. बीच में आपकी नाराजगी बहुत ही साफ सबके सामने आई थी जब आपने कहा था कि तेजस्वी यादव जननायक कहलाने के लायक नहीं है. आपको लगता है कि टिकट डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन में जिस तरीके से मुसलमानों को लगातार आरजेडी कम से कम टिकट देती जा रही है, गलती की गई है?
नहीं मैडम, ऐसा है कि वो जननायक की बात नहीं थी. उन्होंने किसी ने खरखाही में नायक का पोस्टर लगाया था, तो हमसे पूछा गया, जैसे आप भी अभी बोल रही हैं कि जननायक, तो हमने कहा कि भाई लोक नायक जयप्रकाश जी कहलाते हैं और जननायक कर्पूरी जी कहलाते हैं, और हमारे जो यूथ लीडर हैं भविष्य, इनको हम कह सकते हैं यूथ के आइकॉन कह सकते हैं. इतना ही हम बोला था, मगर ये नहीं कहा. मगर जब वोट के बारे में है, मैं अभी भी आशान्वित हूँ कि साहब अब देखिए, अगर यही स्थिति है, मान लीजिए थोड़े देर के लिए ऐसा ही रिजल्ट आता है, तो फिर हमको शुरू से सारी समीक्षा करनी पड़ेगी कि क्या हुआ।
बिल्कुल, तो कुछ ऐसे भी लोग हैं ना पार्टी के अंदर जो आपको लगता है कि भटका रहे हैं तेजस्वी यादव को, जो नए नए पार्टी में आए हैं वो सही सलाह नहीं दे रहे हैं।
देखिए, अभी इस सब पे तो किसी तरह का टीका टिप्पणी करने की जरूरत नहीं है। अभी रिजल्ट क्या आ रहा है फाइनली, उसके बाद आप पूछिए।
Okay, we'll have you back later. Abdul Bari Siddiqui, who stood by Lalu Yadav at the peak of the RJD's success, now seeing the current results unfold before him. He knows what's happened, wants to hold back any analysis and judgment. There are two data sets I want to take right at this moment to give you some very interesting insights. The first one is the impact of Prashant Kishor. Live analytics on your screen right now. I'll show you the impact that Prashant Kishor has had. He contested 238 seats. Out of them, his party is currently leading on 5, trailing on 163. The spoiler alert data says on 20 seats, the votes won by Prashant Kishor's party at this moment are more than the gap between the party that is leading and trailing. So out of those 13 leads were with the NDA, 5 with the Gathbandhan. So he's damaged the NDA's prospects on 13 seats. He's damaged the Gathbandhan on 5.
So his Pradeep Gupta, he said the ratio would be like 75-20.
So he's damaging the NDA more. 18 seats where he spoiled the chances of the NDA. But his ability largely, Arsh se Farsh, he said 166 seats he's trailing on, which basically means he hasn't had the kind of impact he would have hoped for. This is the Owaisi impact. Trailing on 19 seats, leading only on 1. Spoiler alert says 6. Spoiler alert is blinking 6, which means on 6 seats, the number of votes counted in favor of Owaisi's party this time are more than the gap between the winner and the runner-up, which essentially means he is playing the role of a spoiler. On that, the NDA is leading on 5, the Gathbandhan on 1. So he is helping the NDA on 5 seats, which otherwise may have gone towards the Gathbandhan. But that again, Veer Sanghvi, not much of a difference. Even if you add these 5 leads thanks to Owaisi to the Gathbandhan tally, last time they were saying it was so tight that Owaisi made the difference. This time that's not the case.
No, it's not large enough to have swung the election either way. It's interesting, but not terribly significant to the large.
Just a side note, as it were, it doesn't materially impact what's happening.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at how some of the VIP candidates are doing. Anand Singh, jailed in Mokama, he's leading on a JDU ticket. Take also, for example, Indrajit Gupta of the IIP, working along with the Gathbandhan, he's trailing in Saharsa. If you take, for example, Osama Sahib, on an RJD ticket, he's currently leading in Raghunathpur. If I'll go across to the next sheet and show you the data here, on a BJP ticket, Ramkirpal Yadav in Danapur is currently trailing. Renu Devi is trailing in Bettiah. If you look at Tarkishore Prasad, former Deputy Chief Minister, he's leading in Katihar. So here's a look at some of the...
Giriraj Singh is speaking now.
Okay, let's listen to Giriraj Singh. Yes.
और बिहार की जनता अमन चैन शांति के लिए वोट दिया है, न्याय के साथ विकास के लिए वोट दिया है। और इधर नेतृत्व है नीतीश कुमार, नरेंद्र मोदी। भले युवा ने नहीं देखा वो काल, लेकिन उनके बुजुर्गों ने तो देखा है, और ये जीत उसी की है।
जी, तो सर महिलाओं का हमने देखा है कि किस तरह से महिलाओं ने बढ़ चढ़ के वोटिंग करी है, बिहार में देखने को मिला है, क्या
आपको मैं कहूं, लालू यादव अपने को गरीबों का मसीहा किया, लेकिन मसीहा अपने परिवार का बना। नीतीश कुमार ने महिलाओं की सशक्तिकरण की, नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने लाखपति दीदी का कॉन्सेप्ट दिया गरीबों की महिलाओं को सशक्तिकरण के लिए। तो महिला क्या वोट देगी लूट खसोट वालों को? महिला ने नरेंद्र मोदी और नीतीश कुमार पे भरोसा किया, लाखपति दीदी बनने का एक उनको अवसर दिया है। इसकी जीत भी कह सकते हैं, लेकिन ये बिहार की जीत हमारी है। बंगाल वाली दीदी अगली बारी बंगाल की है, क्योंकि वहां भी रोहिंग्या बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठियों को निकालना है, अराजकता की सरकार को हटाना है।
सर लेकिन कांग्रेस
Giriraj Singh quite charged up and pumped up there. Ashok Malik. Now this is an important point that Giriraj makes. His hope and anticipation that the victory in Bihar will enthuse the BJP cadre to make a harder dash for Fortress Bengal. That's what he's hoping for, and that's the signal they're sending to Kolkata and to the rest of the country.
True, obviously it will give a fillip, but of course Mamata Banerjee is I would say a far more formidable rival there than Tejashwi Yadav. However, there is something to what he says. If 10 or 15 years ago you would have told me that the BJP would have a chief minister in Odisha, could possibly be the single largest party in Bihar, and would see itself as having a reasonable chance in Bengal, I would have laughed at you.
Pawan Khera is speaking at this moment, heads the media cell of the Congress. Let's listen to Mr. Khera.
खेड़ा जी आप कैसे देखते हैं इन रुझानों को? क्या आप मानते हैं कि महागठबंधन अब?
Well, I'm saying it directly. Well, I'm saying it directly. There was a book we all read as children, To Serve with Love. So this is a book written by Ganesh Gupta for Mr. Modi.
सर हिंदी में जानेंगे कि ये जो रुझान है, आपको लगता है कि ये अब महागठबंधन पिछड़ गया है, हार मानते हैं आप?
नहीं, अभी शुरुआती रुझान है और शुरुआती रुझानों में जैसा कि मैंने कहा कि ऐसा लग रहा है कि ज्ञानेश कुमार गुप्ता बिहार की जनता पर भारी पड़ रहे हैं, लेकिन इंतजार करते हैं।
आप चुनावी मिलीभगत के आरोप लगा रही हैं।
मैं सीधा सीधा बोल रहा हूँ, मैं कोई लाग लपेट के साथ नहीं बोल रहा, मैं सीधा सीधा बोल रहा हूँ कि शुरुआती रुझान पिछले 2-2.5 घंटे के रुझानों में ऐसा अभी देखने को प्रतीत हो रहा है कि ज्ञानेश कुमार गुप्ता बिहार की जनता पर भारी पड़ रहे हैं। हो सकता है बिहार की जनता जीते।
Sir, before the elections, HM had claimed that they are going to get 160 to 180 seats. They are nearing to
So, I mean, that proves what I just said. That only endorses what I just said.
सर अब आगे क्या करेंगे, आगे की रणनीति क्या होगी, क्योंकि ज्ञानेश कुमार पे डायरेक्ट जो है वो आपने आरोप लगाया है?
मैं आरोप नहीं लगा रहा, मैं तो ये देख रहा हूँ कि वो कितने इफेक्टिव हैं। जो वो कर रहे हैं वो कितनी बखूबी कर रहे हैं वो देखने को आज मिलेगा।
We've got Pradeep Bhandari and Anshul Avijit joining us from the BJP and Congress respectively now. Both the spokespersons now joining us. Anshul Avijit, to you first. The numbers here are unprecedented. Many wondering if this is going to reach the 2010 level where you had the NDA cross the 200 mark. This can't be down to one factor alone. It can't be just about 10,000 rupees. Obviously, there's an overall story in Bihar that perhaps you fail to see.
No, I mean, look, I think the idea of pro-incumbency has to be really revisited, because nobody has voted for the NDA if these results concretize, if these results go the entire distance. Nobody has voted for the NDA because they're jobless, because their household savings are the lowest, because they have to go outside the state, face discrimination possibly, and typecasting and earn money and send it back because there is no industry. Nobody has voted on the account of the economic suffering of Bihar. I think what has happened is, and again, the rider that these results concretizes, Bihar is notoriously caste-driven. I've always maintained that, right? We can look beyond that and point out caste in different groups like women and youth and all. I don't know about all that. I'll be delighted to be proved wrong. But Bihar has been caste-driven. There are two blocks, coalition blocks that are there, which is the NDA and...
But Anshul Avijit, that's the politics even you do. When you fought an election, you obviously also were looking at your caste vote. That being said, in the area where your family sees its stronghold in Sasaram today, you have the NDA in a lead. In that entire area where the Congress was at its strongest in the Shahabad area, how is the NDA making inroads? Again, I say there has to be something more than just blaming the people and saying you have gone for caste. That's what every party does.
No, I'm not blaming the people. I respect their verdict. But I can't ever say. I always thought that this was a challenging election. These are assembly elections. It doesn't matter what it was. Things change. Bihar is very difficult.
Let's not miss the story here, Anshul. 185 leads for the NDA. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in, make no mistake, Bihar is seeing history being made. This is a whopping mandate after 2 decades of being in power. 185 out of 243, 63 up from the last time. The Janata Dal united at 80 leads, the BJP just behind at 78, the Lok Jan Shakti Party Lamvilas Paswan 22, Hindustan Awam Morcha at 4, Kushwaha's party at 1, Pradeep Bhandari. Congratulations. History being made in Bihar. This is proving to be a landslide victory. Far from being a can't take it takkar, this is one-way traffic across the state.
Well, Rahul, good morning to all your viewers. I believe that the people of Bihar have spoken. This is a historic mandate. This is a mandate. It's a pure pro-incumbency election. It's an election where the people of Bihar have said that they stand with Prime Minister Narendra Modi's governance and the NDA. Please look at this. This is just not a mere caste-wise. A lot of analysts have been saying that it is mere caste arithmetic. This is across caste lines, across demography lines. Bihar is 89% rural, which also tells you that the entire backing of the rural India has been with the welfare schemes of the Prime Minister and the Bihar government. At the same time, if you look at it, this is the most gender inclusive election in Bihar because the women voting turnout was 8%, roughly more than the men voting turnout. Compare it to the 1952 where the men voting turnout was higher. So which means that women participation has also been maximum. So if you study the entire election, the map of Bihar, we have got votes across various places where earlier it was considered to be the stronghold of the opposition. Pradeep, but it is just not limited to Bihar, Rahul. Prime Minister Modi has set up a pro-incumbency habit. Look at Gujarat. We have been in power.
I just want to,
look at Madhya Pradesh. So earlier, just in 10 seconds, I land. Lot of analysts used to say that anti-incumbency is a trend with the government. Anti-incumbency has become a trend with the opposition because of the way Rahul Gandhi has conducted the opposition.
Look, the Mahagathbandhan already set the stage before results even came in from last night. It actually broke on Padmaja's show when the RJD said, this vote is going to be stolen. Today you've seen Pawan Khera say to sir with love. So everything is being blamed except what really happened on the ground and all of those factors. But NDTV was the only network, Rahul, that actually did a study. And Jay is here right now on SIR since Pawan Khera mentioned that. So I want to understand from you, Rahul, and all of us here about that. What do these results tell us about the SIR impact? Because that was instinctively the first thing that the Congress has blamed in their first reaction to these numbers.
No, but remember, and Jay will build on this, that the maximum deletion was 6.12% in the Simanchal region per seat average. The Pan state average was 4.89. In the manner in which votes have gone up, this is a massive wave. This is a tsunami that we're seeing. Jay, so SIR may be a factor on the margins, but this is a massive wave for the NDA.
Absolutely. No, what we did is, Rahul, we actually adjusted the SIR reduction into the turnout. Okay. So even after adjusting the SIR reduction into the hard absolute turnout numbers, the average growth in turnout was 29,082 votes, which means that would have far annulled anything that the SIR could have done.
Yeah.
So that's point number one. Point number two, even in areas where a higher reduction took place, like Simachal, where, as Rahul rightly pointed out, about 6.2% of the votes were cut, that was more than compensated by an aggressive turnout, which was in an average of 45,000 per assembly seat.
I want to go across to Manoj Tiwari, Member of Parliament from Northeast Delhi. Also, for our viewers who don't know, very strong opening batsman for the Members of Parliament 11. And in Bihar, he was with us at Power Play. आप बोल रहे थे कि एक तरफ हवा चलेगी. From what we can see, Manoj ji, in Bihar, a massive victory, a historic victory of a kind we haven't seen. The only question now, 190, it's gone up to 190. The NDA could be beating the 2010 tally as well. This is history of a kind that many pundits have failed to predict. This is a massive victory. Congratulations.
Yes, राहुल जी, मैं समझता हूँ कि अभी ये तस्वीर अब तो रुझान है, मगर हम जब लोगों ने हमसे पूछा, हमने 175 प्लस की अपेक्षा की थी, लेकिन जो ग्राउंड पे दिखता था, जो ग्राउंड पे लोगों का मोदी जी नीतीश जी में विश्वास था, वो अद्भुत था। यही कारण था कि उसको लोगों ने इतना बड़ा परिणाम दिया है। रुझान है मुझे पता है, लेकिन रुझान में भी इस तरह से जाना और लगातार सुबह से बढ़त बनाए रखना, ये एक बड़े परिणाम का झलक है। और हम तो बिहार के 78 जगहों पे जब हम जहाँ गए, लोगों के मुख से सुने, जो आज मखाना उद्योग से, आप तो स्वयं तालाब में तैरते हुए दिखे थे मुझे, जो मखाना बनाते हैं वहाँ पे मैं आपको तालाब में देखा था, वो कितना बड़ा आज रोजगार का साधन है उस मखाना बोर्ड बनने के बाद। और इसके साथ साथ चाहे वो लोगों की गली हो, सड़क हो, पानी हो, नहर हो, हम इस बिहार में, राहुल जी आज एक बात आपको बताएंगे, हम लोग नहर पे पुलिया बनाने के लिए अनशन करते थे पहले और नहीं बनता था। आज नदी पे पुल कैसे बन जाता है, ये सब बिहार ने एक 20 साल के अवधि लगी है, लेकिन जो मोदी जी और नीतीश जी के प्रति विश्वास आया है, उसने जाति की दीवारें तोड़ दी हैं। राहुल जी,
शिव हैज अ क्वेश्चन फॉर यू। मनोज जी,
नो कास्ट बार नाउ।
मनोज जी, महागठबंधन का स्क्रिप्ट गलत कैसे गया? हाउ डिड इट गो सो रॉन्ग आपके ओपिनियन में? और आप तेजस्वी और राहुल के लिए क्या गाना गाएंगे? व्हाट सॉन्ग विल यू सिंग फॉर देम?
महागठबंधन का नुकसान उसी दिन हो गया था जब उन्होंने शहाबुद्दीन अमर रहे कहा था तेजस्वी बाबू ने, और कांग्रेस ने महागठबंधन के सपनों को चूर कर दिया था जिस दिन उन्होंने छठ माता की पूजा को ड्रामा कहा। क्योंकि देखिए, गली गली लोगों को सुविधाएं देने वाला नीतीश जी की सरकार, मोदी जी का साथ, तो ये दो चीज़ों ने जो किया है उसको तो हम लोग एक चुनाव में एक गीत गाते थे जो बिहार का प्राइड बन के निकला कि माटी को सोना करने वाली कलाकारी हैं जी, हाँ हम बिहारी हैं जी। वेरी प्राउडली एवरीवन इज सिंगिंग, हाँ हम बिहारी हैं जी।
आज जोश में मैं देख रहा हूँ, जब ये जीत रहे होते तब गाने को बोलो तो फट से गा देते हैं, जब हार रहे होते जीतते को गाने को बोलो तो बिल्कुल इनका मन ही नहीं करता। इनको लगता है कि गाना ही नहीं समझ में आ रहा, क्या बोलूं कुछ गाने को। मेरे को लगा मना करोगे आप शिव को, आप तो एक झटके में ही गा दिए। वाह मनोज जी वाह। शुभराष्ट्र आपसे कुछ पूछना चाहती है। फर्स्ट टाइम वाज लक। आई थॉट ही इज गोना से नो टू यू, बट या ही इज विनिंग सो ही इज हैप्पी। थोड़ा और भी फरमाइश कर सकते हैं।
गुड रन, यू हैड द दिल्ली इलेक्शंस, नाउ यू हैड द बिहार इलेक्शंस, ही इज बीन स्टार कैंपेनर इन बोथ।
स्टार्टेड विद दिल्ली, एंडिंग विद बिहार।
गुड लक।
अब थोड़ा सा शर्मा रहे हैं, ठीक है। हाँ शुभराष्ट्र।
मनोज जी, चूंकि बहुत सारे महत्वाकांक्षी वोटर्स ने भी इस बार फिर से एनडीए को जिताने में बहुत बड़ा योगदान किया है, मैं एक स्पेसिफिक पॉलिसी लेवल प्रश्न है, ये हमारे मिथिलांचल में जो हर साल बाढ़ की समस्या आती है, इंडिपेंडेंस के पहले से भी ये समस्या रही है, इसको लेकर के अमित शाह जी ने बहुत बड़ा बयान दिया है कि हम अगले 1 साल के अंदर इसको सॉल्व करेंगे। क्या ब्लूप्रिंट है, बीजेपी कैसे चाह रही है कि हम इसमें आगे बढ़ें, क्योंकि ये एक बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा है। और दूसरी बात, बिहारी कहना प्राइड की बात तो है ही, हम सब ने बहुत प्राउडली असर्ट किया है अपने आइडेंटिटी को, लेकिन माइग्रेशन के सवाल पर भी मेरा प्रश्न है कि ऐसा क्या करेंगे बिहार में कि हम जैसे लोग वापस जाएं, जो एस्पिरेशनल कार्डर है वो वापस जाए, क्योंकि जन सुराज जैसी पार्टी ने भी बिल्कुल धता बता दिया हमें ये कह करके कि वो हमारा फोकस ही नहीं है, एस्पिरेशनल बिहारीज आर नॉट आवर फोकस। तो मैं ये 2 स्पेसिफिक पॉलिसी लेवल सवाल पूछना चाहती हूँ आपसे।
नहीं, बिल्कुल अच्छा है, और इसको हमारी केंद्रीय नेतृत्व ने भी इसको एड्रेस किया है। और जो आपने कहा बाढ़ की समस्या, ये बाढ़ के नुकसान को आज हम लोगों ने बहुत मिनिमाइज किया है, मगर उसे पूरी तरह से सुरक्षित बनाना, ये हमारा इस 5 साल का एक बड़ा रोड मैप इसका बन रहा है। और हमारे नेता अमित शाह जी ने भी इसको कहा, नीतीश जी के एग्जीक्यूशन में और मोदी जी के केंद्रीय नेतृत्व में हम इस कार्य को करेंगे। इसी का एक स्वरूप है कोसी नदी पे बहुत बड़ा ब्रिज, इसी का एक बहुत बड़ा एग्जाम्पल है कि कैसे हम किनारों को सुरक्षित कर रहे हैं, उन पानी को और भी नदियों से कैसे जोड़ करके कहीं सूखा कहीं बाढ़ को हम मिनिमाइज करेंगे, इसका एक अच्छा रोड मैप है। और जो दूसरा आपका एक बात आया, आपने कहा माइग्रेशन, देखिए आज भी ना, आज पंजाब में मजदूर नहीं मिल रहे हैं उतने जितने चाहिए, आज हर स्टेट में कमी होने लगी है। क्योंकि जब आप इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बढ़ाते हैं, 7,000 किलोमीटर की हाईवे बनती है, तो काम बिहार में भी है। अभी इस बार हम लोगों ने हर जिले में एक फैक्ट्री अवश्य होगी, ये हमारा संकल्प है।
मनोज जी, पद्मजा हैज अ क्वेश्चन फॉर यू। पद्मजा
जी, मनोज जी,
स्किल सेंटर होगा। तो राहुल भाई, मेरा कहने का मतलब है, ये बात बहुत अच्छा है जो मैम ने कहा, और हम इसको एड्रेस करने के लिए हमारे जितने बजट का दूसरा काम होता था, अब उसी बजट से।
जी सर, बट ऑन प्रायोरिटी, क्योंकि अब बिहार कह रहा है, और ये बार बार हमने बोला है एनडीटीवी पे भी, कि लोग ये जरूर कह रहे हैं कि एक बार नीतीश जी आ जाए तो वही ठीक है, लेकिन उनसे उम्मीदें भी बहुत है कि बहुत तकलीफें हैं, पलायन तकलीफ है, नौकरी की तकलीफ है, बाढ़ की तकलीफ है। चलिए, हमें उम्मीद नीतीश जी से है, फर्क बस इतना है। लेकिन आपके खुद के जो है बड़े करीबी रहे हैं कई लोग, इस बार चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं।
होगी।
आपने शाहबुद्दीन की बात की थी, तो उनके उसामा शाह, उनके जो अभी बेटे हैं, वो रघुनाथपुर से करीब 45-50 वोट से इतने करीब से पीछे चल रहे हैं, पर बहुत कांटे की टक्कर है। लेकिन मैं पूछना चाहती हूँ आपसे, आपके कुछ एक वक्त जो बहुत करीबी लोग रहे हैं, खेसारी लाल यादव, ये सब भी अपना चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं, उनको क्या आप मैसेज देना चाहेंगे, और क्या लग रहा है आपको उनके चुनावी भविष्य के बारे में, जीतेंगे या हारेंगे?
नहीं, हम रिजल्ट देखेंगे। अब देखिए, इस समय वो क्या है, हम सब एक फ्रेटर्निटी के हैं, और मन से तो ये निकलता नहीं कि ये कहीं भी हारें, लेकिन चुनाव ऐसा चीज़ है जहां हम अपनी अपनी पार्टी को जिताते हैं, और छपरा में भी मुझे लगता है कि एनडीए का जीत होगा।
पर उन्होंने तो ये भी कह दिया है कि राम मंदिर बना के क्या फ़ायदा, आपको अस्पताल बनाना चाहिए था। अस्पताल में हिंदू, मुस्लिम, सिख, ईसाई सब जाते, क्या करेंगे राम मंदिर का, मनोज जी?
यहाँ देखिए, एक बात मैं राहुल जी और मैम आप दोनों को बताऊं, ये खेसारी से ज़्यादा परिचय महागठबंधन का है। वो कल तक खेसारी राम जी का गीत गाता था, आज जैसे ही महागठबंधन में गया वो राम जी के विरुद्ध हो गया। तो हम यही तो बताना चाह रहे हैं कि ये लोग सनातन के शत्रु हैं, महागठबंधन। यहाँ जाने के बाद आपको वही भाषा बोलनी पड़ेगी जो आप सुन रहे हैं। अरे भाई, राम जी, कृष्ण जी हमारी आस्था, विरासत, हमारी वैष्णो देवी, हमारे जगन्नाथ धाम, इससे आपको दुश्मनी क्यों हो जाती है महागठबंधन में जाने के बाद?
ठीक है, तो सनातनी है आप, सीता मैया की धरती ने आपको भर भर के वोट दिए हैं। अभी तक जो सामने आंकड़े आ रहे हैं, एक सीता मैया के लिए कुछ तो आप, जो दर्शक इस वक्त आपको देख रहे हैं, कुछ तो सुनाइए, कुछ दिल से सुनाइए आज, सीता मैया को समर्पित।
अरे छोटी सी किशोरी मोरे अंगना में खेले रे, दुनिया पूछे नाम को, सीता सीता बोले रे, सीता सीता बोले रे, धाम पुनौरा माई जानकी का बने रे, सीता जी का मंदिर सारे दुनिया में न्यारो रे, ऐसो बनो प्यारो रे, छोटी सी किशोरी।
बहुत सुंदर। आप तो बस राम मंदिर में ध्वजा भी लगने वाली है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
जब से अमित शाह जी ने हमको
You know, this is what I love most about the NDTV studio. We've got food, we've obviously got the results, we've got the finest voices, and we've got music also. We had Maithili, now we've got Manoj. I don't know who else is going to sing, but I want to quickly, before we return to all the things that we're looking at right now, on YouTube, by the way, on digital live viewership, NDTV is right on top. The results with NDTV hashtag is the top trend across social media, and we're right up there, completely dominating live viewership all across the country. Complete affirmation of everything that we've been doing in the studio here so far, along with our muscle on the ground there in Patna. So Rahul, huge for NDTV right now. Everyone tuning in at this time, people have been waiting. People have been waiting through the morning to see whether this is going to be a tight fight.
It's almost a landslide as big as the one in Bihar ship.
Insane. This
it's
is crazy.
A landslide almost as big as the one in Bihar.
Correct. Bigger actually, but yeah, this is a landslide as well.
And in many ways, NDTV has been the OG of election coverage. So in some ways, these are viewers coming home to watch the coverage which for decades on this network had been the #1 choice for election coverage, and it's really the coming together. So for everyone who's watching, thank you for your trust, thank you for your time. Jay Mrig wants to make a point.
Qualify the victory a little.
Yes, please.
Okay, great.
Go for it.
Rahul, if we look at the vote shares of the winners in Bihar right from the first poll in 1951, the highest vote shares were by the Congress in those days, 41, 42, 41. Then in the 60s, it slid to the mid-30s. That used to be the vote share of the Congress, though it won. After the coming of the Mandal era, there were always pre-poll coalitions. None of them crossed 40%. This is the first time since independence that in Bihar, a pre-poll coalition is going to touch a vote share of about 48%. It's a first in Bihar, 48% vote share for a pre-poll winning coalition. That's point number one. Point number two, if you look at the final sort of tally of winners of the NDA, 191, if you add about 14 to 15 seats that Prashant Kishor has possibly dented them in, they would actually go to 206, which was their peak in 2010, but with a much lower vote share, 38.
Okay, let me show that to our viewers as I welcome Prabhu Chawla. He's the one who was saying from the first day, ये PK TV पे ही है, इसका कोई impact नहीं है, with all his years of political experience, that coming to be true.
This is the number I was referring to. Yeah.
So PK is damaging prospects of candidates of established parties on 28 seats. 16 of those are being led by the NDA, 11 by the Gathbandhan. So on 28 seats, his candidate currently has votes which are more than the gap between the winner and the runner-up. Prabhu Chawla, so you can smile and say, मैंने तो आपको पहले ही बता दिया था ये.
We आपको मैंने पहले let me go back because you want to keep Prashant Kishor relevant in the system. Therefore, you have to talk about him. I told you in the beginning that he is like a balloon. He has been put up there, it will reflect. Now you want to justify because of him, so many seats have been lost. Even if they have not been lost, the NDA would have got anyway to they are going to 200 seats. And your earlier projection was if Prashant Kumar gets 10% seats, party NDA will get 190. He has not got 10% votes yet. So their whole calculations were based on conjectures that we have to somehow show some Prashant Kumar is relevant, Prashant Kishor is relevant. But I feel the Prashant Kishor was just a media balloon. He did not impact anybody. It was a clean sweep for both Narendra Modi and Nitish Kumar. Nitish Kumar #1 and Modi #2. Therefore, Prashant Kishor discussing any, for example, VIP party, vanished, left, vanished. All the other parties have vanished. It is a total polarization. Muslim Yadav on one side and rest of Bihar on the other side. That's a total complete polarization.
No, that's true because Prashant Kishor's party just has 3.6% of the votes that have been counted so far. That's a very, very low base. The RJD has the maximum votes, but that's also because they fought many more seats than the BJP and the JDU. BJP at this moment has 22.8% of the votes counted. Janata Dal United at 18.9. I want to take you through some of what the NDTV leaderboard has, the kind of insights you won't see anywhere. I want to look right now at the Yadav-dominated seats of Bihar. Of the 126 seats classified as being Yadav-dominated, meaning that the Yadavs have more than 15% of the electorate here, the NDA is leading on 73.8. So what you've seen essentially, ladies and gentlemen, is massive counter-consolidation by the non-Yadavs. Also, if I look at the Muslim plus Yadav seats, this is where really the RJD should be winning everything there is to win. Here too, of the 84 such seats, the NDA has a strike rate of 83.3. So when there is consolidation, Ashok Malik, there is counter-consolidation as well. And that is what is leading to the NDA getting this phenomenally high tally.
That remains Tejashwi's Achilles heel. He has not been able to move beyond Muslim Yadav. And while the BJP has complimented Nitish by bringing in especially upper caste voters and some OBC voters, the fact is the Congress is adding nothing to Tejashwi's tally in terms of vote share, in terms of big communities.
You know, even if we look at the allies, Rahul, they really seem to be carrying their weight this time around. LJP is leading on 22 of the 29 seats that is contesting. Hindustan Awam Morcha is leading on 4 out of the 6 seats that are contesting. So not just the JDU, BJP, even their smaller allies are actually pulling their weight.
I want to go across to Chandan. He's at the Janata Dal United office as I show you what's happening on the bellwether seats of Bihar. Bellwether seats are those seats that typically tend to go with the winner, and now almost all the bellwether seats are going with the NDA, from Munger to Sakra, Kyoti, Saharsa, Raniganj, Khajoli, all these except for Sitamarhi, the others leaning with the NDA. So the bellwether seats know exactly what's happening. Let's see what's happening at the Ulta bellwether seats. Ulta bellwether is frankly something which has been an NDTV construct for a long time. We didn't come up with this. It's been part of the legacy of NDTV. The Ulta bellwether is wherever these seats go, the opposite guy wins. So in Ramgarh, the BSP is winning. So Bhabua will no longer be a Ulta bellwether seat. Let's go to Chandan. Chandan is a JDU office. Lots of color, lots of festivity, getting set for a phenomenal victory. He won this big in 2010. Nitish Kumar, the people of Bihar saying Tiger abhi zinda hai.
Absolutely, Rahul, and you see how JDU supporters here right. क्या कहेंगे सर, ये जो परिणाम आ रहे हैं, ये जो रुझान परिणाम में बदल रहे हैं, क्या कहेंगे?
ये परिणाम तो मालूम था पहले से, एनडीए पक्ष में होना ही।
टाइगर अभी बिल्कुल, टाइगर अभी जिंदा है, बिल्कुल जिंदा है। तब तो सुशासन की सरकार कहलाता है, तब तो सुशासन की सरकार है। टाइगर अभी जिंदा है और एनडीए के नेतृत्व में फिर से बहुमत जनता जनार्दन देकर के साबित कर दिया है कि विकास मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश होंगे या बीजेपी का माननीय मुख्यमंत्री कुमार, इसलिए माननीय मुख्यमंत्री ही उनको जनादेश मिला है, इसलिए वही पर नीतीश जी के नाम का शंखनाद करेंगे। बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, एनडीए नीतीश जी, मोदी जी, सभी के नाम पे बिल्कुल। जिंदाबाद जिंदाबाद। So you see, Rahul, how energetic the atmosphere right now is at JDU office, and everywhere you see JDU workers with flag Nitish Kumar is the buzz of whole Patna, not just Patna, Bihar right now, and new posters of Nitish Kumar are right now being installed outside the JDU office, and the whole atmosphere is just about the celebration that has begun. Moments from now onwards, senior party leaders will start to...
You know, and there is just a small nugget before we go across to Brijesh Kalappa of the Congress and Aparajita Sarangi, Member of Parliament of the BJP. In the Simanchal area, the seats that had been won last time around by the AIMIM, right now it has leads in only 2 of those seats, and guess who is leading in the remaining 3? It is the JDU. So the Muslim vote, which over time had gone away from the JDU, last time all of their 11 candidates lost. This time they put up only 4 candidates, and they are taking those seats away from the AIMIM. So there's reason for cheer, and that's what we said about the larger story at play over there.
We'll show you what's happening in all the other party offices as well. As Padmaja and my colleagues were saying earlier, they're all very close together. So if the Dholwalas were in one section, they just need to hop across the road to the other. In this case, they are stationed permanently there at the JDU office. Obviously, we'll take you to the offices in Delhi also in a short while, but Aparajita Sarangi of the BJP, Brijesh Kalappa of the Congress are here with us. Brijesh, first thoughts on this. Your party has come out aggressively pointing fingers at vote chori, SIR. Is there going to be any introspection at all? You know, the Jan Nayak campaign was one of the big high visibility things about the Congress's campaign. Nobody knows where Rahul Gandhi is right now. Is the Congress going to take any responsibility?
The Congress party has always behaved responsibly, and we have governed this country for several years after independence. So I think as far as the Congress party is concerned, we have always behaved responsibly. And I wish the Election Commission had behaved responsibly, just as the Congress party had made certain allegations. And I think these allegations ought to have been taken seriously. And particularly the SIR process, which deleted nearly 65 lakh voters. And how many of them have actually been able to reinstate themselves? Because till the last minute, the Election Commission decided that we were not going to consider Aadhaar. Aadhaar was going to be considered for every single thing in government, but not for being considered.
Tejashwi is trailing in Raghopur. This is an incredible a flash that we've got on our screen right now. Really an indicator of the scale of this, this result from Bihar. Tejashwi Yadav the big hope of the Mahagathbandhan, the face, the Chief Minister's face.
And the interesting story there is that Raghopur and Mahua are also symbolic of the infighting within the Yadav family, because you had Tej Pratap Yadav put up a candidate against Tejashwi Yadav, go and campaign against his brother in Raghopur, and the favor was returned by Tejashwi as well. Actually, Tejashwi first went to Mahua, campaigned against Tej Pratap, and then Tej Pratap returned the favor. And according to what the leads we have right now, the BJP candidate is leading. Interesting story. This man has actually won in the same seat 10 years ago, but he had defeated Rabri Devi at that time. He's again been fielded by the BJP, and Tejashwi Yadav for now is trailing. So these are all of this cannot just be put down to SIR. Yeah. Clearly there is a greater discontentment, or there is a bigger story. What do you think that story is, Aprajita Sarangi?
ठीक है ये मेरे पैर से लग के टूटेगा निश्चित रूप से.
Very good morning. I think NDA is heading towards winning the election with thumping majority, and the trailer shows what the film would be like. And this is unprecedented. In fact, we had also not thought that the winning would be so very good. But I can only say that this is the collective win of the Panch Pandavas. We are all working together in the NDA, the partners, and this is a collective victory. I reiterate, the governance model of Prime Minister Modi and coupled with the Susashan of Sri Nitish Kumar ji have enabled us to actually, go for these kinds of numbers. And let me tell you that the people of Bihar have acted very responsibly, very maturely, and that is why they have gone for the good governance of both the leaders at the center and the state level.
But Brijesh Kalappa is saying that the EC hasn't acted responsibly.
Prime Minister
Aprajita Sarangi, the concerns of the opposition weren't taken on board. The EC is the one who should be held to account.
Yes. See, unfortunately, Rahul Gandhi ji has been rejected again. I mean, this is, I think, I would say, again and again the same thing is happening. And I was listening to the Congress spokesperson, and really, it's pathetic when we listen to them. They'll delve into the past. They derive happiness from the past. But Bharatiya Janata Party and the NDA, we are political parties who live in the present and who thinks about the future. So I think Congress is a thing of the past.
Okay, we'll just get Brijesh Kalappa a moment to respond before we go across to Vasudha, my colleague, joining us from Patna as well. Brijesh Kalappa, 30 seconds, please.
But vote chori.
Yeah, so I was just completing my thought, Padmaja. I was only merely saying that as far as the SIR exercise is concerned, and the Supreme Court final order which permitted the Aadhaar to be used as one of the parameters for a voter to be inducted into the list, I think we have now to find out how many of these 65 lakh deletions have actually been able to make it back to the list, and there I think the story actually lies.
Let's go to Vasudha, our political editor. She's at the Patna office of the BJP. Vasudha, we were with Chandan for a moment ago, where he was washed away by an ocean of JDU supporters and conch blowers. What's the scene at the BJP office? Are people still collecting there at this point of time? Huge win for the NDA.
Well, that's right. Shiv, people have started collecting here. In fact, MOS of Home, Nityanand Rai, who's also a senior leader of the BJP, has already arrived. Deepak Prakash, who's the co-prabhari, who's from Jharkhand, has arrived. And, let me just show you what kind of preparations are going on. Well, there have been some sense of, mithai is being made, but this is the setup that they have for people who are expected to come. And we've been told that in about an hour from now, there will be more people expected. This kind of victory is something that the BJP was expecting, because a lot of sections in the BJP did believe that there is a wave for Modi-Nitish factor. In fact, it all started with the Prime Minister saying that people of Bihar have two brothers, Nitish and Narendra Modi. So clearly, the BJP did work towards, pulling the entire coalition and alliance up. अच्छा, ये BJP की जो जीत हुई है, आपको क्या लग रहा है?
ये पूरा बिहार जनता का जीत है, जो जनता ने सोचा था कि यहाँ फिर से रामराज होना मांगता है। जो 2005 में सभी लोग बिहार के जनता ने देखा था कि रावण राज चल रहा था, वो नहीं मांगता था, गुंडा राज नहीं मांगता था। फिर से यहाँ महिला वर्ग जो 6 बजे के बाहर जाने का वो मांगता था, और प्लस डेवलपमेंट जो मोदी
So clearly the FI factor is something that they're talking about. Let me also show you some visuals here. And they're all most keenly watching they're mostly keenly watching Raghopur's, mandate, because a lot of them are tracking his, his election performance. And there's been this news that he could be trailing. So that is something that's adding to their pleasure. But of course, 180 up, early trends. Clearly, this is a victory that really needs to be studied.
These figures are way beyond what even
what happened in Maharashtra.
Home Minister Amit Shah had said to Rahul at the Bihar power play. So this is very interesting to see as far as those numbers. The scant attendance at the BJP office, I'm going to interpret that as people not believing what these numbers are, and they've all perhaps run to check what the reality is.
That's because of the Delhi blast. So they had been advised caution and not over the top celebrations because of the mood after the Delhi blast.
Right. But I want to play out for you, because the Prime Minister, in many of his rallies in Bihar, had made it a point to specifically talk about the kind of landslide victory that we're now seeing play out on your screen right now. Just a reminder of what the Prime Minister said.
एनडीए की अब तक की सबसे बड़ी विजय इस चुनाव में पक्की है दोस्तों। 14 तारीख के बाद आपको मैं कह रहा हूं विजय उत्सव की तैयारी कर लीजिए।
Brijesh Kalapa in for one little question on Rahul Gandhi, because Brijesh, everybody's been talking about how Rahul Gandhi hasn't really put very much into Bihar, but the truth is he did. I mean, he had the Vote Adhikar Yatra, the motorcycle Yatra. There was a lot of vote chori stuff pertaining to Bihar. There was a suggestion from the Congress, this aggressive confidence that vote chori had a lot of resonance in Bihar. Completely, none of that has happened. None of that is reflected at all in these numbers.
Yeah, I think that once the final figures come, we'll be able to give you a better analysis of it. But I've already stated the Congress's position, and the Congress's position is an oft-repeated position. We have done 3 press conferences with regard to vote chori, and I think it's now time for the Election Commission, because not for the BJP. Because if the BJP has also made similar allegations of vote chori, it was Mr. Anurag Thakur who came and said that, look, there is vote chori here and so on and so forth. Why did they not join us? That is the question which is foremost on people's minds. That if you're also alleging that there is vote chori, then join us. Let's cleanse the system. You don't want to stand on the side of the Congress party, which is seeking to cleanse the system. But you're standing on the side of the Election Commission, where we say that there are certain failings. Then there is something more than meets the eye.
The only real contest at this time is whether the BJP or the JDU has a better strike rate at the end. That's really the only contest. According to the latest figures from the NDTV election leaderboard, the BJP at this moment is winning on 82.2% of the seats where they've put up candidates. Nitish's party is leading on 79.2%. That's where there's contest, 82 versus 79. RJD is leading only on 24% of the seats where they put up candidates. Congress's strike rate is a measly 8%. AIMIM has a 10% strike rate. Jan Suraj is Shunya Bata Sanata at this moment, leading on none of the seats. So their strike rate is 0. Prabhu Chawla 82 versus 78. Also the fact that this is a chief minister who isn't at the peak of his career. You know, you've got a chief minister who has issues about his health. Despite that, the voters of Bihar have given him a thumping mandate. Big victory for the NDA this.
You see, if you go empirically, it is a record of sorts in terms of politics. He is the chief minister who is going to be sworn in 10th time after changing parties also. Here is the chief minister in terms of Bihar performance and economic indicators is much Bihar behind the rest of the country. Even when people think that he is the best chief minister, he has voted for it. So it means personality of the person is untainted. That's a great qualification about him. And during the last 25 days, if you look at, he had addressed 188 public rallies. He was sick, he was supposed to be sick. 188 public rallies and addressed about 66,000 hours of rallies. So he really worked hard and made it a very personal issue.
But it's very different from the Nitish of the past. He's reading from a script. He's no longer interacting as freely as he would. So it's a very changed circumstance. That's a reality.
They have accepted the personality of Nitish Kumar.
It's the brand.
He has become the symbol of Bihar unity. Because look at Simanchal. I was asking him the same question. Simanchal, where 24 seats are there. Out of those 20, NDA is getting, and out of those 20, BJP is getting 16. It means total polarization that is happening. So it was the Nitish Kumar who was able to pull the entire rest of Bihar from Muslim the way.
Amitabh Tiwari, you did that poll for Vote Vibe. This is much bigger a victory than most of the polls had predicted. What happened between your poll and actual counting day?
See what happens जब वोट पड़ता है तो पड़ता ही है. We've seen this in Maharashtra. I mean, Maharashtra also, most of us were saying 165 to 180. It came down to 234, which means that there is a significant surge in Mahila support for the NDA, and that lead itself seems to be now 20-30% amongst Mahila for NDA vis-a-vis the Mahagathbandhan. One interesting number to look at is that BJP or JDU is more than the entire Mahagathbandhan put together. Just one of the parties is more than the Mahagathbandhan put together, which shows the scale of this victory.
No, let me show that to our viewers. The NDA is at 193, the entire Gathbandhan together is at 46. So if I split this up for parties, the BJP at 84, the JDU at 79, the Congress at 7, the RJD at 33, together they are 40. So basically you're absolutely right. The Gathbandhan together as a formation is lesser than the BJP and the JDU fighting separately, Amitabh.
Yeah, which means that of course we had doubts that the vice captain of Mahagathbandhan, which is the Congress party, will not be able to perform. Here the captain itself is not performing. The captain has not.
Why do you think the captain has failed to perform?
The captain has failed to perform because probably 2 months of the entire campaign were wasted on a SIR or a vote chori campaign, not raising the real issues on the ground, which was unemployment, and then in the end making some promises which were really not credible, giving a sarkari job to all the 2.5 crore people of Bihar. I mean, the young of Bihar are educated. They understand the semantics, the difference between semantics and rhetoric.
Okay, I have the 2020 vote share percentages. At that time, Janata Dal United stood at 22.6. They fought many more seats than 115. This time their vote share is at 18.4. The BJP had a 16.5% vote share. 2010 is important because that's when the NDA had its best performance so far. At that time, the BJP was 16.5, now it's 22.4. The RJD in that election was 18.8. It's currently at 23.7. So the RJD is better even in defeat. The Congress at 4%, now it's at 8%. So
now
that's the difference.
I want to put that vote share story in a larger perspective.
Yes, please.
See, we start with the first election when Lalu actually lost. In a sense, Bihar went into a hung assembly, which is February 2005. At that point of time, the NDA's vote share was 25%. In the 2005 October election, after Mr. KJ Rao steps in, the NDA's vote share goes up to 36, 2010 38, 2015, as Rahul rightly pointed out, is some sort of a misalignment. 2010, this adjusted alliance in 2015, in 2020 is 43, and now we're at 48. It has doubled its vote share in 21 years. That's the story. And the others are below 20% for the first time in the history
Kanchan
of Bihar.
Gupta celebrations in the JDU office. Tiger Abhi Zinda Hai was Nitish's message and poster. A 8% swing in favor of the NDA, even though the Gathbandhan has actually lost just 1% vote. So they've largely held on to their vote share. It's from the others that the NDA has swung this 8%. A big victory for the NDA, Kanchan Gupta.
Rahul, of course it's a big victory, and that's an understatement. But, it's only in studios that people are talking about Nitish's health, about his age factor, etc. That's not how the people see him. And it's very clear over here that they see Nitish as Sushashan Babu, and that is the trust factor, the trust connect between the voter and the party. Now, having said that, two things I would like to mention over here. I doubt if the first-time voter voted for RJD. If this be the scale of victory, then the first-time voter would have voted for the NDA, not for RJD. Number two, all of us talked about the women factor as the X factor. I mean, I think to the last woman, everybody went and gave what is called a chappa vote in Bangla to Nitish Kumar and the JDU and the NDA. And lastly, I think all of us estimated Prashant Kishor and his likely performance. He clearly, I mean, someone has just sent a message that the number of votes he has got is less than the number of interviews he has given in the last 3 years. So he is actually a media creation.
Same person is sending the same message to everyone. He's also watching our coverage. It is just as well, but it is true.
I've been saying from the day one, Prashant Kishor.
So, Prabhu and I were joking about it that we keep on talking about Prashant Kishor. So he's turned out to be a paper tiger.
I want Satish K. Singh to describe what's happened in Seemanchal. Of the 24 seats of Seemanchal, where the demography is such that it is supposed to be skewed towards the Gathbandhan, the NDA is leading on a whopping 19 of those 24 seats. The Gathbandhan only on 2, down from last time, which was 7, despite the fact that Owaisi is a lesser factor this time, Satish ji, than he was in the last election.
See, I am frankly shocked by the outcome of this result.
You shocked,
Yes, I am shocked. I am telling you, I have seen through all the constituencies. I think I always believed that Mahagathbandhan never wanted to win the election. You always believed that. But this number for NDA is shocking. As for this Seemanchal, you are asking. See, frankly, what can be deduced? One thing is for simple, that Owaisi did his job as to what he was expected to. And secondly, there is a counter consolidation. You have the face of Nitish Kumar. Nitish Kumar holds them all. I am not frankly surprised by...
to make a counterpoint to that, but before that, since you're already shocked, I want to give one more shocking piece of news. Earlier, Tejashwi Yadav was trailing by about 1,200 votes. Now that has extended to 3,016. Tejashwi Yadav is trailing behind Satish Kumar of the BJP by over 3,000 votes right now. Amitabh Tiwari. So sorry to interrupt. Ashok Gehlot speaking right now.
और उसी में आता फिर इलेक्शन कमीशन मुख दर्शक बना रहा, उसे क्यों नहीं रोका? 10,000 रुपये बट रहे थे चुनाव चलते हुए, इलेक्शन कमीशन रोकना ही था, उसको रोका ही नहीं उन्होंने, रास्ता में रोक दिया। मोबाइल फोन बट रहे थे रोक दिया, पेंशन रोक दी, वहाँ कुछ नहीं कर रहे थे। इसका मतलब जो राहुल गांधी और लोग सब वोट चोरी की बात कर रहे थे, वोट चोरी क्या होता है? ये तो होता है, अगर आप निष्पक्ष चुनाव नहीं करवाते हो, रिगिंग होती है, बूथ कैप्चरिंग होती है मान लीजिए, या बेईमानी होती है, पैसा बट रहा है और चुनाव आयोग ने कोई तरह की कार्रवाई नहीं करी, मिली भगत थी उनकी, उनसे जो रूलिंग पार्टी थी। और नंबर 3, जो पैसे का धन का जो दुरुपयोग हो रहा है आजकल, कोई सोच नहीं सकता, हम सोच नहीं सकते कैसे पैसे बढ़ते हैं दिफा बन करके। महाराष्ट्र में आप किसी को पता कर लीजिए कितने करोड़ रुपए दिए गए उम्मीदवारों को, 15 करोड़, 20 करोड़, 25 करोड़। कांग्रेस के पास तो पैसा है नहीं, ना आरजेडी के पास पैसा है। तो जो डेमोक्रेसी के खतरे सामने है, चुनाव जीतना एक बात है, चुनाव जीत जाएंगे लोग, एनडीए गवर्नमेंट जीत जाएगी, बन जाएगी, चुनाव जीतना एक बात है। जैसे मैं कहता हूँ मोदी जी प्राइम मिनिस्टर 3 बार बन गए, पर मेरा मानना है कि देश को जरूरत आज भी मानूंगा, विचारधारा जो कांग्रेस की है वो देश के हित में है, देश को जरूरत कांग्रेस की है। और ये लोग जो धन बल इकट्ठा कर लिए इलेक्ट्रल बॉन्ड के माध्यम से, ईडी के नोटिस जाओ, 50 करोड़ आ रहे हैं, 100 करोड़ आ रहे हैं, तो नोटिस खत्म हो जाता है। अब जाके सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा नहीं, वो तो असंवैधानिक है आपके ये इलेक्ट्रल बॉन्ड, बंद कर दो। अरे बंद तो कर देंगे, पर जो पैसा इकट्ठा किया करोड़ अरबों रुपए, वो पैसा हमारे खिलाफ उपयोग करा, रोक क्यों नहीं रहे उसको? आप पैसे जमा करो पीएम रिलीफ फंड में। तो कहने के मतलब कई बातें कहने को है। आज प्रथम दृष्टया ये कह सकते हैं कि 10-10 हज़ार रुपये महिलाओं को बटना, चुनाव आयोग का कोई रोक लगाना नहीं, पेंशन बढ़ती रही वहाँ पर, और पैसा खूब धनबल का प्रयोग हुआ।
So of course the Congress leadership at the highest levels, Ashok Gehlot crying foul, saying electoral bond band kar do, this, that and the other. They're saying that the election's been stolen. I want to go to the big guns widget on the NDTV leaderboard, which basically makes the point that Tejashwi Yadav at this time is trailing on his seat in Raghopur. Coming up on your screen now, if you look at the numbers from Raghopur, by a margin of about 3,000 votes, Tejashwi Yadav, and if this happens, it will be cataclysmic from the perspective of the RJD and the Gathbandhan. Nitish Kumar, 17,599. Remember, PK threatened to contest from Raghopur. He sensed that Tejashwi was vulnerable, but it is Nitish Kumar of the BJP who's leading at this moment, 14,583. Prabhu Chawla, what would this mean if Tejashwi were to lose in the Yadav bastion of Raghopur, where it is said कि किसी को भी खड़ा कर दो वो जीत जाएगा? But if Tejashwi loses,
he defeated Rabdi Devi, the same person.
He defeated Rabdi Devi. He loses in Raghopur, just shows how slippery. Because he is the man who was projected as chief minister. If he loses in Raghopur, it's bad news for the RJD.
No, not only for RJD, for all other opposition parties, that this woman dole really has the power like a corona. It can spread like a flu and just get across anything.
Also, I think the family, right? A family brand can be a very big asset, but when it's tainted, it can be such a negative thing. Like Tejashwi, no matter what he does, he will always remain Lalu's son. And when the moment people say he's Lalu's son, it will remind people of those era, whatever. He's not able.
But like, Rahul, that's grossly unfair.
Why is
that
it unfair?
You just pin it only on Lalu Yadav. Yeah. Tejashwi himself is charge sheeted in a criminal case.
I'm saying that, but the public perception.
So, I mean, you know, the entire family is tainted. It's not only
so
Lalu
once the family is tainted, see, on one hand, you have a Modi-Nitish brand combination. On the other, you have a Rahul Gandhi-Tejashwi combination. Right? These are, in some way, they are younger. The Gen Zs should have voted for them. They clearly have not. Right? Bihar is all about caste, so whoever does that Excel sheet of caste properly and puts candidates should have won. It hasn't happened.
The Jan Swaraj party has tweeted, this is the first time we are hearing from any of the political formations accepting defeat, blaming the 10,000 rupee. Here's what they're saying, ये चुनाव 10,000 रुपए चुनाव साबित हुआ, हमने अपने अपने वोट महज 200 रुपए प्रति महीने के लिए बेच दिए, हम कब समझेंगे कि हमारा वोट इससे कहीं ज़्यादा कीमती है. Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi of the BJP joins us. You're being accused of having stolen the election by giving this 10,000 rupee revdi of freebie. This is the charge, whether it's the Congress or Jan Swaraj, they're saying, आपने election चोरी कर लिया, खरीद लिया. Mukhtar ji, it's a big victory, but they're not letting you celebrate properly. How do you respond, sir?
क्या वो जो पौवा भेज करके और
देखिए, ये जो सामंती सुल्तानों की खटाखट हड़बड़ी फटाफट गड़बड़ी साबित हुई है, और इनकी जो वोट चोरी की रील थी और झांसे की डील वो गच्चा खाती हुई दिखाई पड़ी, क्योंकि इनको आज भी दे आर नॉट एक्सेप्ट नहीं कर रहे हैं कि जो डेमोक्रेसी है वो डायनेस्टी का डिज्नीलैंड नहीं है. डेमोक्रेसी इज नॉट ए डिज्नीलैंड ऑफ डायनेस्टी, बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली बाय द एनार्की they are trying to hijack the vibrant democracy. You can't hijack the vibrant democracy through a violent anarchy. लेकिन जो लोग ये आज भी इस बात को एक्सेप्ट करें, मैं तो उनको बार बार यही कहता हूँ कि भैया, जहाँ जीत की जलेबी होती है वहाँ हार का हलवा भी होता है. जीत के जलेबी हो या हार का हलवा हो, दोनों जनतंत्र का
फिर से भूख लगने लग जाएगी. पद्मजा हैज अ क्वेश्चन फॉर यू. पद्मजा.
नकवी जी, पर अब आने वाले दिनों में क्या होगा? देखिए, अब तो हमने साफ जिस तरीके के रिएक्शंस आ रहे हैं, इट्स बिकम क्वाइट क्लियर व्हाट द नैरेटिव ओवर द नेक्स्ट 24 आवर्स इज गोइंग टू बी. ऑलरेडी द कांग्रेस हैज सेड टू सर्व विद लव. एसआईआर पे उन्होंने अपना ब्लेम कर दिया है. पहले ही आरजेडी के नेताओं ने बोल दिया था हम ईंट से ईंट बजा देंगे, यानी कि अगले 24 घंटे भारी पड़ सकते हैं बिहार पे.
देखिए, एक चीज़ मैं बताऊं आपको कि इनको ये गलतफहमी निकालनी चाहिए कि हर बार जो है वो आप कब तक जो है वो लोगों में काल्पनिक कन्फ्यूज़न क्रिएट करने की कोशिश करेंगे, और कब तक जो है वो आप भय और भ्रम पैदा करके जो है वो भय भ्रम के भंवर जाल के ज़रिए जो है वो लोगों में को गुमराह करने की कोशिश करेंगे. लोगों ने जवाब दिया है और आगे भी देंगे. और मुझे जो दिख रहा है कि आज की तारीख में जिस तरह से एक के बाद एक कांग्रेस जो है वो हम तो डूबे सनम तुमको भी ले डूबेंगे वाली स्थिति में जिसका कांग्रेस हाथ पकड़ रही है वो छूमंतर होता जा रहा है. तो कांग्रेस जो है वो आज बिगेस्ट लाइबिलिटी फॉर देयर ओन एलाइज एंड फ्रेंड्स.
नो, बट अब तो थोड़ा अलग है. इट्स नॉट जस्ट द कांग्रेस, ये तो पूरी की पूरी गठबंधन ही डूब रही है. गंगा जी में सभी वो पूरी नाव ही गठबंधन की डूब गई. Jay Mrig has a question for you. Jay.
Actually just had a point. The RJD has kept its vote share intact, waving between 28 and 23.
Sure.
Yeah, 28, the peak when Lalu Prasad Yadav won a simple majority on his own in 1995, he was 28%. Now, even in this big defeat, they are 23. While the NDA has more than doubled their vote share in 21 years, starting with 25% to today 48. The problem is therefore with the RJD, which is actually failing to add anything new.
Between the last election and now, RJD has gone up by about 0.5 percentage
There you
point.
go.
BJP has gone up by 3 percentage point. JDU has gone up by 3 percentage point.
Yeah.
So big incremental
and
gains
this
for both.
number is almost stagnant for 2 decades. It's 3 decades. 1995
because
they were
Akhilesh
28.
built up PDA in the Lok Sabha elections.
Yeah.
Tejashwi has failed to do so.
Absolutely.
Hasn't been able to add to the Muslim Yadav combination that they had, which is a very big problem for these socialist parties, Prabhu Chawla, that they aren't being able to go beyond just their core basic vote.
These are all by dissecting the whole thing into percentage, this party vote, this much, and you are trying to underestimate the victory, in fact. It's the first time positive voting for a party.
True.
It's not against somebody. It's a positive. They realize that Nitish Kumar is the Sushashak Babu. So when you discuss so and so and loss, in fact the votes are same. It means the positive vote, all polarization happened towards Nitish Kumar and BJP because they wanted to positively, there were no negative vote in this question because votes had not come down. Votes are still there. Other parties like VIP and other, in terms of social engineering, NDA was better placed in that way. Because they look at the Paswan vote, he got 22 seats almost winning out of 29 seats. So let us not dissect in such a way that it underestimates the positive votes for Nitish Kumar.
Satishji, respond to what Prabhuji is saying. The fact that this is pro-incumbency. 2 decades on, Bihar has shown pro-incumbency for Nitish, for Modi. This is for the furthest thing from anti-incumbency.
Well, I think it's a positive vote and belief in the leadership of Nitish Kumar. I will not give so much credit to the M factor, the Modi factor in Bihar this time. Number one. Number two, one of the biggest... No, I won't. You see, you may disagree.
Yeah, of course.
This is my view. They add together, it's good. That I can agree. But the most tilting factor, as far as report reaching me, that voters are receiving 10K and the increased pensions 12 hours before the voting day. This is a big factor.
मेरा सवाल आपसे
Rahul, just if I can add to it.
Gupta speak. Yes.
No, just to add, to just dismiss the Modi factor, I think is not fair. No, 1 second, Saab. Statistically, if you see all the places where Modi actually went and campaigned, voting has been the highest in those constituencies. And the turnout has been the highest. And the vote share of the NDA candidates in those constituencies would show an extraordinary jump. So to just wipe out any role played by Prime Minister Modi, I think is a very simplistic assessment.
Yeah,
but more importantly, we should look at Simanchal more closely. What actually happened to the Muslim vote?
Can we quickly cut across to Vasudha Venugopal also, because all the action now shifting and a lot of it being dialed up in Patna. Vasudha, I believe you're at the BJP headquarters now, action picking up there. Of course, they wanted to keep it a little subdued, but this scale of win, how subdued can you really be? Well, clearly not very subdued, given that Vasudha can't even hear us, given how noisy it is.
While we wait for her, I just want to read out something that someone has said on Twitter about Prashant Kishor, since we were talking about him. Manu Joseph says, and I want to read this out, Prashant Kishor's election performance reminds me of what happens when literary critics write their debut novels.
You know,
let's ask the author. Let's ask the author here about that.
But it's not fair, Manu. I mean, Manu is a friend of mine. It's not fair. It's not a joke to start a new political party in India. And it's not...
But I don't think he means it in a snarky way.
No, but a literary critic can write a novel and they should be able to write a novel, just open a laptop and write it. But, starting a new political party.
I thought you had to.
No,
you have been speaking about Prashant Kishor.
I mean,
if you have
getting a
500 crore rupees in your pocket, you can start any business. Yeah, politics is business.
Yeah, so he did it, and I don't know.
Poor man, political man,
I wouldn't do it. I would never do it, and I don't know what his motivations were, but he tried and he got a 3% vote share. But think about this: 2 years back, or 2.5 years back, Nitish was in the India Alliance, right? He was part of the India Alliance. If they had declared him the PM candidate, India Alliance could have
or even
won.
The convener.
The alliance could have been different. Bihar could have been one. It would have been such a different political destiny for India and for the Congress and for everybody else.
All that he wanted at that time was that
Padmaja, in politics, this ifs and buts, pots and pans doesn't work.
Nitish, and this
number
is a very
one.
unique
Number
thing.
two.
I mean, they had him. They had him.
Number two, when it comes to Prashant Kishor, we had discussed it in this studio.
Why I'm saying is all the Congress people are coming, putting brave faces, saying sir with love, whatever, etc. is fine. But it's like one is, okay, somebody really strong came and won. You have made mistakes which people can point out to today. It was in your pocket.
भाई आप कितने बार mistake करोगे? You begin with खून का सौदागर. You ensure that Modi sweeps the election. Since then, मौत का सौदागर. Then you go and say चौकीदार चोर है. You let him win the election. Now you go and say he a vote chor hai. You go and let him win the election. So you keep on.
So if I may just, we've got Developmental Thakur ji. He's joining us, Member of Parliament of the JDU. He's joining us live now on the show. Devesh ji, बहुत धन्यवाद for speaking to us. First of all, had you imagined these kind of numbers, almost inching towards a 90% strike rate, both you and the BJP?
Yes, we are very happy with the results, and I can tell you that I can tell you that much that I am not at all surprised. Only 2 days ago, some big channel had come to take some interview with me, and I had said we are up between 150 to 175, and I won't be surprised if it goes still higher. That is what I had said, and I was ready to lay a bet on that.
Looking at the BJP and the JDU numbers individually, Devesh ji, do you see any dynamics changing? How is the JDU looking at it?
No, we were expecting this.
You know, we're joined on the broadcast at this time as I show our viewers on the NDTV leaderboard the current tally from Bihar. 2025, 190 seats for the NDA, up 68 from the last time. The Gathbandhan decimated to 49. That's the RJD and the Congress together with the VIP down 65 seats. Amit Malviya, the IT czar of the BJP, joins us on this broadcast. Mr. Malviya, welcome. This is a big victory. Many congratulations for this sweep. As big, if not bigger than 2010, and given the fact that the NDA has been in power in one form or shape for the large part of the last 20 years, this is pro-incumbency at its peak.
Rahul, thank you so much. And of course, after being in power for 20 years, this kind of mandate is unprecedented, and it really reflects the kind of work that the NDA government has been doing, particularly focused on creating opportunities for the youth, enabling women, empowering them, making sure that they have their own businesses, which is what the recent 10,000 scheme was all about. I think Nitish Kumar and the BJP in Bihar deserve a lot of credit for everything that we've done, particularly after the disastrous 15 years of Lalu Prasad Yadav, which had put Bihar back by decades. So it was a Herculean task, but I think we've been at it, and the NDA has conducted itself with great aplomb in these decades, and of course the mandate is really for us to see.
Shiv has a question for you. Shiv.
Amit, your favorite political character, Rahul Gandhi, is the topic of your first tweet on the results, where you've put out an India map. We'll try and get it on our screen in a moment, talking about the 95 defeats of Rahul Gandhi. Now, he did quite a bit in Bihar. Yes, in the last few weeks, he went off on a foreign tour. We are told he's abroad now as well. But, what is the whole Rahul Gandhi thing for you?
You know, Shiv, the fact is that this is a very crucial state from all perspectives. And here we had Rahul Gandhi, who disappeared from the landscape for almost 2 months. He was gallivanting across the world. He was on a phone.
आप हमेशा उसकी छुट्टियां ही गिनते रहते हो अमित. जब वो छुट्टी पे जाता है, you have a Rahul Gandhi holiday calendar.
नहीं, My point is कि काम के बीच में कोई छुट्टी पे जाए तो समझ में आता है. राहुल गांधी छुट्टियों के बीच में कभी-कभी काम पर आते हैं. You know, so that is the point. And on a very serious note, Rahul, imagine on the day when his party is facing the result of a crucial Hindi heartland state, he's nowhere to be seen. I mean, I'm told that he's abroad, so is his sister. What kind of message are you sending to the Congress workers that irrespective of the defeats under his leadership, it doesn't matter to him? And let's sort of talk about even Tejashwi, because he was projected as the chief ministerial candidate of the Mahagathbandhan, and you know this very well, and you people were on the ground. On the days when it rained, he just did not step out for any public programs. On the other hand, we had the BJP leaders, the Home Minister, Nitish Kumar crisscrossing the state, doing 6 to 7 public programs, and he was just sitting at home and addressing Karyakartas through mobile.
Okay, Padmaji has a question for you. Padma.
Amit Malviya, hard work that the BJP has put in.
Amit Malviya, all day today, of course, you will celebrate, but the fact is that from here on, the Congress and RJD will persist, and we have seen them now speaking as the lead started coming in, that this has been given to you by the Election Commission, and this is the message they'll continue to take to the people. How are you going to convince the people of India otherwise? Of course, your opponents, you will never convince them to change their mind that you have stolen this election through SIR and Election Commission. How will you convince the people of India? Because they are saying today, ye ज्ञानेश कुमार गुप्ता और SIR की भेंट है to the Bharatiya Janata Party.
To serve with love is how they put it in their first reaction on the verdict.
You know, the first thing that any political party can do while on its way down is to live in denial, which is exactly what the Congress and the Mahagathbandhan are doing. Did Rahul Gandhi not run a massive campaign on SIR? He crisscrossed Bihar for almost 2 weeks with Tejashwi Yadav in the tow. So it was for him to convince the people of Bihar, and this mandate has been given by the people of Bihar, and it's a clear message to Rahul Gandhi that really we don't care about what you say, because whatever you say is not credible at all. And it is not for the BJP to convince the people. The people have responded to Rahul Gandhi. And I'm quite sure, like several other campaigns Rahul Gandhi has championed in the past, whether it was EVM, whether it was Rafale and everything else that he spoke, he's going to bury this also quietly. And I again reiterate, the Congress can continue to not read the mandate, but the fact is that they do not have the popular support, and instead of working on the ground, if they continue to harp on issues which do not resonate with the people, this is exactly what the mandate would be. And I can tell you, in the coming states, which is Bengal, Assam...
No, I was coming to that, 1 second, because now Messrs. Dharmendra Pradhan and Dilip Jaiswal have delivered, outside of everything you do with the IT cell, you and the BJP are now up against the mighty Mamta, and Mamta Banerjee, you know, is a far more feisty, combative opponent than Rahul Gandhi and Tejashwi Yadav. Do you think BJP will be able to best Mamta in her bastion? That's your big political battle, Mr. Malviya.
Rahul, you undermine the BJP, and we do acknowledge that the BJP has never been in power in Bengal after independence, but the kind of performance that we put in 2021 was spectacular. We rose from 3 seats to 77, and we have a 40% vote share. Don't forget that across the Lok Sabha and the Vidhan Sabha election, the BJP has held on to its vote share in Bengal, and I'm absolutely certain the kind of administration that Mamta Banerjee has presided over in the last 5 years, with Sandesh Khali, with Archie Kaur, with communal riots in Malda, Murshidabad, death and destruction across the state of West Bengal, lack of governance, people of Bengal are waiting to vote her out. The only thing that must be ensured is that people get to vote freely, which is a big challenge in Bengal, because quite like the Jungle Raj of Lalu Prasad, Bengal also continues to be in the throes of violence, and I'm quite sure that just like they overthrew the mighty or supposedly the mighty left, Mamata Banerjee will also be...
Kanchan Gupta, you understand Bengal well. Do you think the BJP has built a machine strong enough to be able to beat Mamata next time?
I do believe so. And, when we talk Bengal, we forget that Mamata Banerjee was defeated in her stronghold constituency, which launched her in, politics, in her latter life politics. That constituency she lost. So the BJP is well poised in Bengal. It has its other issues, which I'm sure, they will be sorted out as the elections approach. But more importantly,
Prabhu sir, your sense, Mr.
No, just
Mathia
one second. One second. The amount of, we were talking of pro-incumbency in Bihar. The amount of anti-incumbency in Bengal, you have to go there.
Rupees to women. And Kanchan, she'll also give money to women. And various other such things. Once you've seen a card work, others can play the same card.
She actually has a lot of women-centric schemes.
Already has a scheme,
Yes,
Kanishri.
Mamata Banerjee perhaps has more schemes for
But Padmaja, despite that, the most angry constituency in West Bengal today is the women's constituency.
Okay, today maybe, but I have to say this, that in the last assembly election, if there was one constituency which unblinkingly was with Mamata Banerjee, was the same. She has given cycles to young girls.
Padmaja, a lot of water has flown down the Howrah Bridge since then.
Muslim, both are core constituencies.
But Muslims were supporting last election. Sir,
no, but this, Mr. Malviya, this playbook from Bihar of giving 10,000 rupees right before the elections, even during the poll campaign, can also be deployed in a state like West Bengal against your party. How do you hope to counter that?
Rahul, that's a very good question, and just hear me out for a minute. The whole argument that the BJP and the NDA have won massively in Bihar because we put 10,000 rupees in the hands of women to empower them, to ensure that they start their own businesses, is actually a flawed one. If putting money in the hands of people could win election, you would have a Jagan Reddy in power in Andhra now, and you would have KCR in power in Telangana. Do not forget that both these parties put out a lot of money, and they were doles. They were not even empowering programs. For example, the 10,000 that we've given is very clearly aimed at enabling women to set up their own businesses. The Chief Minister was very clear that these have to be income generating schemes and programs. Unlike in Telangana and Andhra, where they were put out as doles. So putting money in the hands of women is not a winning formula. It's a lot of credibility, it's a lot of trust that leaders build over a period of time with their constituents. And I can tell you that the women of Bengal abhor Mamata Banerjee, because no woman wants to be raped and mauled and molested and assaulted in TMC party offices just because she gets 1,000 rupee from Mamata Banerjee. Do you understand the difference? Women of Sandesh Khali do not want her money because they prefer to remain secure and not get raped in their offices for the money that she put.
But Amit, after the last election, don't you think Mamata will be even more prepared this time for the BJP? She knows all your tricks. She's watched everything that you've done in the other elections as well. Amit, she'll be much more prepared. She'll see you coming.
But Shiv, you assume that the BJP hasn't understood how Mamata operates in West Bengal. Give us that much of credit that having fought a very fierce election in 2021 and having seen how Mamata Banerjee misuses the administrative machinery, we are all geared for it. And we will ensure that we trounce her in her bastion, and you'll have to wait. I mean, I can tell you whatever I see on the ground, but the proof of the pudding is in the results. And in April, May, when elections are probably...
I have to give a piece of news. I have to give a piece of news here.
Booth by booth.
Great thing about the BJP, which is today they have won Bihar. They should be celebrating, and he's deeply discussing the Bengal strategy.
But
you guys are also.
Let's look for the juicy
But he's giving the answers. He's not saying, listen guys, just look at the
Chetan, if you look at Amit Malviya's social media, he's the IT cell head. If you look at his social media, 9 out of 10 posts are about Bengal.
His political prestige depends on it. Okay, being IT cell czar is one thing. His political prestige is standing within his peers depends on landing Bihar.
Today, like you won the gold medal and you're asking him about the next Olympics.
It's like this, you win in Mumbai on the Wankhede track, it's one thing. You win at Perth, it's another thing. That's what Mr. Malviya.
I have some news here. Digvijay Singh, who day before yesterday itself had declared that if we are going to lose, it means that the EVMs are rigged. Today, surprise, surprise, look at, there is a change of tone, and Amit Malviya, maybe it's just your effect. He says, जो मेरा शक था वही हुआ, 62 लाख वोट कटे, 20 लाख वोट जुड़े, उसमें 5 लाख वोट बिना SIR फॉर्म भरे बढ़ा दिए गए, अधिकांश वोट गरीबों और दलितों और अल्पसंख्यक वर्ग के कटे। कांग्रेस को अपने संगठन पर विशेष ध्यान देने की आवश्यकता है। द कांग्रेस नीड्स टू फोकस ऑन इट्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। आज का चुनाव मतदान केंद्र पर सघन जनसंपर्क का है, ना कि रैली व जनसभा का। सो इवन अ दिग्विजय सिंह टुडे इज सेइंग वी नीड टू लुक एट आवर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। दिस इज नॉट द एज ऑफ जस्ट डूइंग रैलीज एंड जनसभास। यू नीड टू हैव पीपल टू पीपल कॉन्टैक्ट। सो
that's the only thoughtful word from the
there
Congress.
There are people within who are now speaking out saying
बोलते ही करते कुछ नहीं है. That's the other problem. They'll say all of this. Remember Rahul Gandhi, after being defeated by the AAP, said, I will change the Congress in ways you can't imagine. And everyone in the Congress said, oh, he'll make big change. Nothing happened.
But that's because Devendra Yadav said that this zero is different from the last zero that we got. So there are, gradations of zero. This apparently was a better
zero.
Eternal work in progress. Eternal work in progress.
This was an incremental zero in Delhi.
No, but how long?
Change in organization is a work in progress.
Nitish Singh, as far as the state of the opposition is concerned, Amit Malviya raring, challenging Mamata Banerjee at this moment, and Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka missing in action is the point that Mr. Malviya makes?
Yes, there is a big case for introspection among the opposition parties. Perhaps this is why Mamata chose not to come to Bihar to canvass for RJD. You understand that? She is trying to keep herself away and she is preparing her own doles. So it's not a very easy battle for BJP to go and conquer Bengal. It will be a very, very stiff Mamata.
But they will fight like their life depends on it. That's the difference. Prabhu Chawla, during this election, Rahul Gandhi hardly fought as if his life depended on it. Tejashwi fought with whatever he could. But the kind of searing intensity we saw, even from a challenger like Prashant Kishor, was missing in the main opponents who should have shown that hunger because everything was at stake for them.
You must look at Bihar election 2 phases. First phase was led by Rahul Gandhi through yatras and whatever. Second phase was led by Tejashwi Yadav through his rallies and whatnot. Even in the second rally, BJP was little behind Nitish Kumar. Nitish Kumar was all over the place in the second phase of the campaign. That made a lot of difference because Modi plus Shah and plus Nitish, it was a powerful combination which was on the ground. And the sanction of the BJP is much stronger. Vote transfer was happened, proper coordination was happened. Therefore, Tejashwi was pulled back. He was leading only one person there, but nobody else was there. So therefore I am saying you are converting this positive victory of the NDA into dissecting percentage of vote by this and that. It was total vote for one way. All the caste variations were demolished, total walls were demolished. Muslim Yadav on one side and some of the Yadavs shifted from there to NDA. Therefore, it was a victory, positive victory in favor of NDA. Even you can say, vote chori hui, nahi hui. This kind of victory can't come without positive vote.
From the 70s and the early 80s.
Those scary ones.
So overwhelming that you look at them and you're like, how?
What do we even do now? Like, we are all saying Congress should sit back and think, but they're like, what do we even do now? Nothing seems to work.
It's a deja vu. How many times has this conversation happened?
Which is going to be very scary for Congress because the next battle, while we're all focusing on West Bengal, is going to be Assam. And that's a place where you actually have a head-to-head fight between the BJP and Congress because now Badruddin Ajmal is pretty much out of the picture. He has lost his own Lok Sabha seat. The AIUDF is a spent force and the BJP and Congress will go head-to-head. You think, Amit Malviya, that there the Congress has a chance at revival? Apparently quite a few of their backroom strategists are really giving it their all in Assam. Gaurav Gogoi, of course, Deputy Leader of Opposition, the second biggest face of the Congress in the Lok Sabha.
No chance at all, Padmaja. And as far as Gaurav Gogoi is concerned, his reputation as someone who has a foot in Pakistan is, rankling amongst the people of Assam. And let's not forget that we've been in power there for almost a decade now, and the kind of work that we've done is unprecedented. So combined that with absence of coherent leadership in the Congress and an assertive chief minister who's accessible to the people and an organization that's formidably spread across Assam, I don't see how the Congress has any chance. But the Congress will put all its lot behind Gaurav Gogoi, because Gaurav Gogoi is part of Rahul Gandhi's cabal, and so Rahul Gandhi will go to Assam quite often, and Gaurav Gogoi will be projected as the undisputed face of the Congress in Assam, but the outcome will definitely not go their way. You have to see what's happening in Assam, and you have to see the kind of disenchantment that the people have with the Congress in Assam, particularly given the issue of infiltration, which was orchestrated by the Congress party.
And fun fact, you've got 5 times that the Prime Minister has spoken of Bush right here.
And one last point, Padmaja.
Yes, complete your point, then Prabhu sir will come in. Complete your point, Prabhu sir.
We are discussing both West Bengal and Assam, forgetting the fallout of Bihar election. After Congress has been defeated here, will they assert themselves as West Bengal as they used to do in the past? Because a lot of changes will take place, both in the Congress.
So what changes will take place? No
Congress party, always West Bengal, last time what happened? Congress party and Mamata Banerjee fight with each other. CPM is keeping quiet.
But do they have any fight left with them in Bengal?
What kind of polarization takes place after Bihar defeat? It's a massive defeat.
No, but also what
it is basically defeat for the leadership of Rahul Gandhi, because Congress party is a bigger sufferer than the JDU, than the RJD.
But Rahul, there are also 2 important elections next year, like Kerala and Tamil Nadu, where Congress is more than just a fringe player. It's a proper contender. Kerala and Tamil Nadu especially. Amit, the Jannayak aspect in Bihar was intended to kind of carve a new image for Rahul Gandhi. I know you've taken that up personally quite a bit, in your attacks on the Congress. They were hoping for that kind of momentum going into 2026, keeping in mind Assam, Tamil Nadu and Kerala specifically. What do you think of that? No momentum, all gone? They'll have to think of something new now.
I mean, just because 5 people in the Congress party refer to Rahul Gandhi as Jannayak, he does not become one. And it's, in the run-up to the Bihar election, calling Rahul Gandhi Jannayak is an insult to the, colossal effort that Karpuri Thakur put in improving the lot of the socially marginalized. I mean, does the Congress even realize the context and how they end up offending every social group in the state where they are probably looking to make a fortune? I mean, Karpuri Thakur was such a tall figure. He was known for his simplicity. He was known for his connect, his, touch with the socially disempowered people. And Rahul Gandhi, who's hardly in India, he's holidaying abroad all the time, and you call this man a Jannayak who's lost 95 elections in a row in the last 2 decades? In any other party, somebody like Rahul Gandhi would be banished from the face of their scheme of things. But he continues to be the dominating figure in the Congress party. I mean, look, it's the Congress party's internal affair in terms of who they want to project as their leader. But look at it from the people of India's perspective. How can a man who has led his party to 95 consecutive defeats ever be Jannayak? It's a joke. I mean, political parties must understand that when you build up your leaders, or at least make an attempt, be a little realistic, be a little humble, figure out who the man is. I mean, if you called him a party hopper, people would probably connect to it far more.
Will be Akhilesh Yadav, because we're talking about 2026, but the really big battle is set for 2027. Yeah. What is the seat sharing going to be like between the Samajwadi Party and the Congress? We've had some pretty terse moments between the 2 parties in Madhya Pradesh. Remember Akhilesh Vakhilesh?
And overall the integrity of the India alliance in general.
Exactly. But in particular, Akhilesh Yadav and people who have a stake in seat distribution, will they now start flexing muscle and saying, listen, you drag us down, you not only remain a junior partner, maybe it's time to offload this party from our alliance. Let's quickly cut across to Manoranjan Bharti as well, joining us from the JDU office. Thanks very much, Amit Malviya, for speaking to us. JDU office, I imagine, is going to be ecstatic. All right, so you've already got the firecrackers, the lari being set off over there. Baba, agar aapko awaaz आ रही है तो नीतीश ही है। जिंदाबाद जिंदाबाद। 20 से 25 एक बार फिर से नीतीश, नहीं 25 से 30 एक बार फिर से नीतीश। बाबा,
जनता ने मैंडेट दिया है, उसके लिए बिहार की जनता को सत सत प्रणाम करते हैं और इसी प्रकार से विकास की गति 4 गुना गति से तेज
जो है वो सेलिब्रेशन के लिए छोड़े जा रहे हैं पटाखे। कुछ देर पहले यहाँ पे बड़े बड़े बम फोड़े गए थे, लेकिन अब फुलझड़ियाँ जो है वो छोड़े जा रहे हैं। ये देखिए, और आप देख सकते हैं इसके बैकग्राउंड में, मैं आपको दिखाता हूँ, इसके बैकग्राउंड में लड्डू रखे हुए हैं, किया जा रहा है। आप देख सकते हैं नीतीश कुमार की विक्ट्री, और साथ में ये लड्डू लाए गए हैं, और जो लड्डू लेके आए हैं उनसे बात कराता हूँ कि जितनी बड़ी उतना किलो लड्डू लाया जाएगा। इसी का नाम है ये लगातार।
कितना लड्डू है अभी 200 किलो है, और जितना सीट हो तो इतना किलो चलतो लड्डू।
एक आप देख सकते हैं ये
अभी मजा हो तो आप फिर से नीतीश जी के सब जश्न बहार है, होली दीपावली दशहरा, आज का दिन नीतीश कुमार के लिए और बिहार के लिए है।
कितना लड्डू लाए हैं?
200 आ गया है,
200 किलो लाए हैं।
अभी और सीट इतना किलो चलेगा,
मतलब जितना सीट आएगा उतना किलो लड्डू
चलेगा। आइए अभी लड्डू बैंड के साथ हम लोग बीजेपी अपने पार्टी के यहाँ जाएंगे और बीजेपी दफ्तर में मिठाई खिलाएंगे।
आपने सुना, ये जेडीयू दफ्तर से ये मिठाई और इसका जो लेके आए, उनका कहना है कि जितनी सीट आएगी उतना किलो लड्डू, और यहाँ से सामने जो है 500 मीटर की दूरी पर बीजेपी ऑफिस है, वहाँ ले जाया जाएगा ये लड्डू और वहाँ डिस्ट्रीब्यूट किया जाएगा पूरे रास्ते में। आप देख सकते हैं।
बाबा, थैंक यू वेरी मच। हम वापस आते हैं आपके पास। दैट्स द जेडीयू ऑफिस इन पटना। Manoranjan Bharti, veteran Bihar reporter. Incredible mood there at the JDU office. It's going to get even bigger in the moments ahead. But some breaking news coming in now that Tejashwi is still trailing, and that margin of trailing has expanded even more from the last time that we were talking to you. It's about over 5,000 at this point of time. Padmaja has got more on this. Padmaja.
Absolutely, you know, and a lot of big guns right now trailing across Bihar. And Jay, maybe you should also come here and let's quickly take a look at some of these people. Two brothers, both went to battle against each other, Tejashwi Yadav and Tej Pratap Yadav. Tej Pratap Yadav in Mahua is at 4th place. Even the official candidate of the RJD, Mukesh Roshan, supposed to be very close to Tejashwi Yadav, he is trailing behind the JDU candidate who is fighting. Is it the JDU or the LJP? I think the LJP.
It is the
LJP is fighting from Mahua. So LJP is leading in Mahua, which is one Yadav dominated seat, and the BJP is leading in Raghopur, which is the other Yadav dominating seat. Yep. But take a look at some of the other big guns over here. Anant Kumar Singh leading in Mokama. You've got Bijen Prasad Yadav leading in Supal.
Bhima Bharti, wife of a Bahubali.
She's trailing. She's trailing over here. Leshi Singh,
wife of another Bahubali, Akhilesh Singh. Neighboring constituency, Dhamdaha, she's leading.
So another very interesting story is that, you know, people have voted en masse for a story in the JDU, but Bahubalis are largely unscathed. Anant Singh is very comfortable. You've got
two Bahubalis.
No, but that is because she's in the RJD. Yeah. The Bahubali's wife, who is fielded from the JDU, she's quite comfortable.
No, the Bahubali's son, Anand Mohan Singh's son, is also trailing.
Chetan Anand is also trailing from Naveen. Prem Kumar, this is the seat that I was talking about. 8-time MLA has got anti-incumbency. Rahul Gandhi was supposed to carry out a rally over here, did not turn up at the last moment, and despite 8 terms, Prem Kumar is still leading in Gaya town. Osama Shahab, an interesting story over here. Osama Shahab is leading in Raghunathpur and he has got quite a comfortable lead. Thoughts on this? Osama Shahab, Shahabuddin Sahab ki jai, Kanchan Gupta, despite all of that, that whole Jungle Raj narrative, Shahabuddin's son still has a comfortable lead in Raghunathpur. Kanchan Gupta.
I'm not entirely surprised by it because the family has a stranglehold over there. People, I mean, they are Bahubalis, they are criminals, and the father commands a sizable amount of fear factor over there.
But the funny thing is that his mother, when she had contested as an independent from the Siwan Lok Sabha seat, she lost the election. So she could not harness, Prabhu sir, the so-called goodwill of Shahabuddin. But in this election, Osama Shahab came in for such attacks. You had Himanta Biswa Sarma went and campaigned against him. You had Yogi Adityanath went and campaigned against him. Actually went and said कि देखो मैं राम और सीता की धरती पे आया हूँ और मेरे को नाम क्या पता चलता है Osama. And despite all of that,
then Himanta Biswa actually said once the BJP comes to power, every single Osama would be put in place.
Yeah,
But let's talk about Tejashwi a little bit more because I think these numbers bear a little bit more of a closer look. And Sanjeev Srivastav also joins us. Welcome, Sanjeev. So let's bring that to you then. If him trailing solidifies into a defeat, what does that do for
that one should
Clan Lalu? What does it do for Tejashwi?
Well, somehow when I was there and I was, when the Prime Minister used to attack the Parivarvad of Tejashwi or Rahul, I thought it won't really rub off in such a big way. But apart from the fact that they are not able to expand their basic MY combination vote, also there is some kind of fatigue factor with the Parivarvad in a manner of speaking. Why? Because the scale of victory is surprising. One always felt on the ground that
because
NDA
the sense from the ground reports was that
it was like
popularity is overwhelming.
It was a decisive edge, but this kind of scale, it is like a repeat of Maharashtra election. The scale of NDA win. So that is surprising. That I don't know what the lessons the Mahagathbandhan will have to learn. In the end, they'll really have to rework on their entire narrative, packaging. Clearly, vote chori. That is the magnitude.
I see in that. What does the opposition do to be able to take on this mighty election machine? If it was a tight fight, you can say, okay, we missed out here, we missed out in Simanchal, we missed out there. This is a decimation of a kind that's like a tsunami just came and went over you.
I'm going to be very honest.
Let Tessim respond.
I'll be very honest at what we need to do. One, have our ears to the ground. Two, stop getting swayed away by champagne socialists who over wine and cheese lament over poverty in 5-star hotels. One day they are all the people around the opposition.
On the other
all the
side,
people,
you have great capitalists.
you mean
the kind of socialism NDA displays is also.
If I'll just
it is just a lack.
So you have all these people who like there's one cephalogist now. Some days he masquerades as an RTI activist. Some days he's a Kisan Neta. Some days he has a party in Haryana. Some days he's anti-Hindi, speaking in accented English. Duggal Saab today is very disappointed with the results. When Haryana predicted a tsunami for the Congress, we have to get away from these people. Go to the ground. Duggal Saab. Duggal Saab is very famous. You have to go to the ground, hear what the people want. SR. Media is not our enemy. Talk, build bridges. Politics is the art of building setus and building bridges. It's not the art of burning bridges. Everyone's not out there to get us. People are there to talk to us. Let's make friends. So there are a lot of things that we do. Fifth, can we not say that a bomb blast that's happened is because the government wanted it to happen? It pisses off a lot of fence sitters.
The only introspection happens in a studio. On the ground,
because if I can just one line.
I've been covering election for many years.
Yes.
So
which was your first election?
I see the argument changing because
which was your first election?
My election was 78.
78 was your first election.
77 in fact, parliament election.
That's before I was born.
So you were born. So I've seen the arguments building one over the other. And one day we said something, that's why I'm saying on that day, I want to keep my comments for that polling day. None of us spoke about this kind of victory.
Of course.
Even the exit poll did not speak about it. Nobody spoke about it. It means we are really cut off from the ground. What is happening there? And number two, it is proved first time, Akhilesh was getting massive crowd. No doubt, what you must have also seen. Tejashwi was getting massive crowd. Jan Swaraj Party, of course, was built by media. It was getting more crowd than it was on the ground. What has happened? All crowd cannot convert into votes. So all the study whichever we do, and what kind of these exit polls that are 1 dozen exit polls, I don't know who were the shopkeepers, who were the actual exit poll owners, I don't know that. Question is, now it is on the agenda, how you get into the mind of the voters now. And Modi knows the art of reaching direct to the mind of the voters. Whether female voters, what is happening in Maharashtra and what is happening now in Bihar, it is very clear he can connect. People can accuse, he has said it, 10,000 rupees were given, pensions were given the day before the election. This is the first time so much money was distributed. But ultimately, he knows the art of winning in election.
Rahul, just 1 second. In the past few days, we spoke a lot about the migrant, Bihari migrant.
Yes.
जहाज पे चढ़ के आ रहा है वोट डालने के लिए, छठ था इसीलिए this coincides with छठ, और इस बार तो कस के वोट नीतीश के विरोध में वोट देगी कि पलायन नहीं रोका, ये नहीं रोका, वगैरह वगैरह. We heard all these theories. I have a theory on this. The migrant worker is not necessarily anti-Nitish or anti-JDU or anti-BJP. The migrant worker remits a lot of money. And that is a factor which should be taken note of. And the third factor associated with it, since we are talking about West Bengal, the West Bengal migrant worker is mighty angry because of this Mamta's new policy. You come back home, I will give you 5,000 rupees each. He's saying, I am out there earning 50,000 to 1.5 lakhs. Why should I do this? Okay. And most of the migrant workers are... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. That why should
a minister in the Bihar government, he's joining us at this moment. Ashok ji, many congratulations on this massive victory for the Janata Dal United, for the NDA. Would you accept that 188 leads is beyond even your wildest imagination? This is Bihar ne diya vote chappad phar ke? Ashok ji, can you hear me? Many congratulations. क्या उम्मीद से ज़्यादा बड़ी जीत है आपकी ये?
Thank you, thank you. I didn't get you, please.
क्या आपकी उम्मीद से ज़्यादा बड़ी जीत है ये?
ये नहीं देखिए, हमने तो पहले भी कहा है, इफ यू विल सी माय बाइट्स अर्लियर, कि हम अगर 175 क्रॉस करेंगे तो रुकेंगे कहाँ, ये हम लोगों को किसी को नहीं पता है.
तो इसमें आप ज्यादा श्रेय किसको दे रहे हैं? नीमो की टीम थी या नीतीश कुमार की जीत है? वो पोस्टर कह रहा है कि टाइगर अभी जिंदा है. हु इज द मैन ऑफ द मैच अकॉर्डिंग टू यू?
नो, इट इज देखिए, उत्साहित कार्यकर्ता अपने तरह से बिहेव करते हैं, एक्ट करते हैं, बट ये जो मोदी और नीतीश जी की जोड़ी है, ये बड़ा लीथल जोड़ी है और इस जोड़ी के ऊपर लोगों ने विश्वास किया है. और नीतीश कुमार के चेहरे पर चुनाव हुआ है और नीतीश कुमार एक क्रेडिबल चेहरे हैं प्रदेश में, जो जनता के दिलों पर उनके अपने विनम्रता, शालीनता और उनके विकास के ऊपर बिलीव करते हैं.
पद्मजा हैज अ क्वेश्चन फॉर यू.
अशोक जी, पिछले 2-3 महीने से आपकी और प्रशांत किशोर की काफ़ी ज़बानी जंग भी हुई है, कोर्ट में भी मामला चला गया, आपने उनके ऊपर अवमानना भी कर दी. आज के नतीजों के बाद कुछ कहना चाहेंगे उन्हें?
So that's why the aggression and arrogance. Have you seen that how he has behaved with the NDTV journalist, and later on in all conclave how he has behaved with all journalists? When this state belongs to Mahavir, Buddha, and Guru Gobind Singh. Subtle, you have to be soft, you have to be gentle. Nobody in this country can decide that how people are going to vote.
Politically, what happens to Prashant Kishor, sir?
Prashant Kishor has got a very clear and a good message.
Ashok ji, politically, what happens to Prashant Kishor now, you think?
He is insignificant. Earlier also I used to say that he is insignificant.
But today the Jan Suraj party is saying that here we were a real hope for the future. 3 साल पदयात्रा की, 3 साल कहा अपने बच्चों के भविष्य के लिए वोट डालिए, जात पात में मत फंसिए, 10,000 30,000 में मत फंसिए, और आपने 10,000 रुपए के लिए अपने बच्चों के भविष्य को गिरवी रख दिया। क्या बिहार कभी इससे बाहर नहीं निकलेगा, इस जात पात की राजनीति से? क्या एक नया विजन नहीं मिल सकता बिहार को बियॉन्ड दिस?
अब प्रशांत किशोर भी कैसे डिक्टेट होगा बिहार, कैसे चलेगा बिहार, उस पर डिसाइड करेंगे। तो वेट करिए। अगर प्रशांत किशोर बिहार जैसे प्रजातंत्र को, जिसने पूरी दुनिया को प्रजातंत्र दिया, उसको प्रशांत किशोर जैसे आदमी भी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी और उनके आइडियाज़ को खरीदने लगेगा या उसको एक्सेप्ट करने लगेगा, तो आने वाले 10 साल में अंबानी जी का भी पार्टी बन जाएगा और अडानी जी का भी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी बन जाएगा।
अच्छा, ये बताइए, while we wish Nitish ji all the best in terms of his health and his long life, do you think that the JDU has what it takes to be able to hold on to this Ati Pichhada vote in a post-Nitish dispensation at whatever point in time in the future it may be? Because that's one of the burning questions of the future, which will decide the future of Bihar politics.
No, right now I don't think so. This question, Kamalji, is right time to ask this question. Let's wait for the right time. Nitish ji is quite fit. He is healthy. He is working hard. He has room around the whole state, and still the people has lot of love and affection for Nitish Kumar. So
how does the JDU intend to celebrate? We've had all the political questions. What does a JDU victory look like? कैसे celebrate करेगी आपकी पार्टी?
No, हम तो, हमारी पार्टी तो, हमारे नेता तो विनम्रता और शालीनता के प्रतीक हैं, और हम उसी तरह से सेलिब्रेट करेंगे अपनी विक्ट्री को। जनता को धन्यवाद देंगे और अपने काम पे फिर से जुट जाएंगे कि कैसा अगला 5 साल और इफेक्टिव हो हमारा।
The BJP celebrations have yet to start. Ashok ji, thank you very much for joining our coverage today. All the very best. Congratulations once again. Shehzad Poonawala of the BJP is also with us. His brother Tehsir is with us here in the studio. And they...
Shehzad did the smarter thing.
Tehsir, you want to congratulate Shehzad?
Yeah, obviously. I mean, it's a victory for the BJP, and I would like to congratulate the BJP. And well done. He's played a good part in that as well. He was very articulate on TV.
Shama Mohammed of the Congress Party is also with us. Shehzad, who do you credit with this win? Huge, 189 to 50 is where it's at right now. Who do you credit with this win?
You know, I was just listening to the analysis of the entire team, and somebody said that now it is becoming impossible to defeat the electoral machinery of the BJP.
Rahul said that,
But to reduce this victory to just 1 M of the machinery, of course we are dedicated 24/7. Amit Shah ji did 46 rallies, Modi ji did 14 rallies, machinery is there. But it is M for Modi. Ever since Modi ji has come to the political scene, Rahul, Kanwal, Shiv Arur and Padmaja have forgotten the word anti-incumbency. जहाँ 5 साल के बाद सरकारें बदलने का रिवाज था, आज 3 बार केंद्र में सरकार. You have गुजरात सरकार repeated, मध्य प्रदेश repeated, हरियाणा repeated, महाराष्ट्र repeated, उत्तराखंड repeated, उत्तर प्रदेश repeated, Assam repeated, Tripura repeated, repeat पे repeat. This is the pro-incumbency that Narendra Modi brings because of SIM, Sushasan, integrity and Mahila Sashaktikarana, which has become a template across the country. Point 1. Secondly, mission. We have delivered on our mission for Bihar. And thirdly, it is the machinery. So it is mission, Mahila factor and machinery channeled by Modi ji, and of course in Bihar it is by Nitish ji. So this factor has led to our victory. On the one hand you had SIM, and on the other hand you have DIM, dynasty, infighting and mafia katta raj. People have today said कि खाते में पैसा चाहिए, कट्टे में गोली नहीं चाहिए. They said जन नायक का सम्मान चाहिए, गन नायक ओसामा की पार्टी नहीं चाहिए. They have said that we want ईमानदार Modi, Nitish, we don't want भ्रष्टाचारी Lalu. And this is a anti-incumbency against Rahul and against Tejashwi. Nepo kids have been rejected by the Gen Z and by the other generation of Bihar.
You know, you were coining the SIM versus DIM analogy. Shama Mohammed was clutching at her head. Shama Mohammed, what is your acronym of the day?
So when I speak, I want this gentleman to intervene because he has the habit. Now, I definitely say that yes, we have not done well, and it's out there. We need to strengthen our organization, be less dependent on an alliance partner. Congress has to start strengthening in every state the organization, is what I've been saying, and we need to do it. But one very important thing, there should be a level playing field. On October 6th was when the Model Code of Conduct started. September 30th was when the first installment of the first part of the 10,000 rupees went. A week and a half back, another 10,000 rupees was gone into many of the women's accounts. My question today is to the Election Commission. Why did it not stop at saying it's violation of the Model Code of Conduct? They say the BJP, please go to court. It is not that. There is an election commission. It is their duty to have stopped that. This was basically bribing women, and I'm totally against it. Now, when we all promised in Karnataka...
Just stay with us, Shama, for a moment. I want to go across... Just one second. Nityanand Rai is a towering Yadav leader of the BJP from Bihar. He's with Prabhakar at this moment. I'm coming back to you, Shama, in just a moment. Prabhakar, take it away. Nityanand Rai, because on the Yadav-dominated seats of Bihar and in the Muslim Yadav seats as well, it's the NDA which has done better than the Gadbandhan in their co-bastions.
Yeah, Rahul and Nityanand Rai will be himself here to answer these questions. We'll have to wait for 2 minutes. We'll have to wait for 2 minutes when he'll be joining us live from the BJP office here in Patna.
Okay, we will just go back to Prabhakar and Nityanand Rai. Interesting thing that Nityanand Rai was the person instrumental in getting Chirag Paswan into the fold and ensuring that that breakthrough takes place, despite the fact that Chirag Paswan was playing a bit of a hide and seek, but eventually look at him, 29 seats. 29 seats, and apparently Wednesday morning he was supposed to meet, and he left because he did not know what time Nityanand Rai was coming in, and then by evening some man manoval karke unko bitha liya gaya. But 29 seats he fought on, 20 seats he has managed to actually get a lead in. That's a spectacular strike rate. Patna BJP office, Vasudha joining us now. Yes,
Vasudha.
The
celebrations have started at the BJP office as well. Vasudha? If she can even hear us.
You know, I think that today is the day when, you know, there is so much din, there is so much celebration, dancing, dole, that you can barely hear anything, but we'll still try. Shehzad Poonawala, no level playing field.
Just one comment. While I completely agree that LJP has performed very well, the highest strike rate is of BJP. Out of 101 seats, we have scored 85, which is like 85%. So I think
yes, we were not taking that away from you. This was only in relation to Nityanand Rai and getting Chirag Paswan.
We'll walk up to the leaderboard and show you the strike rate.
Your own strike rate we'll show you.
Just in case anyone has any misconceptions about what the strike rate is.
But the strike rate is because of a non-level playing field. Answer that.
You see, Padmaja, there are multiple stages of withdrawal of some alcoholic substances. Similarly, Congress has withdrawal symptoms of democracy. First, they are in delusion, then they go in denial, and then they go in dhamki and dadagiri mode. You have seen yesterday they have said that we will create a Nepal or a Bangladesh in Bihar. Then they are saying that the EVM is spoiled. Then they are saying vote list is spoiled. So these are the people who put Parivar Tantra above Samvidhan Tantra, and beta ki galti data mein nikalte. Ab Tehseen Poonawala has just now given such a 5-point menu card that this is what Congress should do. I think Congress should take advice from Tehseen once in a while.
Shama Mohammed. Okay, Tehseen, let's respond.
From me, if they take advice from me, they will win. Or at least be a decent opposition.
Tehseen's been giving the same advice for at least...
Nobody takes it. They want to know...
Shama Mohammed, you've got a ready-made advisor sitting right here. Any takers?
Why is Rahul quiet about the Election Commission? He is the head of this thing. Rahul, is it fair for the Election Commission not to have called up this 10,000? You tell me, Rahul. You've been doing journalism for so many years. I've worked with you. Is it justified? Why is nobody not saying that the Election Commission did wrong in not pointing out that it is a violation of the Model Code of Conduct and had to immediately stop putting that money into the accounts? Why is nobody talking about it? So let's understand this is a democracy. In a democracy, there should be a level playing field. I'm not saying that we did, I am saying we did bad and we have to improve. We need to do certain things. I'm not saying that it is the only reason. But of course, one reason is the Election Commission of India, because it's no more an independent
But
body.
Shama Muhammad, if the scoreline reads 191 versus 47, there's no one reason you can attribute to it. For example, you can't blame SIR deletions. This is a decimation. It's also a massive, whether you like it or not, pro-incumbency wave. Outside, as Kanchan Gupta was saying, of the 10,000 rupees and the various schemes, people have seen what Nitish and Modi have done for them, and they've said, we want these guys back. That's the message, which is why the scoreline reads 191 versus 47.
No, but Rahul, why still are you not saying the Election Commission was quiet? What is the fear in you?
No, I have no fear at all. I'm saying
the Election Commission should have said. Why did it say it was? Do you agree or not? That is violation of the Model Code of Conduct.
Shama, just hold on to that thought for
just
a
moment.
Rahul? It is not a Rahul. No, wait a second. Rahul, it is not a violation of the Model Code of Conduct.
Explain to her why.
The Model Code of Conduct does not
Kanchan, I'm sure you can't hear me, but go ahead if you can.
I hope you can hear me.
Office in Patna.
Yeah, I can hear you, Shiv. I mean, there is a lot of noise here. I think the same BJP later very cautious, but after Vinod Tawde and Dilip Jaiswal arrived, and Dilip Jaiswal is of course the BJP president of Bihar, and Vinod Tawde is the organization in charge of Bihar, and now suddenly the office has transformed. It's become a sea of saffron here, and the firecrackers are out, the sweets are out, and it's completely dominated by Nari Shakti, women who are very cognizant of their own power, and they also are telling each other that this is because of us. I also heard how they've also been talking about how this also needs to be used as an opportunity to empower them, and men are also in agreement with that. And of course, with a victory like this, it's very little is left to be analyzed, because it seems like a lot of communities have voted. And let me just get you some voices. इस victory को आप किस तरह देखती हैं?
ये विकास की जीत है, ये माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के सोच की जीत है, ये जनता की जीत है।
बोलिए भाई, हम लोग सब महिला सशक्तिकरण की जीत है, और आप देख रहे हैं कि हम महिलाओं में कितनी खुशी की बात हो रही है।
देखिए, बिहार की महिला बहुत जागरूक हो चुकी है। इसका प्रमाण है कि आज बम्पर विजयी हम लोग प्राप्त किए हैं।
पहली बार हुआ है कि जात से बिहार ऊपर उठ चुका है। अब जातीयता नहीं रही, जहां यादवों का भी वोट था वहां हमारी सीट पर जीत हुई है। इसलिए इस बार बिहार समृद्ध बिहार की परिकल्पना जो की थी वो कामयाब हुआ, और जनता ने हमारे पक्ष में वोट।
So clearly many reflections there. This is a celebration of all the efforts that the cadre has put in place in the last many months. Also, this is a call to the opposition to introspect, because clearly a lot of communities have voted for the NDA, and this is not completely unexpected. A lot of people in the BJP were talking about a sweep. Of course, a lot of us did not believe them, but clearly this is also a call for the opposition to introspect as to what really went so horribly wrong.
It's really interesting, some of this data. The fight for a story right now is about the most backward, the extremely backward castes. There were 141 such seats in Bihar. The NDA has got 117 of those seats. Mahagathbandhan manages to get just 23. Muslim seats, 39 such seats, NDA gets 29 of them. Even Yadav seats, 127 such seats, NDA manages to get 95, which basically means that there has to be, and this is something that we've discussed earlier, there has to be, Shama Muhammad, people who have voted beyond their caste and community. There have to be at least some among the Muslims and the Yadavs who would have decided to vote for the NDA instead of the Mahagathbandhan.
That link isn't holding it all.
Celebrations. What I want to do is, since this NDTV chai stop has become such a cult thing, I want to call the chai stop back.
Got to bring it back, yeah.
We got to get it back.
Breakfast.
Are we getting lunch?
No, we had, you already had lunch, Padma. How many lunches you want to have?
Chuda, that was just an appetizer.
Now there's tilkut coming in.
Oh, very
So
nice.
there's some mithai as well.
Wow.
So we were planning to celebrate regard. This has nothing to do with just the fact that the NDA has won. There would have been a celebration in any case. So there's breakfast, there's lunch, and now some meetha chai stop.
Guys, don't have these biscuits.
I don't know if he wants to eat or not eat.
I don't eat sugar though.
We should.
I don't eat sugar though.
You're behaving like Chetan Bhagat. Not eat sugar, I mind my abs, this, that. This is election, is a festival of India's democracy.
It is a festival of democracy. That's
Loktantra ka tyohar.
NDTV viewers saying stop the discussion and bring that cart back in.
The cart is here. The cart.
Many of them have tweeted that.
Ask him, Mr. Littiwala, आप क्या लेके आए? What is for
खाजा मिठाई है, लौंग लता है,
Khaja?
खाजा. This is
Are you covering this shiv on your Twitter?
Of course I am.
लौंग लता मिठाई.
No, in your segment.
हम लोग बिहार
This is not non-mediocre food. We do a separate
खाते हैं हम
segment.
लोग.
अच्छा.
प्रियुकिया है.
तो आपके लिए खुशखबरी है कि बुरी खबरी?
खुशखबरी है, बहुत खुशखबरी है.
आपके लिए खुशखबरी है. Shiv,
all new things now.
No, new things because this is the dessert counter. So आप एक बार explain कर दीजिए फिर से क्या क्या.
ये खाजा है. खाजा. तिलकुट. गया का बहुत मशहूर है बिहार में. और ये लौंग लता है. स्टफ किया हुआ था मावा. और ये प्रियुकिया बोलते हैं हम लोग बिहार में. जो यहाँ पे लोग गुजिया बोलते हैं. हाँ.
Prabhu sir, we'll start with you. What's your poison? What's your dessert?
You want to start with it? Yeah, that's the best thing.
आप लीजिए ना. Come, let's have Prabhu sir के लिए गुजिया. Sanjeev Srivastava, what do you want?
Start with meetha.
I love litti.
Litti chokha. Okay, litti for this. Kanchanda, for you. This will be fun in West Bengal though. We'll have lots of nice misti doi and other stuff coming in from.
एक लिट्टी बना दो.
Ek litti. Okay, fine. Now, Tehseen.
Litti.
Tehseen also. Ashok Malik.
Litti.
So the colors of democracy, the colors of elections, the colors of the food of Bihar have been on NDTV all the way. Jay Mrik, what do you want? Litti again. Okay, Jay's been like, I've been at it since early in the morning. I must get some more litti. Shiv, I see you're staying very far away from the dessert counter.
I was just getting a recharge, but yeah, I'm back.
Okay. I thought you were avoiding all the...
No. I let everyone eat in the beginning, so this is my chance now.
Okay.
Convey my regards to your father.
I will, sir.
I love the one.
Padmaja?
That's the only thing.
That's
the only thing we've got in the majority.
What?
That's the only thing we've got in the majority. Every else we've lost.
Just pick one.
Yeah.
छोटा वाला.
Tilkut actually is also very peculiar to Uttar Pradesh. This is what you have in winters.
Gajak hai na ye?
Basically Gajak hai. Western.
North India.
Not India, you have it.
I don't like that. That's mediocre.
Delicious, yeah.
If you break it into half,
That
I'll
is
help
not
you.
mediocre at all.
Very good for health.
Thanks.
Excellent.
Line Nimbu, please. Thank you.
This is sesame seeds.
Ashok, for you? Litti again. Okay. Prabhu sir, one more round.
Some croissant or something. You'll be eating it by the dozens. You always.
I want this. I don't like that.
ये सत्तू शरबत.
It's
my carb.
a better representation of foods from Bihar, obviously, because people are saying why so much focus on litti chokha. Get the other stuff. So this is better. Litti bhaiya.
Nobody's asked me, but I'll just have the tilkut.
अच्छा ये चीनी का है गुड़ ज़्यादा अच्छा
Sir, ये क्या है? ये भी मीठा है क्या?
ये खाजा मिठाई है. खाजा हाँ. हल्का सा मीठा रहेगा.
This is still more cheesy.
और ये
गुड़ ज़्यादा होता है बहुत अच्छा होता है.
नहीं.
हाँ अभी बना लो.
No, but I'm glad, apart from the political colors of Bihar, we've been able to showcase through this NDTV chai stop, which is going to be quite a thing in the NDTV studios for all elections.
With all respects for Biharis and Bihar, this litti chokha is better than what I had in Bihar.
Seriously?
आप मिस्टर लिट्टी को बोल दीजिए खुश हो जाएंगे.
He'll be very happy.
मिस्टर लिट्टी
आपको
क्या
endorsement
कह रहे हैं लोग कि बिहार से ज़्यादा अच्छा लिट्टी आप खिला रहे हैं यहाँ पे.
सर थैंक यू.
He'll be very happy to hear it. He's getting full publicity. And he's doing his own marketing spiel in the middle also. Don't miss that.
He's got 6 stores. 6 दुकान है ना अपनी?
जी.
इनको याद.
I remember that.
He'll be looking out for the next one.
Who is the migrant voter?
No, and some Madhubani paintings as well.
Yeah.
Small ones, all over. The NDTV chai stop. And also, Shiv, I love that show where you had all the anchors, reporters, editors with their opinion.
ये मिर्च है.
I was the only one who didn't get to eat during that show. Everyone was
watching.
eating because I was anchoring.
Really?
Yeah,
he's upset about working outside.
That's when Padmaja was very quiet suddenly.
No. I was made to cook also. Imagine, like I didn't sign up for this. I was like, what is this? I'm just supposed to come here, report, give an opinion.
The question is who ate your food?
No, but it's actually fabulous.
Nobody.
Every one of our reporters, editors, guests who've come back from Bihar, they all have a food store. And that's incredible. Did you have one as well, Rahul? Apart from the makhana.
We went to Ravi Shankar Prasad's house.
Yeah.
Excellent food. This was on the day when we woke up at 6 for Prashant Kishor.
Yeah.
That session started at...
We were there, dressed and hair and makeup.
Ready? And that's the day, right at the end, we went to his house and I said, thank you for excellent champaran mutton and everything else. He's like, अरे on air बोलने की क्या जरूरत थी? I had to force you to eat. I said, why do you have to
And
say
the secret is that Rahul, being super health conscious, he was trying to dodge the litti mutton.
Thanks, Padma. Thank you.
But Ravi Shankar ji was insistent. He was like, नहीं, I हो तो ये लिट्टी मटन खा के ही जाना है. But it was excellent. Really worth the calories.
But he hasn't come online today, Ravi Shankar.
Not yet.
Not yet. He will be.
He was quite on the ball. I mean,
Yeah, and by the way, in that entire area, in that entire Patna area, the Magadh area, BJP again has almost swept all the seats, including the ones.
Swept everywhere.
we are winning 193.
That's a traditional strong
leaderboard had so many graphics which are of no use. They're all
There's
showing.
hardly any slicing, dicing left because you're like, let's look at regions. Every region.
Veera is coming in. Veera is coming in. Veera, the deserts are ready. Nityanand Rai joins us. Nityanand ji, यहाँ पे तिलकुट है, गुजिया है, all kinds of sweets. हाँ? आपके लिए क्या भेजे हैं बताइए. Congratulations and this is a fantastic victory. बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो आपको.
क्या खिलाओ सर?
नहीं, आप बिहार की जनता को, भाइयों बहनों को, मतदाताओं को आप वहाँ से शुभकामना भेजिए, अभिनंदन भेजिए. आपके साथ मैं भी बिहार की जनता, बिहार के भाइयों बहनों और मतदाताओं को हृदय से उनका आभार व्यक्त कर रहा हूँ, उनको बधाई दे रहा हूँ, अभिनंदन दे रहा हूँ कि आपने एनडीए को प्रचंड बहुमत दिया है और घमंडिया गठबंधन, परिवारवादी जंगल राज वालों का बिहार की जनता मिलकर सफाया कर दी.
अच्छा, आपको दिख नहीं रहा है लेकिन ये एनडीटीवी का चाय स्टॉप का ठेला लगा हुआ है. अभी जो हमारे यहाँ पे चाय स्टॉप के ठेले के इंचार्ज है वो आपको बताने वाले हैं आप क्या क्या मिठाई. आप बताइए आपके लिए क्या भेजा है. बताइए सर, मंत्री जी को बताइए क्या क्या है आपके. दिखाइए, कैमरा लाके दिखाइए, बताइए क्या जा सकता है उनके पास.
सर ये प्रुकिया जा सकता है, खाजा है, तिलकुट है, लौंग लता है, 4 मिठाई है, बाकी लिट्टी चोखा है.
आज आप जो भेजना है, अभिनंदन, बधाई, मिठाई जो भी भेजना है, बिहार की जनता को भेजिए, उनको सुपुर्द कीजिए, उनका अभिनंदन कीजिए. मैं भी बिहार के भाइयों बहनों का, मतदाताओं का अभिनंदन कर रहा हूँ, उनका हृदय से आभार व्यक्त कर रहा हूँ.
ये 194 seats. I just want to go across to the leaderboard and show our viewers how even on the Yadav and Muslim dominated seats, and I want Nityanand ji to talk about this, even on the Yadav and Muslim dominated seats, it's the NDA which has a 76% strike rate, leading in 64 out of those 84 seats. ये तो जादुई, ये तो इलेक्शन मैजिक है कि यादव मुस्लिम डोमिनेटेड सीट्स पे भी 3 में से 4 एनडीए जीत रही. क्या हो रहा है सर? ये
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी का जो सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास का जो संकल्प है, जो उनका मंत्र है, उसकी यह जीत है.
तो आपके हिसाब से ये जिस तरह से रिजल्ट आया है, उसके बाद जो सवाल चुनाव से पहले था कि क्या नीतीश कुमार ही सीएम रहेंगे, वो फुली डिसाइडेड है या एक बार फिर से चूंकि इतनी बड़ी जीत हो गई है वो फिर से सवाल बन जाएगा?
पांचों पांडव दल हम एक साथ एकजुट होकर लड़े हैं और हमको दुनिया के सबसे लोकप्रिय नेता आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी का नेतृत्व मिला है, मार्गदर्शन मिला है और यह बिहार के विकास की जीत है, जंगल राज का पराजय है.
नित्यानंद जी, इतने यादव बहुल जो सीटें हैं उसमें भी आपको भर भर कर वोट मिला है, तो अब जब अगली सरकार बनेगी तो कोई एक यादव उप मुख्यमंत्री हो सकता है, होना चाहिए आपके विचार में?
नहीं, देखिए मेरा या इस प्रकार की व्यवस्था को और मानने का न स्वभाव है न संस्कार है. नरेंद्र मोदी जी के सबका साथ, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास, मैं दोबारा बोल रहा हूं, और सबका विश्वास की जीत है. भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस
संकल्प के साथ काम करती है, इस दृष्टिकोण से काम करती है।
एक चीज आपसे और मैं पूछना चाहती हूँ, आप तो कहानी बता दीजिए कि उस दिन क्या हुआ था जब चिराग पासवान से आप मिलने गए थे। बड़ा उसमें आगे पीछे हुआ, मान मनोबल हुआ, पर आखिरी में बात बनी गई। अब दिख रहा है कि जो चिराग पासवान सीट पे लड़े हैं उसमें उन्होंने काफी सीटें निकाल ली हैं। तो उस दिन की कहानी बताइए, उस वेडनेसडे को जो पूरी मुलाकात का सिलसिला था, क्या हुआ था, क्या मैजिक ट्रिक हुई?
कोई अलग से कहानी नहीं थी और न वह रूठे हुए थे। मैं उस परिवार से जुड़ा हुआ हूं और चिराग जी एनडीए परिवार से जुड़े हुए हैं और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी उनके अभिभावक हैं। तो फिर इसमें कहीं कोई उस प्रकार की बात नहीं थी। स्वाभाविक रूप से मिलना जुलना, फिर गठबंधन पे बात करना तो एक प्रक्रिया होती है।
ये प्रशांत किशोर ने कहा था कि अगर 25 से ज़्यादा सीटें आई जेडीयू की, वो पॉलिटिक्स छोड़ देंगे। क्या आप एनडीटीवी के दर्शकों के थ्रू ये बात बोलेंगे पीके को, जनस्वराज के फाउंडर को, कि भाई राजनीति अब छोड़ दीजिए?
मैं इस पर कुछ नहीं बोलूंगा, जो बोले हैं उनसे पूछिए तो ज्यादा अच्छा रहेगा।
He's locked himself, Kanchanda, into a box. He said, nobody asked him to say, I'll give up politics. He made that claim. Now he'll be held to it.
Of course, I think he spoke too much, knowing very well that he is going to deliver too little. And Rahul, I made this point in this studio earlier also. Backroom managers of parties and elections do not necessarily become election winners themselves. Had that been the case, Ashok Malik would have been a minister today. I mean, if not a...
कहाँ से बनते भाई मंत्री आप, अशोक जी?
ये imagination.
खान मार्केट लोकसभा कंस्टिट्यूएंसी.
But jokes apart, what Prashant Kishor has also successfully done is that he has sort of demolished the hope of a change in Bihar's politics, in Bihar, the way Bihar looks at itself, the way Biharis look at themselves, and he just played that card wrongly, and he went for the wrong coalition, he went for the wrong agenda. And
नित्यानंद जी, इसका क्या मतलब निकाला जाए गठबंधन के नजर से? आपके हिसाब से जब आप ऑपोजिशन को एनालाइज करते हैं, उनकी सबसे बड़ी चूक कहां पे हुई?
देखिए, चूक तो उनसे बहुत पहले ही हो चुका था। 20 साल पहले जब उन्होंने जंगल राज को अपना संस्कार बना लिया था, गुंडा राज स्थापित कर लिया था, अपने डकैतों, अपने लठायतों से, अपने गुंडों से, अपने डकैतों से बिहार की जनता को जब वो पिटवाते थे, विकास से कोई मतलब नहीं था, परिवारवाद था, तुष्टीकरण था, तो उस समय 2000 में यह साफ तय हो गया था कि अब जंगल राज आने वाला नहीं है। बिहार के लोगों को विकास भाया और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के 14 लाख करोड़ से भी ज़्यादा बिहार के विकास के लिए दिया गया और इसका बिहार के विकास पर असर दिखता है। और गरीब कल्याण के कामों से यहाँ बिहार में 3 करोड़ से ज़्यादा लोग गरीबी रेखा से बाहर आए। तो अब देश और बिहार के गरीब अपना मसीहा नरेंद्र मोदी जी को मानते हैं, इसलिए गरीबों ने अपने मसीहा यानी दुनिया के सबसे लोकप्रिय नेता कर्मयोगी प्रधानमंत्री जी के लिए मतदान किया और प्रचंड बहुमत एनडीए को दी।
नित्यानंद राय जी, आप आज लालू जी को क्या कहना चाहेंगे? क्योंकि उनके दोनों बेटे जो हैं ट्रेल कर रहे हैं अपनी सीटों पे। राघोपुर में तेजस्वी यादव पीछे हैं, महुआ में तेज प्रताप पीछे हैं, लालू जी अभी बेल पर बाहर हैं, पार्टी उनकी अपने शायद सबसे खराब प्रदर्शन दिखा रही है। अगर वो आज आपको देख रहे हैं, आप लालू जी को क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए, लालू जी को मैं पहले भी कहा हूँ, कभी घर पे जाकर तो नहीं कहा हूँ, लेकिन जो राजनीति में संवाद उनसे हमारा होता था, आप लोगों के माध्यम से, समाचार पत्रों के माध्यम से या कार्यक्रमों के संवाद में जो आप लोग के द्वारा हम तक पहुंचाने की जो हम निवेदन करते थे, तो जरूर उनको कहते थे कि बिहार के लोगों ने कांग्रेस के उस तानाशाह के खिलाफ
कांग्रेस के उस दुराचार के खिलाफ, भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ बिहार की जनता ने 1990 में आपको बिहार के मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में लाई है। आप उसका ख्याल रखिए, बिहार की जनता को सम्मान कीजिए, विकास में आप ध्यान दीजिए। तो उन्होंने गुंडा राज स्थापित कर दिया, उस समय हम उनसे लड़ाई भी लड़े
नित्यानंद
और उन्होंने मुझको हर तरह से प्रताड़ना की कोशिश की और बिहार के जनता के साथ साथ भाजपा दी। उस समय उनको कहा था कि यह पाप है, अन्याय है, पाप का घड़ा भरेगा और फूटेगा, जो 2005 में ही फूट गया था।
एक इंटरेस्टिंग डेटा सेट है यहाँ पे कि अगर बीजेपी लोक जनशक्ति पार्टी हैम और कुशवाहा की पार्टी के साथ आ जाए तो ऑलमोस्ट आप सरकार खुद भी बना सकते हैं। आप चाहो तो आपको जेडीयू की उतनी जरूरत है नहीं। जय मुल्क
7 या 8 एमएलए कहीं और से जुड़ जाए तो आपकी अपनी सरकार बन सकती है।
पांडव दल, हम सभी एनडीए के घटक दल मिलकर एक साथ चुनाव लड़े हैं, एक साथ रहेंगे और एक साथ मिलकर बिहार का विकास करेंगे, बिहार के मान सम्मान को ऊंचा करेंगे और हम सब एक साथ मिलकर विकसित भारत का संकल्प जो हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का है, उस संकल्प को पूरा करने के लिए बिहार को भी विकसित बनाएंगे।
No, because that's the other point. BJP at this moment is at 89 seats. That's 15 up from the last elections. 15 seats up from the last elections. They had 91 seats in 2010.
They almost
so only 2 seats short. That's when the JDU had 115. This is the peak and the flourish of the Nitish era. 115 that time for the JDU. They're nowhere close. BJP was at 91. If you're chasing history, trivia, those are the only real things to be looking at this moment, because everything else seems settled.
Interesting statistical detail there. OIC has performed better than Rahul Gandhi.
Performed better than the Congress.
Oh, yeah. You know, and he had 5 seats last time, and again 5 seats, which would suggest very clearly that his impact in Simanchal still quite strong.
It still remains, absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, so this is what the map of Bihar at this moment looks like. Look at the saffron. Saffron here is both JDU and BJP and Lok Janshakti.
Yeah.
But look at how vast that sweep has been. Just very few concentrated pockets of the Gathbandhan. The rest of it, Bihar, very, very saffron. I can compare with the 2020 assembly results. So you will see here, in the 2020, in the first phase, there's a very strong Gathbandhan performance in the areas around Bhojpur. As the phases went on, phase 2, phase 3, that's when the NDA did well. This time round, whether it is phase 1 or it is phase 2, you've got the NDA jailbreak doing well everywhere.
Absolutely. And the RLSM actually adding its part over here. This section, as Padmaja also earlier indicated, it's contributed to the BJP seat. What has actually helped the RJD save its skin is the old Marxist-Leninist base. ML का जो base है.
42, how have you saved your skin?
Whatever remains is the core base of the CPI-ML.
No, so let's look at 24 versus 25. I'm comparing here the Lok Sabha trends extrapolated into assembly segments of 2024. When compared with the 2025 assembly results, the NDA had 174 leads in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections versus 195. So Modi and Nitish together have done better than the 2024 Lok Sabha results.
And it is the same region which I earlier indicated which has made the difference.
And that, Ashok Malik, makes the larger point that if you can do better than a Lok Sabha election, how strong the pro-incumbency sentiment on the ground has been. 174 in 2024 versus 195 now.
So, 2 factors. One, of course, the presence of a strong local leader in addition to the appeal of the Prime Minister. That's one, that always helps. It's a genuine double engine. Second, you have to grant this to the BJP. We call it an election machine, but why is it an election machine? It goes back to the drawing board, it makes up for mistakes. Look at the difference in those maps in the Bhojpur region. It has obviously made up for some coalition building not happening in 2024, made up for it this time, changed candidates, and the results are there to see.
The BJP strike rate in this election 88%. The Janata Dal United strike rate. Strike rate means number of seats you're winning at this moment versus basis how many you fought. So the JDU strike rate is 78%. RJD strike rate is 22%. AIMIM is 18%. Owaisi is smiling in this image as he should. 18. 5 out of 28 is not a bad strike rate at all. And the Congress is at 6.5%. 4 out of 61. 4 out of 61. Sanjeev Srivastava is an abysmal performance for the Congress party.
Yes, and that again, what one could see in Simanchal, while that day the Axis pollster Pradeep was talking about Simanchal, OSC, etc., everybody going on the margins, but the manner in which he camped in Kishanganj and stayed put there, and this Muslim identity feeling he continuously re-emphasized, it's remarkable. And the other thing about election machinery, what Ashok Malik was just saying, to add to that, all these players, you know, whether they are getting a 17-18% strike rate or a Jan Suraj, everything just adds up to that final tally which is unstoppable. And earlier something which Prabhu said, on which I would like to say, that, you know, such wave elections only one understands in hindsight. You saw the trend, you could see a decisive edge, but waves, most of us always realize when the results come.
This is not a wave, this is a tsunami.
Yeah.
This is not a normal wave.
Three words, Nitish theek hai. All the problems that we have in this state, who will solve them? Nitish Kumar.
So, you know, look over here at the vote share percentages of the Bharatiya Janata Party, 21.6, up 2.2 from the last time. Janata Dal United at 19.1, up almost 4 from the last time. The Congress is down in terms of vote by more than 1%. The JSP just at 3.4. When you're at 0, you know, it's the point that Prabhu had been making repeatedly, that nothing's going to happen outside of what's happening on TV and social media. AIMIM with just 1.8 has 5 seats because of concentration of votes in the Simanchal region.
Well, we talked about it in Purnia as well, that Jan Suraj is highly overhyped.
Of course.
This is the picture. Now, to put these numbers in perspective, even in Lok Sabha 24, this was 49, this was 47, this was 39. It's more or less a repeat of the Lok Sabha. Most important, in post-independence Bihar, this is the highest number any pre-poll coalition or arrangement has got. Even Janata Party got 41%. So this 48 is like record-breaking. It's the highest. Second, starting from the journey of the NDA from 2005, in 21 years, they started from a 25% vote share. They've doubled it to 48. That's another remarkable feat.
Okay, Aishwarya joins us from the BJP headquarters as the BJP celebrates this landmark victory. Aishwarya, how is the BJP getting set to celebrate? We've been having Tilkut and Gujia and all manner of stuff here in our studios. What's happening on the ground where all the action is?
Well, at the BJP headquarters early up in the morning, we saw how jalebis were prepared along with the sattu ka paratha and chokha. But for the lunch, it's litti chokha. But yes, celebrations have begun already over here at the BJP headquarters. Leaders are distributing sweets, and there you can see on the twins of drums, dol, nagara. There are several of the cadres of the Bharatiya Janata Party who have gathered over here in large number. That's a massive cake that has been prepared. And one of the important highlight of this entire celebrations is this particular poster. बिहार तो एक झांकी है, अभी बंगाल चुनाव बाकी है. And over here these cadres with a cake of motichur which clearly says Modi ji over here. आप लोगों को कितनी बड़ी विक्ट्री लगती है ये बहुत बड़ी विक्ट्री है और शाम तक अभी आप देखेंगे कि और नतीजे सामने आएंगे और हम एक प्रचंड जीत की ओर आगे बढ़ रहे हैं. विकास जो हमारा एजेंडा था, सुशासन जो हमारा एजेंडा था, जातिवादी से परे, और हमने मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एक वहां पर बहुत ही प्रचंड जीत का शुभारंभ. हिस्टोरिक विक्ट्री as cadres celebrating over here at the BJP headquarters. Arun Singh, Virender Sachdeva and other senior leaders also gathering over here and distributing sweets. Clearly it's celebratory mode. What we've been told is this evening, as the preparations have already begun at the BJP headquarters, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is likely to arrive over here in the evening to address the cadres as well. There has been preparations for the tents and other sort of arrangements as far as logistical arrangements are concerned. That has all been now set over here, and we'll likely to go and speak to Arun Singh. Arun ji, कितने मायने हैं? अरुण जी, कितने मायने हैं क्या आपके?
की बारी है, क्या बोलना चाहेंगे?
बिल्कुल, देखिए बिहार में प्रचंड जीत भारतीय जनता पार्टी एनडीए की हुई है और बंगाल में भी अवश्य रूप से भारतीय जनता पार्टी चुनाव जीतेगी इस बार।
जो फैक्टर बिहार में काम किया वो बंगाल के लिए असरदार होगा।
बिल्कुल, बंगाल में कानून व्यवस्था ध्वस्त है, अराजकता है, कोई कानून का राज नहीं है, जनता परेशान है। बंगाल में भारतीय जनता पार्टी मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में बहुत तेजी से मजबूती से लड़ेगी और वहाँ विजय होगी।
अरुण जी, बिगुल बज चुका है बंगाल चुनावों के लिए? बिगुल बज चुका है बंगाल चुनावों के लिए?
बिल्कुल।
There you heard, it's after Bihar, it will be West Bengal as being stated by Arun Singh over here, the General Secretary as well. वीरेंद्र सचदेवा हमारे साथ हैं। क्या मायने हैं इस जीत के बिहार में इतनी प्रचंड बहुमत के लिए आप?
पूरी जीत का एक ही मायना है कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का जो नाम है वो विश्वास का प्रतीक है, जीत का प्रतीक है और देश की जनता इस नाम पे भरोसा रखती है।
पोस्टर देखा, अभी तो ये झांकी है, बंगाल चुनाव अभी बाकी है, तो
बिल्कुल जिस तरह से संगठन काम करता है, जिस तरह से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के नेतृत्व में हम लोग लगते हैं, तो बंगाल भी अब दूर नहीं है। बंगाल की जनता भी पूरा आशीर्वाद माननीय मोदी जी को देगी।
अच्छा, एग्जिट पोल्स जिस तरीके के आए थे 160 के आसपास आप लोगों को दे रहे थे, लेकिन 190 का आंकड़ा छूते हुए अब नजर आ रहा है।
देखिए, अगर आपने माननीय गृह मंत्री जी को सुना हो बिहार में प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में, तो उन्होंने कहा था कि हम 200 के आसपास रहेंगे। तो माननीय गृह मंत्री जी की रणनीति, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का नेतृत्व और हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी का संगठन कौशल, ये उसका परिणाम है कि इतनी बड़ी जीत हमारे सामने है।
It's Home Minister, Prime Minister, the credit is being given to them as far as this victory is concerned. But let me quickly go and show across to what is happening in the front of Bharatiya Janata Party national headquarters over here. Because as I said, it's now the arrangements which are being done. The barricading has already been done and we've been told Prime Minister will certainly be arriving late in the evening today to address the cadres. And the cadres in large numbers have already arrived with the BJP flags and Modi hai to mumkin hai posters over here. The bands are in full display over here as far as BJP headquarters, and it's completely turning into celebratory mode as it's a historic mandate that the Bharatiya Janata Party have received, and it's #1 political party which is emerging in the Bihar polls.
The big story, apart from the BJP and the JDU winning, is that in Raghopur, you've got a very, very tight fight. Just about 600 odd votes separating Nitish Kumar and Tejashwi Yadav. Of the votes that have been counted, 30,789 for Nitish Kumar versus 30,124 for Tejashwi. A very tight fight.
I just refreshed, Rahul. Now Tejashwi is ahead by 585. Like it's literally changing by the minute.
It's going to change as every round gets counted, but that can't be the only competition.
No, here Rahul,
BJP, JDU में कौन आगे है? Tejashwi हारेगा जीतेगा.
Here is, you find out Jan Suraj party votes. How many? He the spoiler or not?
3.4%.
I think he has got 700 votes. My feeling is that
on that seat, yes.
Because
no,
that
but
is the reason
overall, if you look at the, if you
the Jan
overall
Suraj
look
party
at the
basically wanted to defeat
vote share by party, if you overall look at the vote share by party, the Jan Swaraj is at a 3.5% vote share. Very, very small vote share.
Raghopur.
Sure. No, you wanted to see just in Raghopur, but that would be just one seat.
700 votes, I think he got.
मैं दिखाता हूँ.
On Raghopur, the Jan Suraj candidate, he got 1,010 votes.
Yeah, that's the difference, na? That is
1,016 votes.
He can defeat Tejashwi there. At least.
No.
Sorry, what do you say?
Don't be me.
So when he said I will defeat,
it proved that even defeating Tejashwi, he got 1,000 votes.
This is Prabhu Chawla just being wicked. Veera saying that when he said he will defeat Tejashwi, this is what he had in mind. And for all you know, he may...
Rahul, at the risk of being really pedantic, I have a very strange question. Which are those 4 seats that the Congress is winning? Who are these loyal Congress voters who are like, पूरी बिहार एक तरफ, हम दूसरी तरफ?
मैं बताता हूँ.
We will vote for the Congress, come what may.
I'll tell you the names and the current margins. Valmiki Nagar with a margin currently of 898 votes.
Which one assumes would be a high Dalit population?
Yeah. Yes, it's a yes. Then Kishanganj. Good margin, 7,931.
That's a Muslim constituency.
Manihari, 4,413.
Yeah, again the same.
Begussarai.
Amita Bhushan.
They should thank even Kanhaiya for it. 4,939.
Begussarai is where Rahul Gandhi, Mukesh Sahni and Kanhaiya Kumar jumped into the water and went fishing.
Yeah.
So chalo, all that effort of fishing
Give them one seat.
has got one seat.
And everyone figured out that Rahul Gandhi is the better swimmer than Mukesh Sahni, who's supposed to be the Malla. That was one thing that they said, कि Malle से ज़्यादा अच्छी swimming तो इसको आती है.
And at the risk of being really mean, the one picture was that Mukesh Sahni picked up one fish from the pond and then he gave it to Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi threw it back in the water. And everyone was like, एक मछली पकड़ में आई थी, वो भी वापस क्यों फेंक दी?
I think Mukesh Sahni, if you remember our interview, can safely start eating idlis again.
Rahul, this is तो मछली मिली नहीं.
Rahul, and there was another seat, Bhagalpur Sadar, where you had Mr. Sharma, who by the way is the father of Neha Sharma, the Bollywood actor, ex-model. She went to campaign for him. I think he's a two-time MLA. Five-time MLA. And then she was asked during a road show for him कि मैम आपको क्या लगता है क्या होगा? She said अब की बार NDA सरकार. And everyone made huge memes of her. And then she's like देखिए slip of tongue तो हो ही जाता है. सबको पता है मेरे पापा तो कांग्रेस he's lost. He's lost this.
Rahul, yes. You see, out of this we are forgetting the big picture now. It is very clear, obviously, that RJD votes are intact in terms of percentage. All other parties, which you are saying 18, 11%, 12%, they have gone down. Congress party has gone down. It means all other castes which are against Muslims Yadavs, they have consolidated in favor of the NDA. Because all of the others which are getting lots of votes, if you can see.
In terms of percentage, it looks like that. But if Tejashwi Yadav is trailing in his own constituency, that means the Yadav vote bank has been divided. And the Muslims, which everybody thought is only going to consolidate behind the Gathbandhan, Owaisi is taking 5 seats, and so is Nitish Kumar. So
I'm talking about Bihar as a whole. I'm not talking seat-wise. I'm talking about 11. Because let me complete my proposition. Let me complete my proposition.
Can I go across to Ravi Shankar Prasad?
Because let me complete. 11% votes are distributed all over.
Prabhu sir, I want to go across to Ravi Shankar Prasad, who's joining us. I want to walk across to the NDTV chai stop. Ravi Shankar ji, we've got lots of delicious sweets over here. सबसे पहले तो as we congratulate you on this big and historic victory, टेला मिठाई वाला रवि शंकर जी को बताओ, पटना से MP है, क्या क्या है आपके पास अवेलेबल? Let him choose what he wants. बताइए.
लिट्टी चोखा खाते हैं हमारे.
लिट्टी चोखा खाते हैं आपका, ठीक है. और
लिट्टी चोखा है, खाजा मिठाई है, तिलकुट मिठाई है. तिलकुट. हाँ. और ये लौंग लता है और पिरुकिया, लौंग लता, तिलकुट और खाजा मिठाई.
So a spread of Bihari sweets laid out for you, रवि शंकर जी. क्या भिजवाए आपके पास जीत के जश्न में?
पहले जो आपके पास बैठा उसको बोलिए पिड़ुकिया नहीं बोलते हैं, पिड़किया बोलते हैं. हाँ, he must pronounce it correctly.
अरे आपको करेक्ट, ये तो ओरिजिनल बिहारी है सर, इसी का करेक्ट भाई. मंत्री जी ने आपको करेक्ट ही कर दिया. वो आप ही को बता रहे हैं. आप देखिए, आप तो मुझे लगा ऑथेंटिक है, वो तो आप ही पे सवाल खड़ा कर रहे हैं. चलिए कुछ नहीं होता सर, obviously, but his food is tasty. You may correct his diction, but his food is quite tasty. Yes. क्या भिजवाए?
राहुल जी, मुझे खाजा भिजवा दीजिए, मैं खा लूँगा. लेकिन बिहार की आपकी यात्रा और लिट्टी का स्वाद चखने के बाद आपके ऊपर बिहारी जो कलेवर चढ़ा है, तो आपका अभिनंदन है. और आज के रिजल्ट के बाद जो बिहारी लोग कर सकते हैं, तो कम से कम हमारे बिहारियों पर तो आपको आज प्राउड होना चाहिए. हाँ, उन पर गौरव होना चाहिए. जिस तरह से वो जात की सीमाओं से ऊपर उठ जाते हैं. Today is a great day for people of my state. The way they have voted, we are very proud of them.
So this is not just a normal victory, because even in areas which are dominated by Muslims and Yadavs, or in hardcore Muslim constituencies as well, you've got the NDA candidates doing well. This is a wave of a kind which was only seen last in 2010. Nothing else before or after compares.
You know, I would like to tell you, Rahul Kamal, that you please don't contextualize this result by comparing with other elections. This is a vote, positive vote for hope and trust. This is a vote by people who have seen delivery on the ground. And therefore, cutting across the traditional concept of incumbency or anti-incumbency. People have reposed their trust that this is the route we have to take for the further development of Bihar. And for that to happen, we have to trust the Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, the way he has taken guarantee for development of Bihar, and his work on roads, on airport, on Vande Bharat, all they have seen. You have been traveling to my state many times, and you have seen the sadak gadde mein sadak. You have seen those years. Today that is something of past. People come for Chhat function, all driving away by car from Mumbai to Patna. That we know for sure.
Padmaja has a question for you. Padmaja.
Second thing is the poor people.
Ji, Ravi Shankar ji, I just wanted to ask you about,
Go ahead.
The infighting that has happened. I was just looking at some of the seats, including places like Rajapakar. Do you think that this actually also did in the Mahagathbandhan? Places like Rajapakar, 2-3 other seats where there were friendly fights, all of them, the JDU or you have managed to take a lead. Was that a critical mistake made by the Mahagathbandhan, this whole idea of a friendly fight?
The friendly fight was just one aspect of it. See our campaign and see their campaign. In every meeting of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, one leader of the alliance was used to be present. The same in case of the meeting of Nitish Kumar, one leader of the alliance used to remain present. I know everywhere, every functionary of the NDA was working in sync. There were so many district level conference of all the state presidents of the various political parties comprising the NDA. And the way the Prime Minister talked to all the workers, booth per majboot karo. It's not a small thing. JDU people, leaders used to come to BJP office and the vice versa, BJP leaders going to JDU office. Kaha kisko aur bhejna chahiye. That is called coordinated elections. And the way Amit Shah ji ensured that no rebel is there in the ground. He talked to them. He persuaded them. You see the result. That's how it happens. और वहाँ तो आपस में ही 10 तक लड़ते रह गए. But by the way, Padmaja, I'm asking a question.
Yes.
Where is the gentleman political tourist? Where is current location?
He's right here and he was wondering कि आप जो है हमारे मिस्टर लिट्टी को भी क्यों डांट रहे हैं? पहले आपने मीरा को डांटा, अब आप मिस्टर लिट्टी को डांट रहे हैं.
So I was going to start by saying, sir, I've done a little bit of homework after we last met. So, and many congratulations for the victory today. I hope to see you in Tamil Nadu when we have a conclave where I will quiz you about Tamil Nadu as well. But my question to you, larger sense, is this.
Raghav, I am not asking about you.
वो राहुल गांधी का पूछ रहे थे, political tourist.
Sorry.
इसको कहते हैं हवा में बॉल कहीं और जा रही थी, वीर राघव ने अपने सर पे ले ली.
At the moment, I'm at a better place. No, but
he was asking about Rahul Gandhi.
Well, either he's in Muscat or Mauritius, I don't know.
Sir, सरकार आपकी, आप बताइए कहाँ पे?
He has got. His party has got
4 at the moment. 4 at the moment, leading in 4.
The larger question would be Padmaja and Rahul Kanwal. Is there going to be any accountability of Rahul Gandhi in this election? This dismal, shameful performance. Did anyone believe on vote chori? Did anyone believe on SIR? Did anyone trust the diabolical and shameful comment against the election commission? The kind of language used against the Prime Minister? I don't want to make any political issue today, but at least I need to flag it. The larger issue which I am very proud of is the people of Bihar have risen to the occasion, transcending the limitations of caste, for which they were known notoriously for hope, for delivery, trust and execution.
So Ankit Tyagi has a question for you. Ankit.
Sir, I wanted to ask you, we were talking about the election management, and you also said how Mr. Amit Shah worked on it. 65 candidates, whether they were rebel or some parties which could have in fact put your candidate in trouble. In the end, either they sat down or supported the Bharatiya Janata Party. Do you think that also tells you how your campaign was coherent? And is this for Nitish Kumar's, farewell gift? Bihar giving a farewell gift to Nitish Kumar, sir, the kind of mandate that you've got?
Those things are your reading. But the people of Bihar have also given a big, strong response to some sinister campaign that Nitish Kumar is now too old, he cannot talk properly, he cannot work properly. People have given that response also. But again, I would request you, please don't minimize the importance of this election. Management was certainly there. Our Home Minister did a great job. He sat in Patna for many days, also travelled, and everywhere he ironed out all the creases. But this kind of result, which is not even a two-thirds majority, it is almost a slide.
Ravi Shankar ji, one quick question I wanted to ask very quickly. The fact that you keep saying that, people have risen above caste and community, are you suggesting that people who are traditionally not your voters, who are core voters of the Mahagathbandhan, and I would assume by that you mean Muslims and Yadavs, they have also voted for you in this election? And if yes, are they Muslim women and Yadav women whose votes you think you've got?
I think those things will have to await a proper analysis of statistics, But yes, there was a profound congregation of people having a trust in the future of Bihar. That's the only way I would tell you.
Ravi Shankar ji, Sanjeev Srivastav has a question for you.
Statistics subsequently.
रवि शंकर जी नमस्ते, संजीव श्रीवास्तव बोल रहा हूँ। चूँकि आपने अभी कहा कि पीपल ऑफ बिहार हैव ट्रांसेंडेड द कास्ट बैरियर, यही पद्मजा ने अभी पूछा था, जो 38 सीटें महागठबंधन की अभी दिखा रहा है फिगर, इसका मतलब कि जो उनका कोर वोट बैंक है वो भी बिखर गया क्या इस बार? और क्या ये एक आने वाले चुनावों की ओर भी संकेत दे सकता है कि अब ये फाइनली वो बैरियर क्रॉस किया है कि भाई ये क्योंकि मुझे तो घूमते हुए बिहार में लगा था इस बार ही पूरी तरह से कास्ट ही काबिज है।
देखिए, पहली बात तो संजीव बाबू मैं आपसे कहूंगा कि लिमोसिन लिबरल के आप ही मेंबर थे, मैं देख रहा था। राहुल कंवल मखाना के खेत में कूद गए थे तो मैंने उनका अभिनंदन भी किया, अच्छी बात है। रुचिर मखाना खा रहे थे तो मुझे अच्छा लगा। जब वहाँ जाइएगा तो सच्चाई मालूम होगी, समझे आप? पहली बात मैं आपसे ये कहूँगा, आपको मैं ये नहीं कर रहा हूँ कि आपको ब्लेम कर रहा हूँ। देखिए, इस बात को समझिए आप, अगर एमवाई की ही बात करें तो एमवाई में भी महिलाएं होती हैं कि नहीं? यादव में महिलाएं होती हैं कि नहीं? और वो भी तो देखती हैं ना, वो भी अपने बच्चों का भविष्य देखती हैं ना। लेकिन जो बड़ा सवाल मैं आपसे ये देख रहा हूँ कि जो उनके ट्रेडिशनल वोट बैंक हैं उनके अंदर भी भविष्य के बिहार की तस्वीर आती है कि नहीं आती है? ये एक बहुत बड़ी बात मैं आपसे कहने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ
जी, वही समझने की कोशिश है।
मध्य प्रदेश हो, राजस्थान हो,
सेम थिंग। यू आई एम गोइंग टू योर फिगर,
जवाब दे रहा हूं, सुन
0.7% देयर यू आर सेइंग।
बाकी आपकी वाली आपके घर की लिट्टी मटन का मुकाबला नहीं है।
अरे ये सब ऑनर मत बोलिए, वो नाराज हो जाते हैं।
ओह सॉरी
खाया वो प्राइवेटली खाया आपने, ऐसे ऑनर नहीं बोलना है।
सॉरी
अभी बिगड़ जाएंगे वो फिर से। उस दिन डांट पड़ी थी हमें।
देखिए जब मैं राहुल जो कहना चाह रहा हूँ इस बात को समझिए। मैंने आपसे मजाक किया था राहुल, हाउ कैन आई अफोर्ड टू डांटो यू?
नहीं, मेरे बेटे ने बोला, मैं घर लौटा, मेरे बेटे ने बोला अरे बहुत डांट पड़ी आपको, क्यों डांट रहे थे आपको? प्रभु चावला has something to say. प्रभु जी,
you are, I've been repeating that you are asking a question, she has asked the same question. I'm going to again question that. In your own dashboard you are saying others have lost 6.61% and MGB has lost only 7.4%. If you take the loss of votes in Congress party, add them together, that becomes the NDA extra vote. It all other castes have gone there. So therefore, this saying is Yadavs have voted or Muslims have voted, may have voted, I don't know, because their vote share is.
You've been able to take, as Prabhuji points out, a lot of the other votes which were going to the others, Ravi Shankar ji, have come to the NDA kitty. How did you make that happen, and what do you think that suggests?
Right, Prabhu, thank you.
राहुल प्रभु जी को नमस्ते। क्या बात है राहुल जी, मुझे तो बताया कि मुझे आपसे बात करनी है। ये तो पूरा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन बेंच ऑफ मोर देन 5 माय लॉर्ड्स इन द फील्ड ऑफ जर्नलिज्म आर ग्रिलिंग मी, नो प्रॉब्लम, आई एम विलिंग टू टेक इट। यू नो, यू मस्ट अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से। मुझे 2 मिनट वक्त दीजिए प्लीज। आज यादव कम्युनिटी हमें वोट देती है हरियाणा में, वोट देती है राजस्थान में, वोट देती है मध्य प्रदेश में, वोट देती है गुजरात में। हाँ, बिहार यूपी में नहीं मिलता। क्या उसकी हम शुरुआत मान रहे हैं क्या? इस बात को समझिए आप। अगर ये है तो एक बहुत बड़ी शुरुआत है। दूसरी बात, ये जो पूरा जो भी प्रभु चावला जी बोल रहे थे, ये जो पूरा बिहार में कटिंग अक्रॉस कास्ट, देखिए 89% बिहार के लोग रूरल हैं। अगर वहाँ भी हमारी ये मैसिव विक्ट्री हो रही है तो मतलब नरेंद्र मोदी का करिश्मा, नीतीश कुमार का काम और ज़मीन पर डिलीवरी, ये ज़मीन पर चला गया है, लोगों ने उसको देखा है। चाहे बिहार की सड़कें हों, राहुल जी और प्रभु चावला जी तो बिहार आते ही रहते हैं, संजीव भी आते हैं। आप पहले पटना से पूर्णिया ड्राइव कर सकते थे क्या? आप जिस तरह से राहुल कंवल आप बैठ करके एक गांव की चरपाई पे बात कर रहे थे, वो पहले बात कर सकते थे क्या? तो लोग इसको देखते हैं, तो सिर्फ 10,000 रुपये से इसको मत तुलना करिए आप। दिस इज अ लॉन्ग लिस्ट ऑफ वर्क विच द पीपल हैव सीन बीइंग डिलीवर्ड ऑन द ग्राउंड एंड दे सेड ये बिहार ठीक चल रहा है, तो इसको इसी रास्ते पर ले चलना है।
We leave it over there, Ravi Shankar ji,
मजबूती से ले चलना है।
for joining us and for this massive victory. Thank you very much and many congratulations. Thank you, sir. Much appreciate your time. Thank you very much, Ravi Shankar Prasad.
Thank you, thank you.
I want to go across now to election strategist Naresh Arora. He joins us on this broadcast. Naresh most recently ran the Ajit Pawar campaign in Maharashtra, has worked across party lines, also with the Congress, understands the politics, is somebody who in this case is sitting it out, looking in the sidelines, but otherwise understands the intricacies and nuances of politics very closely. Naresh, welcome. Good to have you with us as somebody who usually is a participant, but this time an observer. What do you make of the massive landslide victory the NDA has managed to secure in Bihar? You're on mute, Naresh.
Padmaja.
Yeah, thank you, Rahul. Thank you for having me.
Very worrisome.
First of all, I must tell you that it's quite a pleasurable experience to sit on the sides and watch a very hard-fought battle, which of course ended up on a one-sided anti-climax thing. But as you remember that in our conversations, I had been maintaining that what outcome it appears to be in the direction that it has come out today. And I'm sure that both sides will look at it in different ways as it suits them. But one thing which has come out is that the politics in India has changed. The politics in India is changing, and the ones who are not keeping up to it are going to be found wanting. And in this case, we see that the Mahagathbandhan is on the other side of it. But as I've been watching the news channels this morning, and your channel as well, that a lot of attribution to the outcome is being given to the 10,000 rupee cash transfer scheme. And it is also being alleged by the opposition as in most cases that the governments in the parties in government have been using these schemes to get votes and win elections. But what I see as an outsider or as someone who has been working inside as well, that the parties talk more about these cash transfers. Like now cash transfers have become a norm. They are being offered by the opposition parties, by the ruling parties. But the thing which they all need to look at is that why does voter trust A party or B party? It is about the credibility. The politicians seldom work to build credibility. It's not necessary that only the parties in government are going to be continuing to offer cash transfer schemes and keep winning elections. There is going to be some boredom, some stalemate, something is going to come up sooner rather than later. But the parties in opposition especially need to know, need to think, need to look at how to build credibility.
Sure, Ankit Tyagi has a question for you, Naresh. Ankit.
I just wanted to ask you, because we've seen, how Nitish Kumar, at least from the beginning of the year, there was a lot of conversation about Nitish Kumar not in the best of the health, who will be, taking the mantle forward, and the question mark around his leadership quality. As a strategist, we have seen how this has been turned by the JDU. What were the key, moments that you thought that the JDU has been able to build a positive campaign around Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, that he's the talk of the town today?
Ankit, I'm again going to reiterate the point which I've been making, that it is about credibility. One person, even if doubts had been cast about the health, about condition of the current chief minister, but still the people have come out and voted for the same person. It is about who the voter trusts. And the trust doesn't come just by being in the picture for a limited period of time. You have to be there, you have to swear it out, and you have to find ways to build credibility so that the voter trusts you over anyone else. And this talk about the chief ministers or the parties in government using these cash transfer schemes as bribery schemes, this tool is available to everyone. And every state is going to go into election, and we will have to see that how these schemes will work for the parties who are for the opposition parties who are alleging that this has been bribed. They have to remember that a credible politician is a rarity these days. You tell me how many people in the society look up to politicians as credible.
Okay, fair point. Veera Raghav has a question for you, Naresh.
One of the defining features, at least at the start of this campaign, was the SIR allegations and the vote chori allegations. Do you believe that as we head into West Bengal and Tamil Nadu, the Congress may have to recalibrate itself on that allegation? Or do you believe that getting more intense with this kind of a victory, because the initial reaction seems to be that, look, this was a fixed match from the start?
Veera, this is absolutely right. They will have to look into it. SIR or issues related around that are not going to fetch you votes. That is for sure. The votes are...
No, you are saying that, Naresh, but Rahul Gandhi is not convinced. He's harping on this issue again and again. He's convinced it's working for him. Regardless of this data, he's not buying that, Veera.
If the electoral outcomes are a parameter to assess whether the people are buying or not, then the result is in front of everyone. Even when the SIR or the Vote Adhikar Yatra was going on in Bihar, many people in Congress were talking about it, and they were talking to me as well. And they could clearly see that this is not fetching them votes. Yes, it was creating a buzz, but it was not fetching them votes. We have to remember that what does the voter need? What does the voter buy? If we are disconnected to that fact, then we are going to be continuing getting the results.
Veera has another question.
No, look, I mean, the consequence to that is that this kind of a defeat, and I'm looking forward because I think 2026, West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Kerala are going to be crucial elections. Do you believe that the Congress becoming a weaker force when it is in negotiations with, let's say, a DMK or even in Kerala as it tries to pull together the UDF, what's the sense that you pick up? The road ahead? I mean, or is it just Bihar contained result for the Congress?
Veera, the first question Congress need to ask when it is negotiating with an alliance partner is, what do they bring to the table? They need to be realistic about what value they are adding to the table. Even in the case of Bihar, or whether in the case of UP, the two biggest states, Hindi heartland states, what do they bring as an additional vote to the kitty? Every alliance partner that BJP goes to is adding some vote, whether in a percentage point or multiple percentage points, but what is Congress adding to the kitty? If Congress is not going to be honest about what they bring to the table, then they're going to be found wanting with any partner. And then they say that the alliance partners don't treat them fairly, they don't give them the seats which they can win. But they also need to add value to that. And wherever they are in direct battle with BJP or any other state party, they are going to be found wanting again because they don't connect with the issues which are actually going to matter and make an election outcome.
The JDU has just tweeted, I want to go across to Prabhu Chawla on this, कि Nitish Kumar chief minister the, rahenge, neither the past nor the future, he's going to be the chief minister. What kind of chief minister, that's what the JDU is now angling for, pushing for. What kind of chief minister is he likely to be in this term?
You see, rahenge ya the, he has been there. It's a reality. They are repeating the fact. There's nothing new in that they rahenge because they can't do anything now. He has dictated his term, he will dictate his term. Looking at the 2006 interview which he gave me when I was doing the interview, in that interview it says Bihar ka vikas ho sakta hai, Bihar ki image kharab ki ja rahi hai. So now what he has promised, with Modi supporting him fully and giving all sorts of money which he needs, a special package and whatever, I think his challenge is his last hurrah for him. He has to prove him that he's also a real Vikas Purush. From Acha Shashan to Vikas Purush, he has to change his image because he has to leave behind a legacy. He is the man who built Bihar from the scratch. Therefore, he will do much more and will be able to have the full freedom now because he has won the election. His strike rate is much better in the terms of not percentage, from 43 seats to 80 seats almost going there. His performance is much better. So he will be able to dictate his agenda, which may be not similar with the BJP would like to have it. But he will go on the Vikas way with the support of the central government. I think Bihar good days are back again.
Naresh, Veera,
Bihar ke liye aa gaye.
No, I have actually a question to Prabhu. Consequent to what you've just said, I mean, a lot of people told me that this election is a transformation election from the old world, post-Mandal social coalitions to a new world. This kind of a result, who does it benefit? Does it give Nitish to then still hold on? Because irrespective of his alliance, Nitish has been the barricade for Hindutva to succeed in Bihar, is the impression that I got. Do you believe that with this result, over the next 5 years, the BJP could potentially help transition from the old world politics to a new kind of politics that it wants in Bihar? Or do you believe Nitish can hold on?
You must admit, first why I told you in the beginning, transfer of votes have happened from across the caste. It is because of Nitish much more. Then in Simanchal, it may be because of polarization has happened. But I'm saying Nitish has got a better ground at the moment because he has come back from where he was. His recovery is much more. The credibility of Nitish Kumar on the ground was much better. So he will be in a position to dictate an agenda which is not pro-Hindutva as much as BJP would like to have. And BJP has no face there. That's the weakness of the party.
He'll still hold that on.
No face there.
You know, so far, increasingly, it was being theorized that we will see a bipolar polity nationally, where you will have BJP and a Congress becoming stronger. With the Congress disintegrating in this fashion and regional parties will begin to think that we will now have to assert ourselves, what happens to the national politics? Who is going to take on the BJP at the national level? Who will be the principal opposition in Delhi to the BJP?
Look at Tamil Nadu model, where Congress is not strong, but still part of the DMK party. Because after this, which is the regional party stronger in Bihar, it is Nitish Kumar party at the moment.
Correct, but sir...
And after that, which is the second regional party, it is still Tejashwi. It will be pendulum is going to shift. It will shift from...
So basically, it have to...
Congress party is gone.
State after state. In West Bengal, TMC is right on the top. Congress is right at the bottom.
So in
Maharashtra, which was a bastion of the Congress is nowhere on the scene.
No, our point I am trying to make a national party, what she is making, she is right, absolutely. Because once the regional party is strong party, only the national party can survive in that state.
So in that sense,
the regional party like TMC, Congress can't survive unless it goes with TMC.
Will it have to be a coalition of regional parties as the principal opposition to the BJP at the national level? Naresh Arora.
It is unlikely to be that kind of a scenario. Congress has a national footprint. Congress has won 99 seats in the parliament elections. No other parties or combinations can come together and claim to have a seat outside their own states. So I think it is an unlikely proposition. Every state election, you see that the state dynamics play much more, especially after 24 parliament elections. If you see the way BJP...
Naresh, we hope to come back to you for more. In a while from now, I want to thank you for joining us. Shambhavi Chaudhary is joining us, the Member of Parliament of the Lok Jan Shakti Party from Samastipur. I just want to show our viewers on the NDTV leaderboard where her party stands. I mean, of course, the alliance is one very big, but even amongst them, questions were asked of the kind of quality of tickets that had been given by Chirag Paswan. He's answered his critics in a very resounding fashion. The BJP at 90, the JDU at 81, RJD at 20. If I look alliance-wise and look at the breakup over there, the Lok Jan Shakti Party has done incredibly well. That is the critical point over here. 21, which is up 20 seats from the last time. JDU at 81. Congratulations on your alliance's victory and also on the performance of your own regional formation, Shambhavji.
Thank you, Rahulji. Thank you so much. And I remember we had recently met at the conclave and I said I'm going to come back on your channel after NDA wins. And I think it's been a landslide victory for NDA and so far for Lok Jan Shakti Party.
Is this way beyond your wildest imagination? Forget the Kante ki takkar. This is as our headline now says, tsunami, because you got a tsunamo, like a Nemo. So tsunamo in Bihar.
See, we were very definite of our victory. Like I said earlier also that there was no doubt that NDA was winning this election. But of course, we were working very hard on the margin, on the number of seats. And I think the effort has finally paid off. There was a sense of confidence among the NDA leaders and also the voters were intact. The voters were looking towards a progressive Bihar, were looking towards a government that has advocated for the right rights of every Bihari, and definitely the development-oriented politics that has emerged in Bihar is the sole reason behind this glorious victory.
Shambhavi ji, Ankit has a question for you. Ankit.
I just wanted to ask you, because Chirag Paswan has, your party leader has said that in the next election, most likely his politics would be in Bihar more than that is at the center. Does this set Chirag Paswan on the stage for 2030 as possibly the young top leader of the EBCs as well, if that space is given by Mr. Nitish Kumar by 2030?
I think our national president Chirag Paswan ji had already established himself as a leader after the 2024 Lok Sabha polls, and there was no doubt that he is already an emerging face for Bihar politics. But for 2030, I think we will have to wait and watch. It is solely our leader's decision, and whatever the party decides. Right now, our focus is to deliver on our promises that we've made in the Vidhan Sabha elections and focus on our delivery.
Jem Rig has a question for you, Shambhavi ji.
Shambhavi ji, the way the numbers are adding up, Mr. Paswan can certainly hope that one day, just with the support of the BJP, he can become chief minister with a couple of more.
सुबह से लड़ाई करा रहे हो, इनकी जीत भी गए, फिर भी लड़ने में लगाए हो आप।
आज थोड़ा तो तड़का लगाते हैं। Now, the आंकड़े ऐसे जुड़ रहे हैं कि अगर हम भारतीय जनता पार्टी और लोजपा की टैली ऐड कर रहे, दूसरे छोटे दलों को भी ऐड कर ले, मात्र 5 अधिक विधायक लेकर एक अलग से सरकार बन सकती है। क्या भविष्य में कभी ऐसा, मतलब what would the ambition of LJP be in simple words?
नहीं, आई थिंक लोक जनशक्ति पार्टी का फिलहाल तो बस एक ही गोल है. देयर इज ओनली वन एम्बिशन फॉर अस एंड दैट इज टू डिलीवर ऑन आवर promises that we've made in the Vidhan Sabha elections. Our national president Shri Chirag Paswan ji is intact with the NDA alliance and he focuses on working with our chief minister Nitish Kumar ji. So definitely there is no space for political gossip here right now, but we'll see how things. Nobody knows what the future holds.
Wow. 201.
Basically trying to say, provoking that BJP can form the government without Nitish Kumar.
वही तो बोल रहा है, सुबह से वही थ्योरी दे रहा है.
अमित शाह if he wants it, he can form.
लगा कि कुछ एक्साइटमेंट हो जाए. ये तो मजा नहीं आ रहा चुनाव.
trying to provoke that. वाला जो एक आदमी होता है ना, अच्छा खासा घर चल रहा है, 200 के पार गठबंधन हो गया. जैन रुग इज लाइक नहीं, कुछ तो झगड़ा होना चाहिए यहाँ पे. तुम दोनों टूट के अलग से सरकार बना लो.
Can I just make a point? While we have to give full credit to BJP for their great strike rate, and JM Rug's this naughty kind of question and prodding. Fact remains that in the BJP's and Chirag Paswan's party's tally also, there is the Nitish Kumar vote adding up. That's why it is becoming this big tally. So while we continue to criticize what will happen to Congress, where will they go from here, the fact remains that in large swaths of India, the BJP has to ride piggyback on its allies, whether it's Maharashtra, whether it is Bihar. See, because BJP doesn't have a big ally in West Bengal, we can't just extrapolate this election into West Bengal. Because there is no Nitish there, there is no Chirag there. So, at some level, BJP is also riding on the back of its allies.
I want to ask Shambhavi before we let her
vice
go,
versa.
what does the LJP celebration look like? How does because you're young, Chirag is young. How does a LJP party celebration look like? What's the jam?
So our national president Chirag Paswan ji basically is a workaholic. So
yeah, this is a very boring and cliched kind of answer. What's the real answer, Shambhavi ji?
We get to spend. I think it's basically just chilling for a bit, like talking to each other about how things panned out, and then he is like, okay, now get to your constituencies, get to work and work harder this time so that you stand up to what people are expecting out of you.
I think I'll have to ask this question off camera as well to get a real rooted, more to the ground kind of answer.
I think you'll have to ask Chirag Bhaiya this question. I think he is the better person to answer this question.
I can
also ask
anticipate what his answer may look like. He'll say, come with me to Marine Drive, kuch kha ke aate hain, and he goes with his bouncers to Marine Drive walking around. नहीं भाई, उसको पॉलिटिक्स पटना में करनी है, मुंबई में उसका इंटरेस्ट नहीं. आप सुन नहीं रहे हो, तब से तो बोल रहे कि he'll do politics in बिहार. आप उसको बॉम्बे भेजो. छोड़ दिया बॉलीवुड. Okay, Shambhavi ji, thank you very much for joining us. This is a historic victory for the NDA, for sharing your thoughts. Thank you. Appreciate you taking out time. This is undisputedly, Jay, the coming together of the combination. The moment you've got the BJP, the JDU, the LJP, Kushwaha, Manjhi at the starting block together, you know, the odds automatically are skewed in your favor.
Absolutely. See, this is much, actually the entire way of working out the alliance is what the left front used to have in Bengal. Lots of small parties, 3 seats, 4 seats, but the target vote share of the alliance will be 47+%. And I think that model the BJP has perfected here. That's point. I have a rebuttal to Sanjeev as well.
No, one second.
Please.
Rajbhushan Nishad ji joins us, Minister of State for Jal Shakti in the Government of India. And I want to show our viewers what's happened on the Nishad-dominated seats. So if I look at seats for demography, look at the Nishad-dominated seats. There was so much made of Rahul Gandhi swimming, Mukesh Saini this time being with the alliance. 91% of those seats, 21 out of 23 of the Nishad-dominated seats going in favor of the National Democratic Alliance. That is phenomenal. Nishad Saab, swagat hai aapka. This is a massive victory for all the swimming that they did. It seems very clearly that the fisherman community, or the seats dominated by the fisherman community, have gone very strongly for the NDA, as has the rest of Bihar. आप तो सब तरफ छाए हुए हैं.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका, और मैं आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं निषाद समाज का और पूरे बिहार की महान जनता का, हम अपनी बिहार की मातृशक्ति का, कि उनके आशीर्वाद से बिहार में आज ये एक मजबूत एनडीए की सरकार बनने जा रही है. हमको जो मेजोरिटी मिला है काफ़ी अच्छा है.
राजभूषण निषाद जी, अभी अखिलेश यादव ने थोड़ी देर पहले ही एक स्टेटमेंट दिया है. उन्होंने ट्वीट करके बोला है कि बिहार में जो खेल एसआईआर ने किया है वो पश्चिम बंगाल, तमिलनाडु, यूपी और बाकी जगह अब नहीं हो पाएगा. बीजेपी दल नहीं छल है, और सीसीटीवी की तरह हमारा पीपीटीवी यानी कि पीडीए प्रहरी चौकन्ना होकर आप लोगों के मंसूबों को नाकाम कर देगा. तो अब आप समाजवादी पार्टी के पीपीटीवी के लिए तैयार हैं?
देखिए, अभी भी हम कहना चाहेंगे अपने विपक्ष के भाई अखिलेश जी को कि अभी भी वक्त बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं बीता है. अभी भी उनको एसआईआर का समर्थन करना चाहिए. जिस तरह से घुसपैठिए देश में घुस रहे हैं, और देश के लोग कभी बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे कि बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठिए और किसी भी देश के घुसपैठिए बिहार में या देश में कहीं भी इन्फिल्ट्रेट करें. और जिस तरह से इन लोगों ने इन्फिल्ट्रेटर्स का सपोर्ट किया है, यहाँ की बिहार की जनता समझती है, और इसलिए इन लोगों को जो गलतफहमी फैलाने का काम किया, इनको जवाब दिया है बिहार की जनता ने.
अंकित
सर, ये जो वीआईपी पार्टी और सन ऑफ मल्ला के नाम से जो मुकेश साहनी जी ने पूरी कोशिश की थी कि इस बार वो एडिशनल वोट लेके आ पाए एमजीपी की तरफ, महागठबंधन की तरफ, आपको लगता है जिस तरीके का परफॉर्मेंस है, उनका जो स्टार्टअप है वो पिछली बार आपके साथ तो चल पाया था, इस बार चल नहीं पाया, तो उनका क्या फ्यूचर देखते हैं आप वीआईपी पार्टी का?
देखिए, हमारा जो निषाद समाज का नेचुरल अलायंस एनडीए के साथ है, क्योंकि हम त्रेता युग से ही हम भगवान जो केवट महाराज थे, जिनके हम वंशज हैं, उनका अलायंस था भगवान राम के साथ. उनकी मित्रता थी भगवान राम के साथ, और जिसने राम को लाया है, राम को सम्मान देने का काम किया है. अयोध्या में केवट राज का भी मंदिर बनाने का काम किया है. निषादों के सम्मान के लिए जिन पार्टी ने काम किया है, हमारी एनडीए के गठबंधन ने काम किया है, तो निश्चित रूप से बिहार के निषाद समझते हैं कि हमको एनडीए के साथ रहना है और मजबूत एनडीए की सरकार बनाना है. कोई भी आदमी आ जाए, आपने देखा कि महाभारत के समय में कर्ण जैसे महारथी भी अगर अधर्म के साथ खड़ा हुआ तो उसका खात्मा हो गया. कोई भी आदमी हो, नेता हो, बिहार के विकास के लिए जो खड़ा रहा, विकसित बिहार के लिए जो खड़ा रहा, मेरे जैसे साधारण आदमी की बात को भी लोगों ने माना.
Okay, Jay Mrig has a point. Our data expert Jay Mrig has a point. Yes, Jay.
देखिए, जो मुकेश साहनी जी है, उन्होंने एक बड़ा आंकड़ा प्रस्तुत किया था कि हम निषाद, केवट, मल्ला, तुराहा, ये जो 4 सबकास्ट है, हम मिला के 9% वोट है. कुशवाहा से भी डबल है, कुशवाहा 4.25 है, हम 9 है. एंड हम एक बड़ा M2Y बना के एक सुनामी लाने वाले हैं बिहार में. उसका क्या हुआ? आपको क्या लगता है कि ये चारों जो छोटे ग्रुप्स थे आपके पास आ गए? व्हाट हैपेंड टू द निषाद वोट? हुआ क्या?
देखिए, निषादों का जो वोट है वो निश्चित रूप से एनडीए के साथ हमेशा से रहा है और रहेगा भी, इसलिए कि निषाद के सम्मान के लिए मैं लगातार अपने कैंपेन में अपनी बात को रखा कि केंद्र में मैं पहली बार एमपी बना और केंद्र में मंत्री बनाया गया, तो निश्चित रूप से निषाद समाज को सम्मानित करने के लिए बनाया गया। बिहार सरकार में भी 3-3 मंत्री बनाए गए और भी जगह आयोग में जगह दिया गया। तो निषादों को जो राजनीतिक भागीदारी देने की बात है वो एनडीए की सरकार ने किया है। और अति पिछड़ा के सम्मान के लिए आपने देखा कि किस तरह से पंचायती राज चुनाव में भी लोगों को आरक्षण देने का काम किया हमारी सरकार ने। तो ये सब सारे फैक्टर मिला करके निषाद समाज मजबूती के साथ एनडीए के साथ खड़ा रहा। कोई कुछ भी बोले, आपने देखा कि एक तरफ जो महागठबंधन है वो इंटैक्ट भी नहीं था। मछली मारने गए थे राहुल गांधी जी, लेकिन उसमें तेजस्वी जी गायब थे, तो उनको मल्लाहों का वोट मछली नहीं चाहिए था। और जिस तरह से उन लोगों ने अपमानित करने का काम किया, निषादों के जो भाई मुकेश सहनी जी को भी जिस तरह से रुलाने का काम किया, निषाद समाज ये समझता है कि भाई हमारे
Dr. Rajbhushan Nishad for joining us and for this big victory. Thank you. Congratulations. I want to go across to Anshul Avijit. Anshul, you know, you've been a storyteller in your past life. When you look at the results, which read 201 versus 36, you come from the state of Bihar, from a family with a lot of political lineage. This is just the ultimate decimation of the Gathbandhan vote. This is living a nightmare.
Yeah, it's certainly a very, very grim picture. It's a disturbing picture, and you know the results are almost out there. It's a fait accompli. There's nothing to be said over there. I can give you certain reasons as the story unravels and the vote share unravels of why this has happened. I mean, I think you put it as well that there have been two coalition blocks that performed. Apparently, the NDA had greater heft in that coalition block with a greater number of caste votes. You know, the way to understand Bihar, I still agree, is the filter of caste. You can't get away from that. I think on the backdrop of this was the 10,000 vote transfer, 10,000 rupees transfer. Maybe we underestimated the centrality or the sentimental appeal of Nitish Kumar in this election. Maybe that was another reason. There were a number of reasons why it could have lost. This is about Atma Manthan now, and we'll go back and think about what has happened.
Veera has a question for you, Anshul.
No, Anshul, would you, when you give me that analysis, would you then concede that this was a fair election, A, and you lost fair and square? B, where does the Congress go from here, both in Bihar and for the rest? I mean, how much of a blow is it for the Congress to be at the numbers that you are in Bihar at the moment?
Veera, I think the strength of the Congress has always been that it attracts votes from all cross sections. Perhaps it's a weakness as well because it doesn't have one caste block voting for it. You know, even in 2010, when we fought the election alone, it got about 8 to 10% of the votes. Though that vote share may have declined right now, it is not, you can't say we've absolutely forsaken it. We will make a comeback. We've been there before. I can say quite candidly that yes, Congress has been in its weakest in Bihar in the last 75 years, or even after, you know, the Government of India Act 1935, when the elections were held. It's been possibly the weakest, but we still will hold our own. We have our strengths. We will capitalize on them. I think the weaknesses are that there has been no expansion, organizational expansion of the Congress party because of the compulsions of Gathbandhan politics. So in Bhojpur, we never even fought a seat for the last 10 years. I mean, the district president was telling me कि हम लोग यहाँ सीट नहीं लड़ेंगे, तो यहाँ पर संगठन बढ़ेगा कैसे?
So you concede that it's a fair election, it was a fair election, the pitch was fair, and the Congress lost the game because of the arithmetic that it did not have. The MGB lost the game. Would you say that?
I will say that the Election Commission has been severely compromised. I know you've gone about saying that, you know, the SIR didn't have traction. You know, there is not always a linear relationship between the issues you raise and political outcomes. For example, you know, there's economic doom in Bihar. It doesn't mean that people have voted for the NDA because it's booming or you're seeing some kind of economic growth. There is a disparity between issues raised, which must be raised, because they're of national concern and political outcomes. It's not a linear relationship.
Just one quick question. You said that we are unable to expand because of coalition compulsions. Are you suggesting that the RJD is responsible for your bad performance?
No. Absolutely not. They're in coalition politics. First of all, you don't get the pick of the seats because you're not the strongest partner.
But even in the ones that you got, your strike rate is really bad. They should actually be thankful they didn't give you more seats.
And what kind of seats?
Because last time, out of 70, you got 19. This time, out of what, 61, you've got 4. Your strike rate is abysmal. Why should the RJD give you any more seats?
I'll just add to Padmaja, Anshul. This 4 is the same number you got in 2010 when the centre was with the Congress party. Even then you got 4, right? Even now you got 4. Tell me one thing. A party whose established vote share is not more than 6 to 8 cannot win more than 4 to 5 seats on its own. Should it be bargaining for 60, 70 or leaving more seats for allies which have a better strike rate, a better possible conversion?
No, I don't agree with that at all. The reason why it's been a constricted space for the Congress in Bihar because of the nature of Gathbandhan politics. There are compromises. I would say there are even sacrifices that have been made in that for the last 10, 15 years. Whatever the nature, there was an other motive behind that. That continues. But the Congress themselves, the organization has suffered. Right? And therefore unable to grow. I'm telling you, there are districts where the district president has been crying because the seats haven't been given. Not even one seat. You know, it's important to fight seats. Of course, it's important to win. Of course, electoral outcomes are important. But it's important to fight them so that the organization remains strong and robust. That has been denied to us. There have been many other factors which we'll have to go into. There has to be soul searching. I'm not denying the nature of the verdict. Yes, it has been. We'll have to go into the reasons why. SIR is also a factor. There are many other factors which we'll have to delve into. Many of them you've discussed. I believe that in the 2 caste blocks that have been formed in coalition politics, they have the upper hand. It's been consolidated in their favor at this point of time.
One of the closest elections this time is being fought in Raghopur. The supposedly mighty Tejashwi Yadav contesting as the chief ministerial candidate for the Gathbandhan, currently trailing by a couple of thousand votes.
3,230.
Against Nitish Kumar of the BJP. What does this suggest, Anshul, that in the Yadav bastion of Raghopur, your alliance's most prominent face, legatee of Lalu Yadav, at this time fighting to save his political career?
Nitish Kumar is also Yadav. Huh?
Look, I'm not going to comment on individual seats. I don't know what's happening there. The outcome may be very different. Let's stick to the broad sort of outlines here, which have been suggested by you and which I will add to. Yes, there is an overwhelming sort of victory for the NDA. And the reason for that is, I don't believe the reason for that can be the economic boom of Bihar, which you are forgetting. Right? Bihar is in economic despair at the moment. So people could not have voted because they say, no, Bihar is growing so rapidly. There are jobs, there is industry, migration has stopped.
Anshul, Kanchan wants to make a point and a question. Yes, Kanchanda.
I'm very curious. This thing, you're repeatedly mentioning that Bihar faces a very bleak economic future, present and future. But you see, even in a state like Himachal, which you won, and won quite decisively, you have not been able to deliver on any one of your promises. In Karnataka, you are actually cutting back on development expenditure. In Telangana, it's the same thing. In Himachal, you are withholding salaries. You are rolling back salaries. So why should people trust you? I mean, if it is a question of the economy, why should people trust you at all?
Well, why should they trust the NDA?
NDA has given something.
There's no non-linear relationship.
Baba, if you are saying that the NDA has done nothing, then I'm sorry, there is no scope for a conversation. But to look inwards is very necessary. Rahul Gandhi goes from state to state. In Himachal, he made 5 promises. What happened to those promises? In Karnataka, he makes 5 promises. Where are those promises? In Telangana, he says 5 promises. Where are those promises? No, somebody will call you to account. We are not.
Yeah, so should the Prime Minister, who said there will be 75,000 investment
at
in
the
Bihar.
cost of development.
So that there will be investment of 2.5 lakh crores in Bihar. The last time the investment was barely 5,000 crores. Where are the jobs that the NDA promised? That's what I'm trying to say.
The answer to that is not to promise one government job per family and come up with a total expenditure which is 4 times the annual budget of Bihar. Who will believe you? Who will trust you? And Congress endorsed that manifesto.
It's a fair point. I just want to
That's counterfactual because the mathematics, we worked it out, but it will never play out. Let's see the kind of economics that will play out here in the future. I've been trying to say that there is not a linear relationship between here economic suffering and electoral outcomes. This is what has simply happened in Bihar. There have been numerous other factors which we'll have to go to. Many of them I've got to know through you and through your channel. I mean, all of you have discussed it.
Okay,
I just want to bring this conversation back to Raghopur seat that you all were discussing, and I'm throwing this up.
3,300.
Most important, and I'm just asking you guys this. You know Raghopur much better. I know nothing of it. 19.2% is the addition to the vote that the BJP has got this time. The change this time is plus 19.2%. Tejashwi is down 3.0%.
Yeah.
I mean, the result could go either ways.
Yeah.
Result could be Tejashwi eventually winning, but the fact that the
he even has
BJP
to fight in a seat like this, that in itself is a
and the
massive
surge of
election story.
20% vote share to the BJP candidate in your star chief ministerial faces seat.
You know, just to put this in
Say,
context for people who are
Padmaja.
not familiar with Bihar, because there was another VIP seat that was much in vogue in 2024, and the election before that. Raghopur is to the RJD what Amethi was to the Congress. So for Tejashwi Yadav to be losing Raghopur, who hasn't fought from here,
No, but Padmaja,
Rabri Devi has been
she lost by
defeated
12,000 votes.
Won by BJP earlier also.
Yes, they defeated Rabri Devi 10 years
And
ago.
he's also Yadav.
Correct, that is correct.
Let us put in perspective.
That is correct, but it's
This
still
seat has won by another Yadav who had won earlier, defeating the chief minister at that time.
That is correct, sir. 10 years.
It is not a big thing.
Yeah, so we have said that, but
Tejashwi
still.
doesn't have that kind of reputation anyway. That if you
No, I'll come to Veera's point.
Can I make some points?
I just want to build on this.
stops
The
there.
fact, since you had said last time, I'm going to finish the debate. No, the buck stops here today. The fact is that Raghopur is also a seat where basically Tejashwi Yadav said that I don't have the time. मैं यहाँ फंस नहीं सकता, तो मेरी माता जी यहाँ संभालेंगे. It was Rabri Devi who was going door to door, and such was the comfort assumed that this is family. They kept saying Raghopur is family. This is some place where you don't even have to bother. हम आपके सुख दुख के साथी हैं. And if those people are not voting for you, then it's quite a big rejection. It is a family bastion.
Can I just make a quick point on this?
Couple of points?
Because Jay, we were talking about, Prabhu
Yes.
sir was also speaking about the Jan Suraj candidate. If there is a difference, difference between
1.6%.
No, but all I'm trying to
Suraj has polled 1,600.
all I'm trying to say that it is just not about the number of votes they have polled. Prashant Kishor's initial campaign against Tejashwi Yadav of Novi failed, Jangal Raj, Chara Chor has had an impact. It has built that kind of narrative which eventually the NDA could able to fly with Jangal Raj and everything else. So what I'm saying is that
Prashant Kishore's campain has helped the NDA as we've been discussing at some level.
Exactly. Because it discredits Tejashwi Yadav. It talks about his educational credentials. Nobody was doing that. It was not the BJP which was attacking him on that.
Padmaja, can I please make a couple of points?
Veera's point.
Padmaja, please.
Now let the buck
later.
Padmaja.
There are other shows in NDTV apart from the buck stops.
He was also
He spoke about this guy Samrat Chaudhary also.
But he was the challenger. Padmaja, Tejashwi was the challenger. Samrat Chaudhary was in the combination which was still in power. He was the challenger. The challenger got discredited in a way that they are now facing the
on far right now. Please come back in.
Second. Before Tehseen, you come in. Sorry to make
No problem.
I just want to play out for our viewers, gentle reminder that it was on NDTV Power Play, which by the way, NDTV Power Play, Amit Shah, Home Minister, speaking to us, was the top show across all genres, in the news genre, across all channels, and it was there he gave an exact number of what he expected the BJP to get, what he expected the NDA to get. Listen in.
आपको ये कॉन्फिडेंस है कि इस वक्त बीजेपी अपना बेस्ट एफर परफॉर्मेंस बीट कर पाएगी?
अभी दूसरा चरण थोड़ा प्रचार वहाँ पर पिकअप नहीं हुआ है। बीजेपी की सीट बाय सीट आकलन करना अभी दूसरे चरण का बहुत कठिन है, परंतु जो ओवरऑल मैक्रो पॉलिटिकल एटमॉस्फेयर बना है, एनडीए गठबंधन 160 के आसपास सीट जीत कर आएगा और जो बचा है वो सारा सब में बटेगा।
He was absolutely clear. He was absolutely clear that we are going to go 160 plus. Tehseen Poonawalla.
So there is one update on my conspiracy theory.
Okay.
Okay. 91 BJP, 22 LJP, 5 HAM, 4 RLM is 122. It's past the halfway mark.
Congratulations. Why don't you become their consultant and get them to form the government? Good luck to you. Maybe eventually you'll become a politician, Jay. Yes, you can fight from Bihar, from Raghopur. Okay, on your ticket.
Raghopur and whose ticket?
On his own ticket. Jay Suraj party he can form.
Well, no, listen, then I have one more point.
No, let him speak, Jay, for heaven's sake.
Very long time.
Let him speak.
Padmaja, there is simply no data to suggest that there is no linear correlation between economic poverty and losing or winning elections. The fact is Bihar is growing at 13%. It's got the highest statewide GDP growth, and that's one of the reasons why GSDP, which is why the BJP and Nitish Kumar had a sort of a momentum going, and they could afford to make those schemes. Second number thing, I think the Congress has to introspect. Is the caste census thing working for the Congress? Now the reason I'm saying this is, you did some sort of a survey in Karnataka. You didn't release it, you've done it again. You did something in Telangana. The people, when I went to Bihar, when I went to Chhattisgarh,
but it happened in Bihar.
That was caste survey.
Yes.
Now the question that people ask when I went to Patna, you're right, is ठीक है, ये करने के बाद what next? What is that one model that Rahul Gandhi has given the people of India? As Kanchan asked the Meera Kumar's son, who also comes from a nice dynastic family, what is the model that Congress has given? And that is a question we have to ask. They have a Narendra Modi model, you have a Nemo model. You like it or dislike it? What is the Congress model? I don't know it. Is it socialism? Is it welfareism? Is it capitalism? What is that model?
I'm surprised
Padmaja, I will just add one sentence to what he said. He and I were transiting through the same airport recently. And I was, his flight had taken off and I was stranded alone with no one to chat with. I just casually walked around the shops over there, and a couple of them, young kids, I asked, you know, Rahul keeps on talking about against this industry group, that how they are dragging us down. So, you know, all of them had the same answer. उनको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है, हाँ, हमारे लिए ये नौकरी है. He wants to take away our jobs. Our rosy roti is being put on stake by a man who wants to pull down this industrial house. Now, this perception has a multiplier effect, because there are families, then families have families. Why do we always gloss over the butterfly effect of whatever Rahul Gandhi says? The man is actually causing enormous damage to his party.
Okay.
So I just want to...
I want to actually...
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
See, Tehseen, you made a very relevant point about what are the issues Mr. Rahul Gandhi is picking up. I think one thing we must pick up from Madhya Pradesh, but more from Maharashtra and Bihar, that let's look at the commonality between Madhya Pradesh and, since you're also a serious politician, let's look at the commonality between Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra, where the Ladli Behna scheme was replicated. In Madhya Pradesh, the BJP actually lost power due to an upper caste anger against reservation, which manifested as the Sapak's party. They were briefly out of power. Then after some time when they come back, they start with this Behna scheme, and they have a 50% vote share in the next assembly election.
Yeah.
Maharashtra becomes more of an ICU case for the BJP.
Correct.
They are routed in the Lok Sabha. They then come and say we are coming with the Ladli Behna scheme on a much more elaborate scale. they again touch a 49% vote share.
Yes.
So the thing that the Congress party needs to think about is that if it were to peddle only identity politics or caste census as one issue, has the opposition already found the antidote in women's
That's-
So, sorry,
Yeah,
Ankit, sorry,
sorry,
Jay
please,
and Tehseen, I will tell you this, and I'm saying this with knowledge of what a bit of how the Congress has seen this. Now there are different states, and I've been saying this. There is a Tamil Nadu, Bihar kind of state where you have the regional ally who's the superpower. You have to learn to be back. It needs a different model there. Just as the BJP has a Karnataka model, it has a Bihar model, it has a national model. There are Congress versus BJP states where the Congress has to act differently. Now, you know, while dismissing the fact that they are confused, the fact is that they're at a stage right now that there is absolutely no clarity in terms of what the road ahead is and how to consolidate that position. And this, I hope this defeat, Ankit, would help in coming through in Tamil Nadu, and that's my state, and I'm saying this because the one thing you cannot allow in a state like Tamil Nadu is hard bargaining for seats, resulting in friction inside an alliance.
Let's take that to Dr. Puja Tripathi. Let's take that to Dr. Puja Tripathi, who's joining us at this moment, the spokesperson of the Congress party. Not a good day in office, not a good day to be on television at this moment, Dr. Tripathi. Let me very quickly understand from you, because the discussion here was, what is it that the Congress presents as a model to the people that they would in fact be attracted to the Congress party? The vote chori, at least that slogan has not worked in Bihar. The numbers are there to see. And also, what is it that the Congress party stands for? That's the question that the Congress possibly would have to look into now.
Ankit, it's not a good day, and you know, looking at the numbers, the winners walk with all the glories, Chanakya Niti, master strokes and everything, and losers take the brick baths, and here we are taking the brick baths. And it's a very fashionable, I've seen, Ankit, to on day of results like this, you know, to write off Congress. What is Congress doing? What is Congress doing? The whole point of Ladki Behna Yojana, the whole point of Ladli Behna Yojana, the whole point of giving 10,000 rupees cash to women, it comes from the, the Congress policies of welfareism. They have picked up a leaf out of their socialist book, and they have picked out a leaf of giving, cash incentives to women, and which has been turning tights and after tights. And obviously, they are in the power, they have resources and everything, and it's very easy to write. I was listening to all the panelists here. What is Congress bringing? Vote chori didn't break eyes and everything. We see people, brought in flooded in trains from Haryana to Bihar to vote. And there have been independent fact checkers of, I have a list: Ranjan Thakur, Nagendra Jha, Prashant Kumar, Santosh Ojha, Sanjay Jha, Ajay Kumar, Uday Kumar. And the common factor among all these 9-10 people that have listed out is they are BJP.
Okay, Dr. Tripathi, just hold on. Kanchana has a question for you. Go ahead,
2019, Rahul Gandhi came up with this fantastic proposal of universal basic income. So irrespective of whether a person has a job or doesn't have a job, a universal basic income amount would be paid into that person's bank account by the government. Okay, and the whole scheme was done on paper, it was presented, how it would be funded, and it was led by him. Why is it that nobody believed him? Why is it that he could not build a bridge of trust between the voter and the party with his universal basic income scheme? If universal basic income is all right for the Congress and its leader, how is it that UBI in another form is not acceptable to you?
Okay.
Because we were not in power. The whole point of the unemployment allowance being given by the present NDA.
No. You're confusing it. Please do not change the terms. You use the words universal basic income. I am saying what the government is giving away now is another name for universal basic income.
Let her respond.
When you provide cash dole, this is the same government that was saying Revdi culture, we have trained the Revdi culture, and what we see elections after elections is I think it's a matter of trust deficit because we are not in power, we don't have the resources to reach out to the people, because Tejashwi also promised, cash incentives, cash security to Jivika Didi. Tejashwi promised, jobs at every house. Tejashwi promised health insurance, which Jivika Didis have been on board, 30,000 15,000, 2 lakh Jivika Dividis have been on road since 2023 demanding secure proper uniform wages.
Bhai, aap in Himachal you are in power. Sir, you haven't delivered over there.
Sir,
no. So we'll get to that point. You're making a fair point. You know, he's saying Himachal, but I want to get to the larger question in terms of Bihar. Bring the focus back on Bihar. You know, would you concede at the end of the day it's alliance arithmetic? And I asked this question to Abhijit as well just a short while ago. The core point is that this was a fair election. You lost fair and square, and arithmetic was the reason. Would you concede that today?
I don't think we fought well. We had an excellent alliance dynamics. We were equal partner in alliance. And the reasons why we lost, you know, this 10,000 rupees, it actually looks on the face of it. But we will introspect on why we lost. We lost very badly. The numbers are before us to see. But you don't go back to the alliance dynamics. Saying alliance dynamics was threatened. Alliance dynamics was unstable.
Ma'am, on the day the voters, the people who voted Congress, once again, ma'am, people who voted Congress, they expected Rahul to be here. Where is Rahul Gandhi? Where is Rahul Gandhi today?
So let her finish. Let her complete her answer. Go ahead, doctor.
You know, I am accepting people's verdicts, sir, and this is the reality that we are facing here today. But you know, going to question the alliance dynamics at the end of the day, I think it's a very, very, very far-fetched point, which I don't want to make, because we have been an equal partner and we fought on the pitch of development, we fought on the pitch of vote chori, we fought on the pitch of kamai, dawai, sunwai, jan sunwai, and things like that, karwahi, and we were promising.
Dr. Tripathi, may I just request you to stay on with me at this moment? I don't want it to become like a grilling session, because of course it's a bad day for the Congress in office, but the fact is that questions and introspection would have to be done for the opposition as well. There is some breaking news coming in at this moment. Cracks in the Mahagathbandhan after a rout that they are facing in Bihar. CPIM has hit out at the Congress party and has said India bloc needs serious introspection. India bloc should learn a lesson. D. Raja of the CPIM has spoken. Let's listen.
CPI, not
CPI.
CPI, not CPIM.
Yeah.
ना इसको बोले
bloc parties must do serious introspection, self-critically analyze what happened, because what we witnessed during campaign, it was a different scene.
So I'll tell you what, Ankit, you know, we can say cracks, etc. I think INDIA alliance cracks, we'll look at it later. The CPI would be extremely disappointed, because in Bihar, if you were to even look at the MGB manifesto release day at Hotel Maurya, there was a lot of hope around the CPI-ML. They were hoping that they would be able to retain their strike rate. So there is a sense of disappointment about this. And if the Congress says it's sacrifice to keep coalition together, I think the left has also made its sacrifices to keep the coalition and be part of the coalition. I would be keenly watching how this plays out in Kerala.
Two facts. But at this time, when we are talking about this whole, pressure politics, it was the left parties also, put a lot of pressure on the coalition. There are 3 seats that we are talking about where there is a friendly fight because of the left.
So the person who should be extremely worried about that kind of pressure politics, and who I think would be very relieved at some level, will be MK Stalin. Because when it comes to Tamil Nadu, if there is too much pressure from the Congress for seats and too much pressure from the CPI from the left for seats, in an election which is close, which is a 3-way fight, it could be very difficult for the DMK to
But to be honest, Congress never pushes itself in Tamil Nadu.
They were
honest.
trying to this time.
They tried last time willy-nilly. They accepted 25 seats.
Yeah.
I think with this 4-seat performance, Stalin has got some more elbow room.
Correct. That's right.
Absolutely. And Bengal, I don't think Bengal.
But I think India bloc is together at the moment. I don't think that will collapse.
No, and
I don't think that will collapse. I think there is a data guy from Tamil Nadu who's flirting with the idea of Vijay, but I don't think that will work out. He may put out his fake data or his data that he claims to be, but I hope that it sticks to the DMK, not to.
I just want to
very
quickly, because we are talking about the losing alliance right now. Just take a look at these numbers, and because we are talking about the Congress's heft now going forward in elections, when when you talk about Tamil Nadu, and others, Congress is at this moment at 4, and Owaisi has 1 seat more than the Congress party. The biggest thing that the Congress party possibly was bringing to its allies, both in Uttar Pradesh and other places, was that it will bring the Muslim vote. It would not let the Muslim vote.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Ankit, you will be glad that I interrupted you. The percentage of the vote in Raghopur for the BJP candidate seems to be increasing. He's now got a change of plus 20.6% vis-a-vis Tejashwi going down minus 3.6%.
So what I'm trying to say is that for the Congress party to even go with that assumption that I will bring the Muslim vote, if you don't take me, I will divide it, this election is going to be a big hit. Owaisi has been able to not only retain the 5 seats that he did in 2020, he has also made the difference in 9 seats for the Mahagathbandhan as far as this election is concerned.
Ankit, can I talk on the Muslim thing? As somebody who comes from that religion and who votes Congress, I met a lot of Muslims. The question that a Muslim asks is the same question every young Indian asks, which is what Kanchan Dada and I were just talking. What is the agenda in the economic development? That is an answer that the Congress party hasn't given. Point number 2, and I think which is very important, is what happens when you don't give tickets to Muslims. And the kind of Muslim representation that should be given should be progressive Muslims. Is that happening? That is not happening. How many tickets were given to Muslims in this RJD Congress alliance? You want 100% Muslim vote.
But Tehsin, by that logic, the entire NDA, JDU gave 4 seats to the Muslims. They are still winning those seats.
So that is because the Muslims who came back into Simachal to vote and stayed back, half of them wanted to vote for MIM only to make a point. That is something even Mr. Jha was talking about. There is a legitimate reasoning with Muslims, with liberal Muslims who are saying we don't want to be associated with the stereotyping Muslims. We want liberal developmental politics with an economic model. We want representation, we want tickets. That is not happening either with the RJD Congress
Ankit,
or other
are you saying then, you have followed this very closely, are you saying then, you and Jay, that if they had gone with Asad Owaisi, because I know for a fact, at least I got the indication that Asad was very keen on being part of the MGB alliance. Though MGB leaders turn around and tell me, no, he was just playing on. The sense I got was that he was very keen to be part of the alliance, but the RJD said, no, we will manage on our own.
He was ready to, in fact, settle for 6 seats. He only asked for 6 seats.
So you believe it would have been, in hindsight, a better choice?
In hindsight, you can say anything, but I thought at that point of time, it could have polarized like anything.
Was knowing OIC pretty well for many years, this is his little game. He will say, give me only this many seats, I will be with you. No, he is not interested in that. He will contest on his own. He doesn't want to be part of any alliance. Because what he has done is, with 5 seats, with Congress's 4 seats, he has shown to the Muslims who is a better option for them. This is the syndrome which we are missing over here.
See, I think the problem is more fundamental. It's not about just the Congress's ability to pull in all the minority votes. The problem is the MGB has got shrink-wrapped to exactly what its core base is, and just that. That's practically zero addition from elsewhere, or whatever little rainbow they had built, even that withered away. So I think that is the real problem. They've got shrink-wrapped to just the core base.
See, also, the question that we were talking about, the narrative. Now, while this is a body blow, like it's a body blow to the SIR narrative that Rahul Gandhi and
you're referring to the polarizing narrative.
Yes, and look at the other narrative that has worked. The narrative, and that will be the problem for Mamata Banerjee and also in Assam. The Ghuspatia narrative, if it plays out, it will be a much bigger narrative in Assam and West Bengal, more than what we have seen in Bihar. It was something that was consistent by the BJP, led by the Home Minister, and you would see a lot of impact of that now going into
Veera and Ankit, just coming to the Sir issue. The first piece that I did for NDTV before the election was actually based on Sir data and reducing number of voters. There was a very interesting observation that I had. 2000 election, when Lalu Yadav won, if you treat that as a peak, and between 2000-2005 there was a surge which actually reduced about 13% of the voters.
Correct, 46.05% they dipped.
Absolutely. That election, KJ Rao reduced them further. What was in evidence that time that the more the genuine number of voters that remained, the BJP performed better?
Okay, I want to very quickly go across to Nikhil Anand, National General Secretary of the Bharatiya Janata Party, OBC Morcha. This becomes very, very important.
Idli Chokha and Idli Sambar with me when we were in Patna, Mr. Nikhil Anand.
Nikhil, congratulations. Thank you for joining us. I want to understand from you the scale of this victory. You know, we have been talking about how there has been always a counter-polarization of other OBCs in favor of the NDA. This time it seems that we have been able to also cross that barrier in seats where there is a Yadav versus Yadav candidate, and Raghopur is an example. Yadavs have also voted for you. How has the BJP been able to achieve that?
And this has ensured that... Hello?
Nikhil, can you hear us?
Yeah. Tell me.
Nikhil, I was just asking that, you know, there is always this theory in Bihar that because of the Yadav's consolidation for the RJD, the other OBCs consolidate for the NDA. But this time, even in the Yadav bastion of Raghopur, where there is a Yadav majority, a Yadav versus Yadav playing out, but playing out in favor of the NDA, in favor of the BJP.
Yeah, you know, the reason is that Tejashwi Yadav has failed miserably in this election to lead the party and to lead the coalition. You see the whole strategy, the way he tried to remove Lalu Yadav and Rabri Devi from their posters, and he was single-handedly he tried to bring himself up, and his posters were put in a larger-than-life size, and in the whole campaign scenario, you see that...
Prashant, hold on to that thought. Nitin Gadkari...
महत्त्वाचा आहे आणि म्हणून मागील 10-15 वर्षामध्ये NDAचे जे डबल इंजिन सरकार होतं त्यांनी बिहारच्या विकासाकरता जे कार्य केलं त्याच्यावर बिहारच्या जनतेने शिक्कामोर्तब केलं आणि ही ऐतिहासिक विजय हा दिलेला आहे. मी याबद्दल बिहारच्या जनतेला मनपूर्वक धन्यवाद देतो आणि मोदीजी आणि नितीश कुमार यांच्या नेतृत्वाखाली पुन्हा एकदा असाच बिहारचा विकास होईल आणि बिहार हे प्रगतशील, समृद्ध, संपन्न आणि विकसनशील राज्य म्हणून निश्चितपणे पुढे तयार होईल असा मला विश्वास आहे. पुन्हा एकदा बिहारच्या जनतेला खूप खूप धन्यवाद, अभिनंदन.
In Gadkari, Jay, if you could, translate that for us, for our viewers.
Very simple. This is a double engine government of the Chief Minister and Prime Minister Modi. Shikha Murtab means formal endorsement and Rajyabhishek. So he said uska formal endorsement or Rajyabhishek hua hai.
Okay. And are we going back to Nikhil Anand now?
We're just going back to Nikhil Anand, but let me also, get this story going at this moment. Shashi Tharoor of the Congress party, Congress MP, has in fact hit out at the RJD. He has gone ahead and taunted the RJD and has said that RJD should look at their own performance. Congress wasn't the senior partner in the alliance in Bihar. He was not invited to campaign in Bihar and hence he did not. But he is saying that just don't pick on the Congress party. Look at the performance of the entire alliance, especially the senior partner.
Shashi Tharoor is sending out some kind of bomb for the Congress at the moment, saying...
Let's listen in first.
Remember, we were not the senior partner in the alliance, and that RJD also has to look carefully at its own performance. The women voters were certainly given some incentives just before the code of conduct. Whether we like it or not, unfortunately, that is legal under our laws. It's from the day of the announcement of the elections that you can no longer do that. But anyway, let's analyze the results in detail. I think that ultimately those who were directly involved in the campaign, I unfortunately wasn't there and I wasn't invited to campaign in Bihar, so I can't tell you much myself from personal experience. All I can say is those who were involved will certainly study it, I'm sure, in greater depth.
Veera, he's playing the good cop, bad cop, both in the same statement.
This is Tharoor talk, but he's just, I think, basically sent out that subtle message that I wasn't invited, but hopefully he'll be invited for the campaign in Kerala.
I'm not sure how potent he would have been if he would have been invited to campaign in Bihar.
It would have made an impact on the
Come on.
Tharoor English.
No, but hang on.
No, but Nikhil Anand is still there. Let's just go across to Nikhil Anand very briefly. I just wanted to ask you, because Nikhil Anand was one of the first politicians that I met when I was in Patna, and he happily had litti choka with idli sambar with me at the restaurant and debated with the JDU, the RJD, the Jan Swaraj spokesperson. Sir, you tell me, did you have an iota of an idea that your NDA will be at 198 when you had that lunch with me? Be honest.
Veera, actually, we were hoping to reach 160, 170, but it is really exceptional. But the reason is RJD itself, which has sabotaged the whole election scene for themselves. And we took the lead. The credibility factor of Nitish Kumar is always there. The way he gave his space to the women folk, the youngsters and all. This has worked well. And this conviction was not there for Tejashwi Yadav. And people visualize Tejashwi Yadav as a deliberate CM contender. And that is why PM repeated that Congress के ऊपर कट्टा भिड़ा के आरजेडी ने खुद को सीएम कैंडिडेट छीना, तो ऑफ कोर्स इट वाज देयर एंड देयर वाज नॉट अ कोहेसिव कैंपेन फॉर ग्रैंड अलायंस एंड ऑफ कोर्स नरेंद्र मोदी जी, नीतीश कुमार जी, two credible faces that created a big booster for all the people of Bihar vote for NDA. And here RJD has failed. And Tejashwi Yadav was, of course, shying away from Rahul Gandhi, and that is why in many of the debates I said that if RJD has the guts, they should campaign taking along Rahul Gandhi, Pappu Yadav and Kanhaiya together.
Okay.
If Tejashwi Yadav can campaign, held a 25 rallies with Rahul Gandhi.
5,000 votes.
Now almost 4,829, close to 5,000 votes he's trailing by Tejashwi Yadav.
That's right. 42,230 votes is what he's got.
Yeah.
I mean, what the BJP candidate has got so far. 37,000.
No, the EC is a little higher. The BJP candidate is 44,929 and Tejashwi is 40,100.
It's incredible what is happening, but I just want to...
Beyond the point, these numbers become meaningless.
But Veera...
go ahead.
I just want to add something.
Nikhil Anand is just trying to make a point.
One credible face in Raghopur.
Okay. Go ahead, Nikhil Anand.
Veera, I'm saying Satish Yadav is one credible face in Raghopur who has defeated Rabri Devi in 2010. Yeah. And he is contesting there for last 4-5 elections. And people there know him well. He is reaching every household in usual. When there is no election, he is even visiting the places. So Tejashwi Yadav is just a visitor of the election time.
If he loses Raghopur, you think it will affect his control over the party?
Not visiting.
No.
I don't think that there is a question as far as the RJD is concerned when it comes to succession. That is settled in the RJD. And also, let's not forget, he's 36-year-old. He has age on his side. So it would not be wise to write off after whatever the victory or defeat or the magnitude of this defeat is. This was the same in 2010. They were able to come back. People say Nitish Kumar gave that opportunity to the RJD, it gave them the oxygen in 2015, and then Tejashwi Yadav was able to build on that in 2020.
Irrespective of what happens at Raghopur, you're saying Tejashwi Yadav will be the leader of opposition eventually in the assembly in Bihar?
No, he cannot be, because if
he gets an MLC or moves in through
absolutely, or he still remains
a numbers for MLC with 29 and 6.
So what next? If you're not LOP, what he will not have? I mean, he'll just have to be the leader of the party.
He will have to do what Prashant Kishor is doing. I mean, Prashant Kishor slogged it on the field for 3 years. Tejashwi Yadav will have to go back and do that, because let's not forget, despite whatever is happening, the 23-24% vote of the RJD is still with them. It's not that their vote bank has come down considerably.
That's what I said. It's been shrunk wrap. It's with them.
But I want to take this. We've been talking about the losing side too much. I just want to understand. And Kanchana, let me bring you in on this. A lot was said about the result. Whatever the result would be, it will have national implications as far as the NDA alliance in the government is concerned. If they would not have performed well, it would have implications on that. With this kind of victory, where do you see this is the 2024 now a thing of past, an aberration? It has been settled, dusted. Narendra Modi and the NDA from here go strength to strength in every election that they go forward.
Oh, yes, of course. If you just look at again the data, the Prime Minister virtually led...
So I'm so sorry. Mukesh Sahani of the VIPs right now is with my colleague. Let's quickly go across.
I will ask him a question.
बिल्कुल, जहां मुकेश सहनी जो विपक्ष के डिप्टी सीएम के उम्मीदवार थे, हालत गठबंधन की जो है आप देख रहे हैं, आपकी पार्टी का खाता भी नहीं खुला, आपके चेहरे पर फिर भी मुस्कुराहट है, जो गम है वो बताइए, क्यों ये हालत हुई?
नहीं, देखिए, जनादेश को सम्मान हम कर रहे हैं। सबसे पहले बीजेपी जेडीयू की जीत की बधाई भी दे रहा हूं कि उन्होंने मतलब जो अभी आंकड़ा जो दिख रहा है इससे तो स्पष्ट हो जा रहा है कि उनकी सरकार बन रही है, और जीत की बधाई दे रहा हूं। और रहा कि इस पे हम लोग आने वाले समय में मंथन करेंगे कि कैसे हुआ, क्या हुआ। अभी तो पहले फर्स्ट दृष्टिकोण से जो हम देख रहे हैं कि मोदी जी की भाषा से रेवड़ी बांट के सरकार बनाना, तो वो हमें दिख रहा है कि महिला का जो है वोट जो है नीतीश जी को प्राप्त हुआ, महागठबंधन से दूर हो गया, चाहे जाति वर्ग जो भी हो। 10,000 रुपये के लिए उन्होंने वोट नीतीश जी को किया, और नीतीश जी का अंतिम चुनाव भी था। तो नीतीश जी पिछले 20 साल से महिला के लिए उन्होंने काम किया है, और यहाँ पे 10,000 रुपये बांट के उन्होंने सरकार अपनी बचा ली और एक अच्छे नंबर के साथ सरकार बना रहे, इसके लिए बधाई है। बाकी इस पे और भी बहुत सारा मंथन होना, कई ऐसे कारण हैं जिसके कारण हम लोग लड़ाई से बाहर हैं।
नतीजों को आप स्वीकार करते हैं, जो जनादेश है उसको आप
स्वीकार करने से कोई चीज बदलने वाला है क्या? नहीं, स्वीकार करने से कुछ बदलने वाला
पूछ रहा हूं क्योंकि कांग्रेस पार्टी कह रही है कि ये बिहार की जनता की का जनादेश नहीं, ज्ञानेश गुप्ता का जनादेश है। तो क्या आप इससे सहमत हैं या आप नतीजों को स्वीकार करते हैं?
देखिए, अभी जो हो रहा है हमारे नहीं कहने से भी कुछ बदलने वाला है नहीं। हम लोगों ने इसके लिए कई लड़ाई लड़ा, रोड पर उतर के आदरणीय राहुल गांधी जी के साथ वोटर अधिकार यात्रा में हम लोगों ने घूम घूम के पूरे बिहार के लोगों को जागरूक किया। 16 लाख नए वोटर बनाया गया। 70 साल के बुजुर्ग भी नए वोटर फॉर्म 6 भर के उन्होंने वोटर बना। लेकिन हमने कहा कि जो 70 साल के लोग हैं उनका नाम जो कट गया उसको आप ऐसे यूं ही जोड़िए, लेकिन उन्होंने नहीं जोड़ा। तो किसी को हम लोग कितना भी कह ले, जब सुनने वाला ही नहीं है तो उसमें हम कहीं कर ही कह सकते हैं कि अभी सरकार
wants to ask a question. Jainendra, hold on. Just Veera wants to ask a question through you. He will ask the question. Please put it forward to Mr. Sahani. Veera, go ahead.
Jainendra, when I was in Bihar, I had a breakfast with Mr. Sahni, and I said, idli goes with sambar and choka. Is it like Bihar politicians? Will you go on any side? He said, I will not touch idli till the end of the elections. Can you ask him if he will have idli finally now?
रात में 3 लाख रुपया पर व्यक्ति आय उनका है, और हमारे बिहार का 30 से 60,000 रुपया है। तो ये तो विकास तो है नहीं, और उसी में 10,000 रुपया देकर सरकार बनाना, इसको विकास नहीं कहेंगे। इसको तो ऑलरेडी कह सकते हैं कि युवा के साथ विनाश हो रहा है।
चूंकि कहा आप लोगों से क्या गलती? आपने कहा कि रेवड़ी बांट कर नीतीश जी जीत गए, आप लोगों से क्या गलती?
हमें अभी एहसास नहीं हो रहा कि हमसे कोई गलती हुआ है बहुत बड़ा, और हम लोगों ने अपनी पूरा 100% हमने दिया है, पूरे गठबंधन के सभी लीडर ने दिया है। राहुल गांधी जितना संभव हो सका उतना उन्होंने भी मेहनत किया है, और बिहार के लोगों को हम लोगों ने अपने हद तक कितना समझाना था हमने समझाया है। अभी अगर हमें भी अगर कोई चूक होगा तो इसमें भी हम लोग मंथन करेंगे, सभी सहयोगी दल बैठेंगे, चर्चा करेंगे। अगर इसमें भी अगर कुछ कमी होगा तो उसको हम भविष्य में सुधारने का काम करेंगे। लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि हम लोगों ने 100% अपना दिया है, और रहा कि जनता का मूड, माता बहन का मूड था कि चलाना है, और 10,000 रुपये के कारण उन्होंने वोट दिए, उनको वोट दिए हैं, तो ठीक है, इस बात को हम एक्सेप्ट करेंगे।
तो ये मुकेश सहनी की पहली प्रतिक्रिया, नतीजों को स्वीकार तो कर ही रहे हैं, लेकिन साथ में कह रहे हैं कि जिस तरीके से योजनाएं आखिरी वक्त में नीतीश सरकार ने चलाई उसके कारण से ये बम्पर जीत मिली है, और कह रहे हैं कि क्या कमी रह गई उसकी समीक्षा करेंगे आने वाले दिनों में गठबंधन के सभी दल बैठकर।
All right, that was our colleague Jainendra, in fact, speaking to Mukesh Sahani, the Deputy Chief Minister candidate face of the Mahagathbandhan, went to his community, said, this is your opportunity to get me elected as the Deputy Chief Minister. It did not work. But one thing I want to say, it's very interesting, Gaurav, is that constituency that will go down in history as far as this election is concerned. Mukesh Sahani's own brother was contesting from that constituency. That constituency was last time won by the RJD candidate. The RJD candidate took the symbol from Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav, refused to return the symbol when Tejashwi Yadav gave that seat to VIP. Tejashwi Yadav goes and campaigns against his own candidate, against Lalten. Then Mukesh Sahani goes and says, my brother is not contesting the election, now you vote for the RJD. Till the last moment, this is the confusion that the Mahagathbandhan created, and that confusion clearly, Veera, has been reflected among the voters as well.
It's good to see politicians come out and speak out openly after a defeat of this nature. Usually some of them could get closeted out. I think, what is the future for him? What is the political future for Mukesh Sahani?
I think, I just wanted to add something over here. This gentleman we just now had, this Deputy CM candidate, he also made the same point, they gave money to women, so the women voted for RJD. I mean, for JDU and BJP. Now, I think we are dumbing down women. Since morning, I'm hearing this argument that 10,000 de diya, isliye vote mil gaya. Are we then not further hardening the view that these parties are essentially misogynistic in their outlook, that they treat voters as no more than a purchasable commodity, and that again these memories remain.
What about those offering it, Kanchal? What about those offering it? Aren't they also treating it with the same thing? If you're going to make an announcement 2 weeks before
that's what I said. I made this point that
I've just been told that Mukesh Sahani is back with us, and we can in fact get across to him at this moment. Jainendra, if you could hear us, Veera has a question for Mr. Sahani. Veera?
No, it's just a fun question, Jainendra. When I was there in Bihar, Mr. Sahani had breakfast with me and he said he will not touch idli because idli goes with choka and sambar. I asked him, will you shift sides? He said, I will not touch idli. Chunav khatam hote waqt tak main idli nahi khaunga. Ask him, Abhi, if I come, will he have idli with me?
Is his party leading anywhere?
ये पूछ रहे हैं नोएडा से, हालांकि मौका तो आज नहीं है, लेकिन वो पूछ रहे हैं कि आप इडली खाएंगे, अब जब वो आएंगे तो आप उनके साथ इडली खाएंगे?
इडली लास्ट टाइम बात हुआ था कि इडली सब जगह चला जाता है, इसलिए नहीं खाएंगे। इडली जो चीज सब जगह घुल मिल जाए, इसलिए इडली नहीं खाएंगे। लास्ट टाइम मैंने इसको स्किप किया था।
एक सवाल और है,
तो आप फ्री हो गए बिहार से, अब आप उनको बिहार बुलाएंगे या आप नोएडा जाएंगे और उनको आप अपनी तरफ से कुछ कहना चाहेंगे, वो आपको नोएडा में कुछ खिलाएंगे?
मैं नोएडा आ जाऊंगा, बहुत जल्दी मैं नोएडा आऊंगा और मैं अपनी तरफ से वहाँ पे अगर नोएडा में आके इडली खा सकते हैं।
नोएडा में
आपने भी देखिए चुनाव हारे हैं, हौसला नहीं हारे हैं। और ये
जैनेंद्र, एक सवाल मैं ये पूछना चाहता हूं, इस वक्त जो वीआईपी पार्टी है वो एक भी सीट पर बढ़त में नहीं है, क्या वीआईपी का और सन ऑफ मल्ला का फ्यूचर देखते हैं मुकेश साहनी? क्योंकि जब वो एनडीए में थे तब भी सीटें जीत पाए थे, महागठबंधन में आके तो उनको 0 सीट इस वक्त मिलती नजर आ रही है।
बिल्कुल अंकित, पूरे महागठबंधन का बैंड बजा हुआ है और अंकित त्यागी हमारे वरिष्ठ सहयोगी हैं, कह रहे हैं कि आपका खाता भी नहीं खुला, एनडीए में तो कम से कम खाता खुला था, अब आपका फ्यूचर क्या है, सन ऑफ मल्लाह का फ्यूचर क्या है?
देखिए, हमने पहले कहा ये देश का पहला ऐसा राज्य नहीं है या देश का ये पहला ऐसा पार्टी नहीं है कि जहाँ चुनाव नहीं जीत हुआ। चुनाव में तो 2 ही परिणाम होता, हार या जीत, और जब हम लड़ते हैं तभी भी ये चीज़ का अंदाज़ा हमेशा होता है कि हमारी हार हो सकता है या जीत हो सकता है, और हर लोग वो दौड़ लगाते हैं कि जीतने के लिए, लेकिन जीत के साथ साथ हार भी होता है। तो ये कोई नया कोई कहानी हो तो फिर हमको बताइए, ये कोई ऐसा देश का ये पहला ऐसा राज्य ऐसा होगा या पहला ऐसा व्यक्ति में रहूँगा या पहला ऐसा पार्टी होगा जहाँ पे हार हुई है, 0 पे आ गए, तो ये पहला ऐसा राज्य नहीं है, ना पहला व्यक्ति में हूँ, ये हमेशा ऐसा हुआ है। देश के बड़े से बड़े नेता, बड़े से बड़े पार्टी चुनाव हारे और हम भी हारे हैं, और हार से ही जीत होता है, जो लड़ते वही कभी जीतते हैं, घर बैठे हुए आदमी थोड़े जीतेगा।
ऑन अ सीरियस नोट सर, क्या आपको लगता है कि वोट ट्रांसफर नहीं हुआ? जैसे कई सीटों पर ऐसा दिख रहा है कि वोट ट्रांसफर नहीं हुआ है, आपके वोटरों ने आरजेडी को नहीं दिया, आरजेडी के वोटरों ने
वो सब कोई कहानी नहीं है, ये शायद आपको पता होगा क्योंकि आप बहुत बड़ा, आपके चैनल में लोग बैठे हैं, बहुत बड़ा।
नहीं, मैं देख रहा था कई सीटों पर जो आंकड़े मैं देख रहा हूँ।
मतलब आप क्या कह सकते हैं? हम लोग इतने बड़े राजनेता, हम लोग इतने बड़े पार्टी चला रहे, हमको ये चीज अंदाजा नहीं है। कल तक आपके जो लोग था सर्वे में या चीजें में 100 तक दिखा रहे थे कि महागठबंधन 100 आ रहे हैं, और उसके बाद बड़े से बड़े बोला अपने आप को पोल करने वाले लोग का सबका बैंड बज गया, 0 पे आ गए। कुछ ही होगा कि जहां वो कहे थे कि 200
अफवाहें फैलाने की कोशिश हुई, क्या उसका भी एक कारण आप देखते?
नहीं, ये सब कोई कारण नहीं है। कारण जो भी होगा वो हम आने वाले समय में बताएंगे। अभी यही हुआ कि हमारी हार हुआ, उनकी शुभकामनाएं।
इस हार में एकजुट है आप लोग? एकजुट है या आगे कुछ और आप फैसला ले सकते हैं?
एकजुट है, मजबूती से आगे बढ़ेंगे।
तेजस्वी से बात हुई?
लड़ेंगे,
बात हुई तेजस्वी से?
लड़ेंगे। ठीक है,
चलिए, तो आज ज्यादा समय सवाल पूछने का समय नहीं है, फिर भी मुकेश सहनी ने हमारे तमाम सवालों के जवाब दिए और कह रहे हैं एकजुट हैं और वापसी करेंगे। जी
Sahani and Veera, despite the situation that he is in, at least he has been, sporty enough, put a smile as there. But I would just want to point out, please look at that number. It has now gone up to 204. So it's crossed 200 and it's now 204 for the first time. It is looking like we are going.
So Kanchan wanted to.
So the way the maths works is once you have a momentum going, the numbers then tend to go in one direction. That's the way it just works.
Sarika Paswan of the RJD is joining us at this moment. सारिका जी, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया इस वक्त हमसे बात करने के लिए। कल तक जो कॉन्फिडेंस, या मैं कहूं सुबह तक जो कॉन्फिडेंस था जब तेजस्वी यादव जी निकले थे घर से बाहर की सरकार हमारी बन रही है, इस वक्त उनको अपनी सीट जीतने के ही लाले पड़ रहे हैं।
कि अभी जो लगभग मुझे लगता है कि हर जगह पे 8वें और 9वें राउंड की जो है वो काउंटिंग दिख रही है, और उस काउंटिंग के आधार पे ये रुझान भी दिख रहे हैं, और लगभग अभी भी हर जगह 20 और 18, 19, 20 ये जो नंबर की काउंटिंग है अभी बाकी है, तो अभी भी ये रुझान है, ये फाइनल रिजल्ट नहीं है। तो कॉन्फिडेंस तो हमारा अभी भी है, हम अभी भी जीत की उम्मीद हमें है, और जब फाइनल रिजल्ट आएगा तभी। लेकिन एक बहुत बड़ी बात है, जिस तरीके से कि 2 चरणों में मतदान हुई, लेकिन काउंटिंग जो है उस हिसाब से उतनी फास्ट नहीं हो रही है। अभी आप देखिए लगभग 3 बजने को है और अभी भी हर जगह काउंटिंग जो है वो 9 और 10 राउंड की ही हुई है। इतना स्लो क्यों हो रहा है भाई? क्यों नहीं अभी तक रिजल्ट? तो अभी तक लगभग,
तो आपको अभी भी उम्मीद है कि रिजल्ट इसमें से कुछ बदल जाएंगे?
तो भी ऐसे,
क्योंकि राघोपुर में 5000 से ऊपर मतों से तेजस्वी यादव इस वक्त पीछे चल रहे हैं।
जस्ट अंडर 5000।
नहीं, राघोपुर में भी देखिए, अभी अगर आप देखिए इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया के वेबसाइट पे आपको दिखाई दे जाएगा कि 10th राउंड की जो काउंटिंग है वो कंप्लीट हुई है, और अभी भी 18 राउंड की काउंटिंग जो बाकी है, और हर एक राउंड में लगभग 5 और 6000 के वोटों की काउंटिंग होती है। तो उस आधार पे अगर हम देखें तो निश्चित रूप से अभी भी हमारी उम्मीद बिल्कुल बाकी है, और मुझे पूरा यकीन है कि ये जो अभी रुझान दिख रहा है। और आप देखिए ना, सबसे बड़ी मजेदार बात है कि भाजपा जो है 101 पे चुनाव लड़ी है और जदयू 102 पे लड़ रही है, और दोनों जो है एकदम 100% वो लोग, उनकी सीटों का रुझान दिख रहा है। तो वो कहीं से भी मुझे नहीं लगता है कि वो जो रुझान दिख रहा है ना वो सही रुझान है। ये परिणाम जो है बिल्कुल बदलेगा, और जब हम 20 और 22वें राउंड की काउंटिंग जब खत्म हो जाएगी तभी हम ये निर्णय पे आ सकते हैं कि आखिर कौन सी सीटें कौन पार्टी ने जीता।
आपके सहयोगी ऑलरेडी हार अपनी कंसीड कर चुके हैं। मुकेश सहनी अभी हमारे साथ थे, वो बता रहे थे कि देखिए हार हो गई है तो उसमें अब क्या कर सकते हैं। आपको अभी भी उम्मीद लगी हुई है कि ये 202 का आंकड़ा कुछ कम हो जाने वाला है?
नहीं, देखिए मुकेश सहनी जी वीआईपी के भाई, वो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हैं, उन्होंने अपने पार्टी के संदर्भ में ये बोला होगा, और मैं राष्ट्रीय जनता दल की प्रवक्ता हूं, और मैं अपने पार्टी के संदर्भ में बोलने के लिए ऑथराइज्ड हूं, और मुझे पूरा यकीन है कि राष्ट्रीय जनता दल की बेहतरीन परफॉर्मेंस जो है वो पूरी तरीके से जब काउंटिंग समाप्त हो जाएगी तो सही आंकड़ों के साथ हम बैठेंगे और इस पर डिस्कस करेंगे।
No, you are saying that even after this there will be a good performance of the RJD. Is that what she is trying to imply?
She's saying that it will still turn because there are still some rounds left.
कितना टर्न कर सकता है मैडम? I mean, just explain to me how much do you expect it to turn at this stage?
पिछले बार जो हमारे राष्ट्रीय जनता दल के जो नंबर्स थे, डेफिनेटली हम उन नंबर्स को में और हम प्लस में जाएंगे और भी कई नंबर्स जो है उसमें ऐड ऑन होंगे।
सारिका जी, ये तो लोग बोलेंगे कि आप बिल्कुल मतलब एक अलग ही चुनाव की बात कर रही हैं। पिछली बार से आधे नंबर्स पर भी इस वक्त आप नहीं खड़ी हैं, 75 से आधे पर भी नहीं है, 30 से कम इस वक्त आपकी सीटें, 29 सीटों पर आप लोग आगे दिखाई पड़ रहे हैं।
वो रुझान है और वो मैंने आपको बताया, इसलिए मैंने पूरी डिटेल में बात कही कि कहीं किसी को कोई शक और सुबह ना रहे। क्या ये रुझान जो है 20वीं और 22वीं राउंड के बाद की है? बिल्कुल नहीं, ये महज अभी 8वां, 9वां और 10वां राउंड का अभी काउंटिंग हुआ है। अभी भी 18 राउंड की काउंटिंग बाकी है। मैं बिल्कुल डेटा के साथ बैठी हूँ और जब एक्यूरेट जब आएंगे नंबर्स तब हम इस पे बैठ के आराम से बात करेंगे।
ओके, वेरी क्विकली जस्ट वन क्वेश्चन, एक सवाल प्रोफेसर बद्री नारायण आपसे पूछना चाहते हैं, देन वी आर बैक टू द
सारिका जी, इफ दिस ट्रेंड गोज बिकम ट्रू और ये सही परिणाम में बदलता है, तो क्या ये जाहिर होता है कि यादव और मुस्लिम जो बेस वोट हैं आरजेडी के, क्या उन्होंने भी वोट नहीं दिया? अगर नहीं दिया तो अगर ऐसा होता है, तो मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूँ कि होने ही जा रहा है, तो अगर नहीं दिया तो उसका कारण क्या हो सकता है? ये भी तो विचार करना होगा कि जैसे कास्ट सर्वे ने बताया, पिछले कास्ट सर्वे ने, कि 30% यादव आर पुअर, यानी 1/3 यादव population are poor and they are also part of beneficiaries.
Summing up the question, are you not able to hold even the core MY vote of the RJD? Would that be a lesson if these results hold?
Yes.
देखिए, सबसे पहले तो अभी वोटों के प्रतिशत की जो मैं देख रही थी, चूँकि अभी तो आंकड़े एग्जैक्टली है नहीं हमारे पास, लेकिन जब बात हो रही थी एनडीए और महागठबंधन को जो परसेंटेज ऑफ वोट मिले हैं, तो राष्ट्रीय जनता दल के परसेंटेज ऑफ वोट जो अभी दिखाई दे रहे थे आपके चैनल्स में और कई चैनल्स में, ये दिख रहा था कि 24% के जो है आंकड़े जो है वो बराबर के मात्रा में वो भाजपा को भी उतने ही परसेंटेज ऑफ वोट मिले और राष्ट्रीय जनता दल को भी उतने परसेंटेज ऑफ वोट मिले हैं। लेकिन मैं अभी इन आंकड़ों पर अपने नई मुहर लगा सकती हूँ, क्योंकि जब तक पूरे आंकड़े नतीजे घोषित होने के बाद आंकड़ों पे हम नहीं आएंगे, तो मुझे लगता है कि ये बातें बहुत ही व्यर्थ और बहुत बचकानी होगी, इनमेच्योर डिसीजन होगा, स्टेटमेंट होगा मेरे साइड से।
Okay, thank you, ma'am, for joining us at this moment. We'll come back to you once, as you said, that the numbers further, in fact, the counting goes up. But Kanchanda, you were making a point about the Bharatiya Janata Party and what it does. Not only just to the BJP, but the NDA when you talk about the national perspective going into the elections forward.
Is it? Thank you for joining us.
The Bihar results have a butterfly effect at the national level for the BJP as well as for the NDA. Look, after 2024, there was a sense among voters that perhaps they erred in not giving a full mandate in terms of number of seats to the BJP alone and to the Prime Minister. And if you look at the elections since 2024, whether it is Haryana, whether it is Maharashtra, whether it is Delhi, and now you have Bihar, and the results have gone in a certain way, and that sort of serves to reaffirm the popular faith invested in Prime Minister Modi. So this is as far as the BJP at the national level is concerned. What it does to the NDA is that it reaffirms the BJP's position within the NDA that it remains the first among equals. So these are important playouts, and these are bound to impact policy in the coming days. You will definitely find the NDA at the center now becoming more aggressive on policy reforms, on pushing political as well as economic agenda, yes, and bringing about the social reforms which they have been talking about and which are still pending.
Okay. Professor Rashtriya, let me ask you this. So, just in comparison and what happened post 2024, has the opposition, which at that moment got a shot in their arm, have they squandered this opportunity to present an alternative to the people which could have further solidified their electoral prospects, not only in the states but also building up to 2029?
Yeah, you're very right, Ankit. I think this election has a multiple impact on opposition politics too, because if they are losing this election, it will show that their entire discourse on which they want to mobilize people is not working among public. And there is some dislocation and the misframing of their strategy. That's why second thing is because there is one politics which NDA is proposing, that is the politics of Viksit Bharat, which Narendra Modi is proposing, the politics of hope, politics of the future. On the other hand, they are proposing a politics to critique that policies. But this criticism, when they plan it in the form of politics, they fail somewhere in conceptualizing it and making it is a popular base.
Right.
So, I believe in the theory that, look, each election is on itself. Obviously, there are psychological impacts that, as you're saying, at the national level in terms of policy, it obviously bolsters the BJP largely after a victory of this scale. I want to know, what does this mean for West Bengal? Because that's the state neighboring Bihar. What does it mean for, let us say, what does a Mamata Banerjee have to learn from this result to ensure that she can try and keep Bengal?
Well, I mean, Mamata Banerjee, she is not in alliance with anybody in West Bengal. And unfortunately, both the CPM and the Congress are so fallen in Bengal that they cannot eat into the anti-incumbency vote and thus keep her afloat. But what she also gets to learn is that this whole SIR politics is not playing out the way it was thought to be playing out. Rahul Gandhi's campaign of
asking, because she has said that there will be no way she will stand firm against the SIR process.
Well, I'm sorry to say that's a losing stand, and that doesn't get you any votes. It only hardens the perception that you have been winning on the basis of fixed voter lists, and therefore now you don't want the voters list to be cleaned out.
Does it, Raghav? I want to add in that. This SIR politics, the argument which I gave earlier, I want to supplement with that. This SIR politics, which is failed in this Bihar case, and it is also going to fail in Bengal case. Why? Because SIR politics is proposing a democratic deficit in India. Is proposing democratic backslide in India. But on the other hand, people are going in a huge way to vote on the booth.
Yeah.
It means they are not subscribing this theory.
So you're saying the turnout
democratic institutions are weaker. Election Commission is doing misappropriations.
This will also propel this whole, like we have been discussing, the whole agenda and the conversation around Ghuspatia much more in a bigger
Ghuspatia is immigrants, illegal immigrants.
In West Bengal. And also, can I also ask you, Kanchanda, very quickly, I have to take a break after this. Does this also mean that Mamata Banerjee, right in the lead up to the election, there is a woman direct cash transfer kind of a scheme loading in West Bengal as well? Election after election, we have seen that it has had a huge impact, and Mamata Banerjee, like Nitish Kumar, has had a good population of women voting for her.
I agree with you, and this would have held good till the last assembly election. You have to take into account what has happened between 2021 and 2025-26. The amount of criminality targeting women has gone up tremendously in West Bengal, and those who are accused of carrying out these attacks on women, whether it is rape, whether it is murder, whether it is abduction, what happened in the Sundarbans, you have any number, Arjikar, and it is automatically being associated with the TMC. And it is being associated with Mamata Banerjee because the people who are being accused of these crimes are known to be close to her. A second point which you should not minimize, this whole teachers recruitment scandal. 26,000 people, they lose their jobs.
I'm just getting some important news, and then I have to quickly take a break. AIMIM at this moment, Mr. Owaisi, good news for you. 6 seats that they are leading at this moment. It's one more than what they had in the last election. 9 seats. Other than this, they are the difference between the winning and the losing candidate of the NDA and the MGB. And on the other hand, the Congress party at this moment is in fact only leading in 5. So the Congress has been reduced to 5 seats, one less than AIMIM. It's leading in Jokihar. This was a very hotly contested seat, Jokihar, majority Muslim majority area. Also Bahadurganj, Thakurganj, all Amor is something. There is also infighting within the Mahagathbandhan, and Mr. Owaisi seems to be making the most.
So the point is that they won 5 seats. The 3 of those candidates shifted off to the RJD.
Yeah.
This time they went alone. AIMIM has shown that it can still hold its own in a Muslim-dominated seat.
Actually, this time we will see how strong can they represent what they have been saying for the Muslims in the assembly.
You mean these are leads, right? These are not victories. These are leads.
At this moment.
Sorry,
right, I have to very quickly slip into a short break. We are coming back. We continue here on NDTV with the best analysis of what has happened. A tsunami for the NDA in Bihar. Coming back. Stay tuned.
Presented by Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Grab Motorola Edge 60 Pro today.
JK Tire, Smart Tire. Co-powered by Fortune Refined Soybean Oil, India's #1 cooking oil. Brought to you by Gold ETF. It's Aaj Ka Gold. And Ionic Wealth.
Long night?
You have no idea.
I got you.
Motorola Edge.
The most coveted invitation in the Indian corporate golf calendar, where top corporates go head-to-head with the finest professional golfers. An exclusive circuit across multiple cities, aspirational, unforgettable. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am is here. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, coming soon, stay tuned.
Front lines of Kargil, the fury of Operation Sindhu,
so many attacks,
the chaos and cries of disaster zones, to fighter jet cockpits, and the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break live,
in the Congress party in Hyderabad, Jubilee Hills. That's the consolation. Possibly that is where the energy of the Congress party would be spent today, not looking at what has happened in Bihar. They have won that constituency, the Jubilee Hills constituency. Remember, it was also a prestige battle that the Congress party was fighting there. The candidate has won the bypoll of the Jubilee Hills constituency. Congress candidate Naveen Yadav has defeated the BRS candidate on this constituency. The BJP candidate who also fought this election. It was a triangular fight, and also there was an independent here. So a quadrangular fight which the Congress has been able to win. This will come as a boost to, in fact, the Chief Minister Revant Reddy. The seat was won in 2023 by BRS party, and has gone to bypolls after the unfortunate demise of the sitting MLA of the BRS, and then the Congress party has won this election and has increased their tally in Telangana. Let's listen in to some reactions.
मैं बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया करना चाहता हूँ हमारे जो पब्लिक को, जो मेरे ऊपर भरोसा रखकर इतना एक मैंडेट दिए, मेरे को इतना अच्छा मेजॉरिटी दिए, मैं सबका शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ.
This is something that you almost started from zero. You did not really have a presence there, and yet you managed, it appears, a good margin as well.
Thank you very much for your good wishes. Yes,
Jubilee Hills is basically, it is not the Congress party's seat. It has been there in the hands of the opposition right from 2014 onwards. But still, after our Congress government coming to power here, for the past 2 years, what all that we have done for the people, which has yielded the result in Jubilee Hills, and giving more than nearing about 20-25,000 majority, is definitely it's a good sign of the Congress party in the state, particularly in Hyderabad, but GHMC area.
In the 2023 elections, Hyderabad was a disappointment for the Congress. Now you have started making inroads.
Of course, the governance and the policies, particularly welfare schemes and the developmental activities in the city, around the city also, all those things put together combinedly, it has given the result for us. People of twin cities have realized that the Congress party is the best party, and the Congress government ruling is giving a good kind of schemes and developmental things, which made us to win the elections. And our Chief Minister Revanth Reddy Garu and the entire cabinet and the MLAs and the party functionaries, PCC President, all functionaries, they have really worked very well apart from our government welfare schemes and developmental activities.
Our win, I have predicted that we would always win by about 9 to 10% more than TRS, and I think it's coming to that stage. After the 6th round, we are in the lead by 15,000 votes. We have another 4 more rounds to go. So we should touch about 22,000 majority. Once the majority is established, it is clear that the TRS, which continue to lose since the assembly elections, they lost power. In parliament, they lost deposits. They didn't even get 1 seat. In graduates, they couldn't even put a candidate. And now they have lost 1 more seat in Jubilee Hills.
जो क्यों बोले तो जो पैसे दिया आप जाके रोड पे जाके पूछे तो भी मालूम होता किसको पैसे मिला क्या, सैरीज मिला क्या, वो सब बोले तो आपको मालूम हो जाता ना. तो उन लोगों को भी मैं दोष नहीं कर रहा हूँ, उन लोगों का ऐसा दिया हुआ है.
क्या बोलना चाहिए?
जो भी हमको वोट दिया उसको धन्यवाद देता हूँ. और एक चीज, मैं कभी भी मेरे ऑफिस अमीरपेट में है, कभी भी ऑफिस को आ सकते काम के लिए, कहीं भी काम रुक गए तो भी हम आके फाइट करने के लिए रेडी है अभी भी.
Presented by Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Grab Motorola Edge 60 Pro today.
JK Tire, Smart Tire. Co-powered by.
मजे को दुगुना करना है, मजे को 3 गुना करना है. गाजी, रोहन, दोबारा से.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है.
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones.
वो तो हो गया समय
Welcome again to our continuous coverage here on NDTV of the big election result day, Bihar, and it has been a complete sweep for the NDA. If the opposition thought Maharashtra was a nightmare, it just seems that it continues here in Bihar, Veera, the kind of numbers that we have seen.
You see, my friend Ankit, whether it is for the Yadavs or whether it is for the Congress, the only bit of good news that's coming in from is Jubilee Hills. Why I say Yadav is because the Congress candidate there is Naveen Yadav. Why it's an important result is because BRS had swept Hyderabad in 2023. This was a very crucial election for the Congress. The first seat and the only seat the Congress will get inside the Hyderabad area. So, only southern comfort, northern discomfort.
So they don't want to look at Bihar today, they would want to look at Hyderabad. I want to start with the headlines at this moment. Nemo factor trumps the Mahagathbandhan. Nitish and BJP set for a clean sweep in Bihar. Biggest shocker, Tejashwi Yadav trails in Raghopur bastion. BJP Nitish Kumar Yadav leads with over 4,000 votes. Mahagathbandhan staring at double-digit defeat in Bihar. Deputy Chief Minister, face of Mahagathbandhan, Mukesh Sahni, speaks to NDTV, says we will mull over our failure. And it's a golden duck for Prashant Kishor's party's debut. Suraj fails to open account. AIMM leads on 6 seats in Bihar, more than the Congress party. Congress maintains massive lead after in Jubilee Hills by-polls in Hyderabad. BRS candidate loses edge. BJP cries conspiracy. What a day this has been. 204 at this moment on the leaderboard as far as the leads for the NDA is concerned. The BJP, JDU outperforming themselves when you compare them to 2020, closer to what we saw in 2010. Before we start talking here in the studio, Veera, Vasudha is joining us from Patna. The action, of course, on the ground there. Vasudha, I don't know which office you are standing at this moment. It seems to be the BJP office, I'm sure, or the JDU. I mean, with this kind of mandate, the opposition, when it comes to the Assembly of Bihar 2025, where we have been doing so many shows, they will be curtailed to a very small corner.
Absolutely, Ankit. This is something we've discussed often. This is the BJP that takes every election very seriously. I remember 2017 Gujarat elections when the BJP came close to losing. The next election, they worked so hard that they got a record-breaking 153 seats. Same thing happened in 2018 Madhya Pradesh elections. 2023 Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh was completely different. 2020 Bihar was a different game altogether. And now look at the NDA. There is no analysis that is fitting into this 200-plus victory because every community seems to have voted for the NDA, and this is a message that the people of Bihar have given out to the Mahagathbandhan. There's a lot to introspect. I have very important, these are cadre of the BJP, workers of the BJP that I've seen in the last few days work very hard. ये बताइए, प्रभात जी actually looks after the office here. आपके लिए ये जीत कितने मायने लगता है?
आज के इस जीत को मैं एक लाइन में कहना चाहूँगा, फूट गया लंटेन, बह गया तेल, चल गया एनडीए का रेल। और बिहार की जनता ने यह स्पष्ट जनादेश दे दिया कि बिहार में जंगल राज की पुनरावृत्ति नहीं होगी। जिसने एलईडी युग में लाया, लंटेन से निकाल के एलईडी युग में लाया, जिसने बैलगाड़ी से मेट्रो की सवारी तक लाया, जिसने चचरी से पुलों को जाल तक लाया। बिहार की जनता ने उसको मैंडेट दिया। नरेंद्र मोदी जी का अथक प्रयास, नीतीश कुमार जी का अथक प्रयास, नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने बूथ अध्यक्षों के साथ जो संवाद किया, महिलाओं के साथ जो संवाद किया, युवाओं के साथ जो संवाद किया, उसका परिणाम आज दिख रहा है।
So Prabhat ji, yes, you came up to me some days ago and he said कि नायाब सिंह सैनी जो कास्ट के है ना, वहाँ का हूँ मैं. So this is also a party that gives importance to a lot of people from the EBC, OBC communities and that seems to have worked. Madam, आपके लिए क्या मायने रखता है? नारी शक्ति के बारे में बहुत बात हो रही है अभी.
बहुत ज़्यादा मायने इसलिए रखता है कि ये जीत अगर हम देखें और माने तो ये आधी आबादी की जीत है। जिस तरह से आपने भी देखा होगा, न्यूज़ रूम में आपके चल रहा होगा कि किस तरह से बूथ पे लंबी लाइन महिलाओं की लगी थी। तो ये जो स्पष्ट जनादेश है, ये हमारी महिलाओं को जनादेश है, ये यहाँ बिहार के युवाओं को जनादेश है, ये बिहार के किसानों को जनादेश है और यहाँ का भविष्य, जो बिहार एक सुंदर भविष्य देखना चाहता था, बिहार ऐसा हो, वो सबको पता है कि एनडीए ही ऐसा, ये डेवलपमेंट इस तरह का
is becoming the default party. Let me also show you the kind of celebrations that's going on. Ankit and Veera, what happens at 5 p.m. is all the BJP Bihar leaders will assemble here. There's a celebration of there's an utsav that's going to happen here. So all preparations are taking place and the BJP unit in Bihar waited for a long time to get that go ahead from Delhi to start celebrating. So while we kept asking them, when are you starting? And I've been running away from crackers because what the scene is in Delhi, but here they're all like, they've gone full on, they're celebrating now. The mithai has come and of course everybody's waiting for the NDA celebration to take place around 5 p.m. the BJP celebration and of course the Prime Minister's address at 6 p.m.
Before we let you go, can I ask you?
Don't let her go. Ask her when she's coming back to Delhi. I mean, is she planning to stay on in Patna? Seems very happy there. Vasudha, if you could hear me, when are you coming back to Delhi? Are you planning to stay on in Patna? You seem very happy there.
Okay,
we lost that.
Okay, let me very quickly, because Vasudha was telling us 5 p.m. is the celebration which begins in the headquarters of the BJP in Patna. But the big celebration, of course, would be at the BJP headquarters here in the national capital when Prime Minister Narendra Modi at 6 p.m. would be, and that has become almost like a tradition now, Aishwarya. Every victory, Prime Minister comes, speaks to the Karyakartas, and it's a message once again that he delivers of how the BJP Karyakarta is important in every victory.
Well, certainly, and yes, of course, Vasudha certainly wants to stay there in Patna for next few days because the celebration that is happening in Patna, the kind of same atmosphere is here in Delhi as well. And after so many months, we are witnessing this kind of energy, enthusiasm that the Bharatiya Janata Party Karyakartas are having. There are dhol nagaras at the BJP headquarters, the workers celebrating over here, the kind of historic mandate that the Bharatiya Janata Party have got, it's huge in itself. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in all likelihood would be coming to the BJP headquarters to address the cadres at around 6 p.m. And let me go across to the Bharatiya Janata Party Karyakartas over here. कितनी बड़ी जीत मानते हैं आप लोग आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी की?
बहुत बड़ी जीत है भारतीय जनता पार्टी की और ये सुशासन की जीत है, विकास की जीत है, नरेंद्र मोदी जी के विश्वास की जीत है और नीतीश कुमार के कार्य की जीत है। भाजपा और जेडीयू के मिलकर जो लड़ाई लड़ी है उसकी जीत है।
बिहार से अब पश्चिम बंगाल का बिगुल बच चुका है, आपको लगता है?
बिहार के जनता ने, बिहार के लोगों ने ये बता दिया है कि जाति चाहे अनेक हैं फिर भी हिंदू एक हैं। सनातन का झंडा पूरी मजबूती से लहरा रहा है। भगवा आ गया है, भगवा आ गया है और पूरी दुनिया में छाएगा।
Credit goes to Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Nitish Kumar as well. And as we can see over here, the barricading is on. There are big screens that are now being installed.